Chapter 613. In Ah Ching's original world, the way of the sword had reached its peak. Everyone was born with a sword spirit. Because of this, since ancient times, they had divided the sword spirits into various levels such as heaven, earth, black, yellow, spirit, God, and so on. Those with great talent could achieve twice the result with half the effort in cultivation, and their future was limitless. However, a god-level sword spirit had not appeared for many years, and a spirit-level sword spirit was a genius that all sects and clans vied for. For example, Qing herself had a spirit-level sword spirit, and this was because her father was a powerful land sword immortal. It should be known that land sword immortals were already at the peak of the secular world in their world, and they were only one step away from breaking through the void and ascending to the heavenly tribulation. However, it was extremely difficult to break through the void. The last land sword immortal who had reached the peak of the land sword immortal realm, the old sword immortal of the Shu sect, failed the heavenly tribulation at the back mountain of his own sect, and his life and soul were destroyed. Since then, no one had heard of anyone who had reached that realm. Land sword immortal realm? Gu Changge nodded slightly and listened to the news that Ah Qing told him, and he was somewhat thoughtful. The rules of heaven and earth and the environment were different in different worlds. However, the level of breaking through the void had obviously reached the maximum level that world could withstand. As for the lifespan that Ah Qing mentioned, Gu Changge did not care about it. After all, this was affected by the environment of heaven and earth, and some worlds lacked longevity materials. If the supreme experts of the upper realm were to live in these worlds, it would be difficult for them to live for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, in his opinion, the so-called land sword immortal realm should not have reached the heavenly tribulation, and should at most be between the supreme realm and the quasi-emperor realm. However, he could not be sure before seeing it with his own eyes. "Thank you, benefactor, I will definitely find a way to repay your kindness." After eating and drinking to her heart's content, and even her cultivation had recovered a lot, Qing got up and said to Gu Changge in satisfaction. Gu Changge was still thinking about the things that she had said, and when he heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing, Miss Ah Qing, you don't have to be so polite. It would be great if the people in this world were as kind as you, benefactor." Qing's eyes fell on Gu Changge's face and said very seriously. "Oh, isn't it too early for you to say that?" Gu Changge smiled gently. A suspicious look appeared on Ah Qing's fierce and beautiful face. She felt that Gu Changge's words seemed to have some inexplicable meaning. However, Gu Changge did not explain anything to her. He smiled and said, "It's getting late. Miss Ah Qing, you should go and rest. I see that you have been practicing swordsmanship since you were young. Tomorrow, I will send someone to take you to make a suitable sword." This, Ah Qing was a little stunned, but she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "My benefactor has been so kind to me. I can't trouble you anymore." Although she did need a suitable sword right now, she felt very apologetic for always troubling Gu Changge. "Like I said, it's nothing." Gu Changge still had a faint smile on his face. "You can't do this. Benefactor, I can't repay the kindness you've shown me." Qing insisted. She had her own principles. She owed Gu Changge enough. Gu Changge seemed to sigh and said, "Okay, since it's like this, Miss Ah Qing, you should rest early." He could see that the girl in front of him had a stubborn and inflexible personality. Once she had decided on something, she would not easily change her mind. After a while, Gu Changge planned to go to the world she had been in before. There were some things that he still needed her to do. Ah Qing looked at him. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She cupped her hands and left. Her parents always told her that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Gu Changge, a person who had only known her for a few days, was so kind to her. However, she could not understand Gu Changge's intentions. However, Gu Changge's actions did not seem to have any ulterior motives. It was as if he was simply being kind. After watching Qing leave, the smile on Gu Changa's face quickly disappeared. A strange look flashed across his eyes. He learned from Qing that her father was a land sword immortal. However, he went missing while fighting against the so-called extraterrestrial demons, which was the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's army. She also had the intention of finding her father. That was why she passed through the spatial rift and was caught by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. In her original world, she was considered to be very famous and had a high status. In the next few days, news about traces of an ancient great world in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty suddenly spread like wildfire. No one knew who spread the news, but it alarmed many forces in the surrounding area. Many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies took notice and began to send people to investigate. Some people even came to ask Emperor Yu directly. Emperor Yu was naturally furious. He ordered a strict investigation to find out who leaked the news. Of course, he also suspected Gu Changa. However, there was no evidence to prove that Gu Changa knew anything about this matter. However, among the people guarding the spatial portal, there was the eldest son of the Tuoba residents, who was also Tuoba Xiaoyao's eldest brother. Emperor Yu was naturally suspicious. A few days ago, Tuoba Xiaoyao left the Tuoba residence and went to the borderlands to look for his eldest brother. He naturally knew about this matter. Therefore, he could not help but wonder if the news was leaked because of Tuoba Xiaoyao. The timing was also right. However, since the news was already exposed, Emperor Yu could not think of a way to monopolize the ancient great world. In the face of the envoys sent by the various orthodoxies, he revealed a lot of what he already knew. This kind of ancient great world that had not been opened before meant rich resources. There was no orthodoxy that did not covet it. Immediately, the various orthodoxies began to send people to the spatial portal. At the same time, they came to discuss with Emperor Yu about how to conquer the ancient great world. Due to the spatial barrier and the natural order of heaven and earth, those who went to that world could not unleash their original strength. However, the various orthodoxies were already experienced. They just did not want to delay and let the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty take the lead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the various imperishable sects also sent out their outstanding disciples. Compared to the older generation, the younger generation would be less suppressed when they entered the void realm. Moreover, as the successors of the great sects, they had many treasures on them and did not have to worry about their lives. Emperor Yu was naturally unwilling to let other forces get ahead of him. Therefore, he chose many of his sons and planned to let them go with him. The second prince, Yu Lai, was the future successor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Accidents could not be allowed, so Emperor Yu did not let him go with them. The marriage between the eldest princess, Wuxia, and the prince of Absolute Yin, Jiao Luo, had not been decided yet. Jiao Luo also took his leave these few days due to some matters. He went back to report and planned to return after some time. Therefore, Emperor Yu discussed for a while and let Wuxia take the lead in sending people. That ancient great world was not to be underestimated. It might even contain a divine item like the origin of a world. Emperor Yu attached great importance to it. Ancient warships swept across the sky, carrying a mighty army that crushed through the star regions and rushed towards the distant borderlands of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. The young girl, Qing, looked a little worried when she saw this. She learned from Gu Changa that the ancient great world she lived in had been exposed to the various orthodoxies in the upper realm. Previously, only the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty sent an army there. Now, the other forces were also interfering. An even more terrifying disaster was about to befall her hometown. In the face of such a disaster, it was impossible for them to resist. The only result was that they would fall and be divided by these orthodoxies. Benefactor, isn't the force behind you interested in this matter? Qing suddenly felt a little confused and could not help but ask Gu Changa who was beside her. Because I'm not interested, so naturally, the force behind me is not interested as well. Gu Changa said casually. Ah Qing nodded and understood. This depended on Gu Changa's attitude. If he wanted to, he could also send such a terrifying army like the other orthodoxies. However, he did not seem to be interested in this. Don't you have any plans after this? Gu Changa asked with a faint smile on his face. I might have to go back. Mother must be very worried about my safety. Moreover, I have to stop this disaster with my people. Ah Qing was silent for a moment before she answered. Although she knew that her strength was insignificant in the face of this disaster, she still had to do her part. Moreover, she had left home for a few months. Her mother must be very worried about her leaving without saying goodbye. Moreover, she was very satisfied to know that her father was not dead and that he was still alive. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. Ah Qing glanced at Gu Changa and said. Gu Changa only smiled and said, actually, have you considered that you can solve this disaster? I can solve it. Ah Qing was a little stunned. With her power, she definitely could not do all this. Was there any other choice? The border of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was actually an extremely vast star zone. There were many floating stars and continents around it. It was extremely vast. There were many cities in the central area. They were scattered all over the place and were inseparable. With the arrival of the mighty army from all over the place, this place became the focus of all forces. Even some rogue cultivators came after hearing the news and tried to take advantage of the situation. Apart from the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, many other great sects and orthodoxies in the area had also sent a large number of people to station around the star zone. Without His Majesty Emperor Yu's order, we can't go through that space portal. There are many powerhouses guarding it. Even I can't go near it easily. So, we can only wait for all the armies to arrive before you can join them and go with us. In one of the cities, Tuoba Xiaoyao was talking to a young man with strong facial features in front of him. The young man's facial features were similar to his. He was his elder brother, Tuoba Feiyun, who was in charge of guarding the space portal at the border. I don't have much time left. I have to go there and find a way to save Qinyu. Tuoba Xiaoyao said in a low voice. He seemed to be a little anxious. It had been a few days since he arrived here. He was very sure that the world behind the space portal was the world where he lived and cultivated in his previous life. However, there were less than 5 days before Gu Changa asked him to hand over the sky-wielding sword. Chapter 6:14. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Since Gu Changa still needs the thing on you, then he can't force you too much. Unless he doesn't want that thing anymore. Qinyu should still be safe now. Tuoba Feiyun said slowly and comforted Tuoba Xiaoyao, telling him not to worry too much. I know, but what if Gu Changa doesn't care about anything? A person like him can do anything. Tuoba Xiaoyao took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. If it wasn't for the fact that time was too tight, he wouldn't have to do this. Now that Emperor Yu had ordered that without his order, no one could easily set foot in that world. So even if his big brother was guarding this place, he couldn't easily let him go and let him pass. The army of Great Yu will be here soon. When the time comes, you should follow them. There shouldn't be any problems, said Tuoba Feiyun. He didn't know why Tuoba Xiaoyao was so sure that the way to save Tuoba Qinyu was in that world. However, at this juncture, the only thing he could do was to trust Tuoba Xiaoyao. He knew all the news about Tuoba Xiaoyao during this time, and he was both confused and relieved. However, everyone had their own secrets, including him. That was why he didn't ask Tuoba Xiaoyao about these reasons. I understand. I'll go and make some preparations now. I'll meet up with Big Brother tomorrow. Tuoba Xiaoyao nodded, then got up and left. He was sure that the world behind the space portal was the world where he lived and cultivated in his previous life. But how long had it been since his soul crossed over? What happened in that world? Whether or not his original sect and fellow apprentices were still around was still unknown. Even he suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. More and more armies gathered in the starry regions around the borderlands. Many carriages and even dragon boats sped past. There were many figures standing on them. Their auras were powerful, and banners fluttered in the wind. It was a magnificent scene. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the immortal guards of the great Celestial dynasty. They rode ferocious beasts and wore armors. It was as if they had killed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were finally stationed in the depths of the starry regions. The city stretched out continuously, incomparably ancient and tall. It was like a mountain ridge that stretched across this place, able to defend against external enemies. Experts from various great orthodoxies had rushed over. Other than the older generation, most of them were from the younger generation. Elite disciples of various major powers could often be seen passing by on the streets. Their chi and blood were astonishing, and their bodies contained spirit energy. They walked with majestic gait and divine light lingered around them. Are these the people who are going to conquer my hometown? In a pavilion next to the street, the young girl Qing looked at the people coming and going below through the window and couldn't help but whisper. Perhaps it's not appropriate to use the term expedition. They're just going there to gain experience. Gu Chang'e shook his head and smiled gently. Experience? Qing pondered over these two words and felt self-deprecating. To their world, this was a terrifying calamity that could be called a catastrophe. However, in the eyes of the cultivators of the upper realm, it was just an insignificant experience. Their life and death were insignificant. Perhaps you're already used to this, benefactor. Qing said. Gu Chang'e smiled ambiguously and said, that's why I want you to seriously consider what I said. Qing fell silent. Her mind replayed the solution that Gu Chang'e mentioned the other day. It sounded crazy. That was to bury all the orthodoxies who went there. However, she couldn't do it with her own abilities. Therefore, she needed to unite all the forces in her world to have a chance of resisting. As for how to unite them, she could only rely on herself. Gu Chang'e only gave her this suggestion. In fact, Qing didn't know why Gu Chang'e said that to her. He was from the upper realm, so why would he help a native like her? Could it be that he couldn't stand it? Those who are just will be supported by others, while those who are unjust will be supported by none. This is the cycle of the heavens, and it's inevitable that everything in the world can't escape their fate. Qing looked at Jiang Chuchu who suddenly spoke. She didn't know Jiang Chuchu's identity, but she knew that everyone respected her. Moreover, she and Gu Chang'e were inseparable like a celestial couple. It's the cycle of the heavens. Isn't it karma? Qing nodded and stared at Jiang Chuchu's face. It was a flawless and unparalleled face. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream. Her eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were as clear as water. She was like a celestial fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was crystal clear and extraordinary. As a woman, she was slightly envious. How could there be such a flawless face in this world? It was so beautiful that it made people forget about the world. Jiang Chuchu said calmly, if you want to save your hometown, what Chang'e said is the only way. As for the origin of Qing, Gu Chang'e had only briefly mentioned it to her. However, Jiang Chuchu still guessed Gu Chang'e's intention. The ancient world that the great Celestial dynasty was trying to hide probably contained the world's origin. Gu Chang'e had the forbidden demonic technique, so he could devour and refine the world's origin. Furthermore, at his current level, ordinary origins were no longer of any use. Only a divine item at the level of the world origin could help him. As a native of that world, Qing's father was one of the strongest people in the world. Although she was young, she had a great reputation. In such a situation where there were foreign enemies and the world was about to be destroyed, if she could stand up, she would be able to gather many people's hearts. Under this premise, it would be much more convenient for Gu Chang'e to find the whereabouts of the world's origin through her. I actually understand what you're saying, but how can I resist when there's such a big gap between us? Ah Qing's eyes seemed a little dim. You have to understand that if you don't resist, you won't have the slightest chance. Only by resisting can you have a chance of survival. After all, there's always a way out. There's always hope. Gu Chang'e smiled casually, his expression calm. Then, he looked at Jiang Chuchu. Maybe I have to make a trip to that world this time. You don't have to follow me. Jiang Chuchu nodded softly. Then I'll return to the human ancestors' hall in a few days. Gu Chang'e smiled. You're so obedient. Just as they were talking, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the street not far away. Runes rushed out of the sky, shining brightly in all directions. The waves were very violent, instantly clearing a large area. Many cultivators and living beings avoided them and looked over in shock. I heard that you've been keeping a low profile all these years, but your true strength is comparable to the second prince of the great Yu celestial dynasty. I'll give it a try today. A young figure stood at the end of the street like an ocean. He looked very tall and sturdy. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like heavenly blades. When they swept across the void, they even let out a terrifying rumbling sound, making people tremble in fear. In front of him stood a slightly thin figure with a cold and gloomy face. It was Taba Xiaoyao. The two of them suddenly started to fight on the street without the slightest sign. If it wasn't for the powerful formation engraved on this place, many of the buildings would have been destroyed. The surrounding cultivators and living beings all watched this scene in shock. More and more people heard the commotion and rushed over in the form of divine rainbows. Among them, there was no lack of successors of some great sects, as well as the older generation that gathered here. There were even a few living fossils who rubbed their chins thoughtfully. Even Yufei, Yu Ming, and the others rushed over after hearing the news. They appeared in the surroundings and frowned at this scene. The young master of the demon palace, the mad demon god. It said that he once fought with the second prince of the great Yu celestial dynasty for 3 days and 3 nights. The two were evenly matched. I didn't expect it to be him. He actually came here. It said that he went to the demon god cave of the demon palace some time ago and entered the 13th level. There, he obtained a supreme secret technique, and his strength increased by another level. After coming out of seclusion this time, he planned to fight with the second prince again. However, the second prince has been staying in the palace and hasn't left. The surrounding people discussed animatedly as they recognized the burly figure. The demon palace was an ancient great sect. Although its foundation wasn't as strong as the great Yu celestial dynasty, it was also ancient and unfathomable. As for Taba Xiaoyao's identity, it was quickly recognized by the crowd. After all, it was a hot topic in the great Yu celestial dynasty some time ago. Everyone knew that the third young master of the Tuoba general's estate hid his strength so deeply. The reason the demon god palace's young master had suddenly come here was most likely related to this. He wanted to test the second Prince Yu Lai's strength by fighting with Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, he had forgotten one thing, and that was that just because they were comparable, it did not mean that they had already fought before. Taba Xiaoyao and the second prince had never fought before. Who knew who was stronger and who was weaker? This was also why Taba Xiaoyao's face was so gloomy now. Soon, Taba Xiaoyao and the young master of the demon palace fought fiercely again on the street. Terrifying ripples spread out, erupting with unparalleled power. Divine light and sword chi rushed into the sky, covering all directions. It was chaos. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between two young people. Even many of the older generation frowned, feeling troubled. They knew that it would be difficult for them to deal with the two's methods. Especially when Taba Xiaoyao only used a steel longsword and didn't use any other artifacts. How could he fight against the young master of the demon palace? His attainments in the way of the sword were truly shocking. How does he know the sword technique of the Shu sect? Ah Qing's shocked voice sounded. This was the first time she showed such shock since coming to this world. She was naturally paying close attention to this battle. She wanted to know the difference between the young experts of this world and her world. However, she didn't expect to see such a familiar sword technique in this world. Moreover, it was a direct disciple of the Shu sect. Because she had fought with the successor of the Shu sect of this generation, she knew the way of these sword techniques very well. Who are you talking about? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He didn't have much interest in this battle. Taba Xiaoyao, as the son of fate, had a taunting aura. Wherever he went, he couldn't avoid a battle. There was nothing strange about this. However, he didn't expect Ah Qing to suddenly say this. Knew the sword technique of the Shu sect. Could it be that Taba Xiaoyao had been to her world in his past life? Or was he originally from that world? Was this the secret that Taba Xiaoyao had been trying to hide? Chapter 6:15. This is a sword technique that only the direct disciples of the Shu sect would use. If it was leaked out, they would be hunted down by the Shu sect. They would not be able to escape death no matter where they go. He is definitely a direct disciple of the Shu sect. There is the aura of the sword spirit on him. The young girl, Ah Qing, stood by the window and watched the battle. At the end of the long street, there was a huge battle. Two figures were fighting crazily, and the momentum shook the surroundings. There were blade gleams and sword shadows intertwining, and there were also various ancient runes that were evolving and spreading, making the place blurry. The cultivators who were watching were all frightened and kept a distance. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between two young people. If they were from the older generation, they would believe it. The young master of the demonic palace was a famous young supreme being. He was an invincible existence. As for Taba Xiaoyao, he had only suddenly appeared during this period of time. In the past, he had been extremely low-key, concealing his strength and biding his time. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was not at a disadvantage even after hundreds of moves with the young master of the demonic palace. The young supreme beings who were watching all this were slightly moved. They felt that Tuoba Xiaoyao would be a great enemy. It seems that Tuoba Xiaoyao's rebirth into this world was not a coincidence. Gu Chang'e put down the cup in his hand, and his eyes suddenly became interested. It seemed that the secret technique of the Hunyuan heavenly palm sword embryo that Tuoba Xiaoyao cultivated should be from the Shu sect. It should be from the hometown of the young girl, Ah Qing. The reason why he rushed here at the first possible moment was definitely because he wanted to return to that world through that spatial portal. With this thought, Gu Chang'e suddenly moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the place where Tuoba Xiaoyao and the young master of the demonic palace were fighting. Greetings to the young master, Chang'e. Yu Fia, Yu Ming, and the others were watching the battle closely. They did not notice when Gu Chang'e appeared here. They immediately bowed and greeted him. Even the expressions of many of the older generation around them changed slightly. They did not dare to disrespect Gu Chang'e. We are at the critical moment of conquering that great world. Why do you have to start a conflict over such a trivial matter? Why don't you give me some face? If there are any conflicts, we can resolve them in the future. Is that okay? Gu Chang'e looked at the two people who were fighting and said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Gu Chang'e would stand up at this time to dissuade the two of them. Since he had already said so, who would dare to make a move? That would mean not giving Gu Chang'e any face. Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't expect Gu Chang'e to appear and dissuade him. His expression flickered, but he didn't continue to attack. He landed on the other side and coldly looked at the demon god palace's young palace master. Since young master Chang'e said so himself, how would I dare to make a move? The young master of demon divine palace was known as the mad demon god, but he didn't dare to go against Gu Changa's wishes. He landed on the other side and cupped his hands as he said, "Thank you for your kindness." The Mad Demon God was the name everyone called him, which showed his temperament. He didn't even respect the ancient existences of Demon Divine Palace. He was extremely arrogant and only wanted to challenge the young geniuses. However, in front of Gu Changa, he was very obedient. He didn't want to offend Gu Changa. "Today, I'll give young Master Changa some face. Next time, we'll fight to our heart's content." The Mad Demon God glanced at Tuoba Xiaoyao like a heavenly knife, then cupped his hands at Gu Changa. He turned into a beam of divine light and left. He didn't stay for long. Tuoba Xiaoyao snorted coldly. He was a little angry. If this person didn't suddenly want to fight with him, it wouldn't have caused such a big commotion and even attracted Gu Changa. His original plan was to follow Great Yu's army through the space portal and then go to Shu sect to find a way to break it. However, now that he was seen by Gu Changa, what if Gu Changa thought he wanted to escape with the heaven-wielding sword in the chaos and didn't care about Tuoba Qingyu's safety? That would be difficult to explain. However, now that he met Gu Changa, he could test how his sister was doing. Tuoba Xiaoyao was very sure that the person who sent people to kidnap his sister was definitely Gu Changa. "Looks like you still have a lot of opinions about me. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you." Gu Changa seemed to know what Tuoba Xiaoyao was thinking and smiled faintly. "Thank you, young Master Changa, for helping me out." Tuoba Xiaoyao snorted coldly in his heart. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said. Gu Changa smiled faintly. "It's nothing. Brother Tuoba, you don't have to do this. Young Master Changa, I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Now that I have other things to do, I will take my leave first." Tuoba Xiaoyao glanced at Wuxia and the others and planned to leave first so as to not affect tomorrow's plan. "Then I hope Brother Tuoba won't forget." Gu Changa said casually. "Of course." Tuoba Xiaoyao cupped his hands and turned to leave. He knew that Gu Changa was reminding him not to forget about the heaven-wielding sword and the agreed time. In the eyes of Wuxia and Yuming, this scene showed that Tuoba Xiaoyao was still brooding about what happened in the hall. Although he was imprisoned in the heavenly prison by Emperor Yu and was released now, many things that happened back then had spread everywhere and caused quite a stir. In the eyes of many cultivators and living beings, Tuoba Xiaoyao was a toad that wanted to eat a swan. Especially at that time, Gu Changa personally evaluated him, saying that he was useless. So it was natural that Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't have a good attitude towards Gu Changa. After that day in the hall, it seems that this guy has given up and didn't bother you anymore. Wuxia's younger brother, Yuming, still had an arrogant appearance. Seeing that Tuoba Xiaoyao left without greeting them, he let out a disdainful snort and said. Wuxia sighed. "I see that Xiaoyao seems to have a lot on his mind. He should have encountered some trouble. But why would he appear here? Could it be that he is also heading to that world this time?" She didn't go up to greet Tuoba Xiaoyao because she already understood after being grounded by Emperor Yu last time. If she didn't want to incur Emperor Yu's displeasure towards Tuoba Xiaoyao again, then she shouldn't get too close to him. "Young Master Changa, are you going to that world this time?" Wuxia gracefully walked over. She wore a snow-white robe, and her black hair was like clouds. She appeared noble and elegant as she asked Gu Changa. Gu Changa said casually, "That's exactly what I was thinking." When she heard that Gu Changa also wanted to go, Wuxia was slightly curious and couldn't help but extend an invitation. No cultivator has set foot in that world before, so there are too many unknowns and dangers. Since that's the case, why don't we travel together, young Master Changa? She was only leading the younger generation of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty because of Emperor Yu's instructions. However, this time, Gu Changa was clearly alone. There were no members of the Longevity Gu family by his side. Why did he go to that world? Begging for fresh flowers 0-inch. I'm used to being idle. I'm afraid I can't accept Princess Fia's invitation. Gu Changde had a faint smile on his face, but he did not agree. His objective was different from that of Yu Fia and the others, so traveling together would only bring him unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the young girl Ah Qin was with him. How many times had Gu Changde rejected her? Hearing this, Yu Fia was slightly stunned. Even though she was intelligent, it was difficult for her to understand the reason why Gu Changde rejected her. At this time, it was obviously much safer to travel together. That world was full of unknowns. Although Gu Changde's strength was strong, he might not be able to resolve all the dangers. Could it be that Gu Changde really hated her, so he kept rejecting her? The battle on the long street today was just an insignificant episode for many of the surrounding forces, because everyone's attention was on the big world that they were about to go to. In the past few days, a lot of news about that ancient big world had been revealed, causing quite a stir. Many ancient existences were speculating that the ancient big world might nurture a great way of the sword, which led to the extremely prosperous reproduction of the way of the sword in that world. Rumble. In the most central region of the star field, along with a dazzling divine light, surging in vast energy erupted like the ocean, as if there was a thick and majestic world crushing through. A huge spatial crack that was tens of thousands of miles long lay there, filled with all kinds of chaotic auras and chaotic storms. Many broken star skeletons were floating around, revolving around the giant space crack. Ordinary cultivators did not even dare to approach the edge of the area, as they would be crushed to death by the aura here, turning into dust and being destroyed in body and soul. This place was like a cosmic tunnel opened by a supreme immortal king, which could allow one to travel to another world, mysterious and vast. At this moment, many ancient warships were speeding along, their runes shining brightly as they resisted the spatial aura here. They forcibly crossed over and landed in the huge spatial crack. These ancient warships were filled with figures, clad in armor, holding heavenly sabers, and battle spears. Their murderous auras soared into the sky, and their brilliance was unparalleled. The spatial doors opened, and various orthodoxies sent out their armies to conquer this big world. The Sword Arcane world was an extremely vast and boundless land. However, if one looked at it from a high altitude, they would realize that this was an extremely ancient planet. Other than the vast land, it was surrounded by oceans and various islands scattered like stars in the sky. The land was divided into 13 provinces, and the territory of each province could be said to be boundless. Even if one's cultivation base was extremely high, it would be difficult to see the end of a province. Within each province, there were large and small forces and sections. They were like several roots that depended on each other for survival. Among them, there were also immortal overlords that had stood tall for hundreds of thousands of years. Shu Sect, Kongshan Mountain, Sword Cliff. These forces were extremely ancient, and every disciple who walked out from them was a hero of a region. They were powerful and respected by countless people. Within these overlord forces, there were land sword immortals who had lived for more than 10,000 years who were in deep slumber. The cultivation base of these existences was unparalleled, and it was difficult to describe their magnificence with words. With a single sword strike, they could freeze all 13 provinces, and the world bowed down to them. However, with the upheaval in outer space half a year ago, many extraterrestrial devils descended in an attempt to invade this world. The former glory and brilliance were no longer there, and the flames of war and disputes were everywhere. Even the land sword immortals who appeared in the world were severely injured by the extraterrestrial devils. Countless cultivators and living beings lived in fear every day, worried that this world would completely fall, and everyone would be slaughtered and enslaved by the extraterrestrial devils. 2. Chapter 6:16. The weather has changed again. It seems that the extraterrestrial demons attacking this time are even more terrifying. I wonder if we can still withstand them. We can only pray for hope. In the center of the sword-profound world, there was an extremely magnificent and tall pavilion. Many incomparably powerful figures were gathered here. Around these figures were many altars. The altars were made of all kinds of strange stones. They flowed with divine light and intertwined with divine light. There were many blurry stone inscriptions on the stone walls at the side. Although they were very blurry, they could still be seen clearly. They were left behind by the ancient people when they resisted the extraterrestrial demons. There were very few such records, especially after millions of years had passed. Only a few words could be found. It was impossible to recreate the tragedy of the past. It was impossible for them to find a solution to this problem. Can we only sit and wait for death and wait for the day of destruction? One of these figures spoke. His eyes were calm, but contained a terrifying will like wind and thunder. Until the final moment, who can say for sure? Another figure spoke. Her voice was soft and her figure was graceful. However, she wore a mask, so only her clear eyes could be seen. What Snow Sword Immortal said makes sense. Who can say for sure until the final moment? After all, from the divination this time, there is still a glimmer of light. A trembling white-haired old man spoke. He wore a simple Taoist robe and his hair was tied up in a bun. He held a wooden sword in his hand, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. However, no one here dared to underestimate him. There was a saying in the sword-profound world that the sword immortals of the world came from the Shu sect. The white-haired old man in front of them was an old sword immortal of the Shu sect. In the past, in the depths of the boundless ocean, he killed a land sword immortal ferocious beast with a single strike, shocking the 13 provinces. Although his vitality was weak now, his strength was extremely powerful and unfathomable. The few brothers who went to eliminate the source of the disaster have not returned. There is no news of them either. It seems that they are most likely dead. We still need to be prepared to fight those extraterrestrial demons. Another person spoke. His face was rough and there was an extremely obvious scar on his face. However, traces of sword light could be seen flowing in his eyes, making people not dare to look directly at him. Without a doubt, this group of people were the only land sword immortals left in the sword-profound world, standing at the peak. Although there were some land sword immortals who were too well hidden and had never shown themselves, there wouldn't be too many of them. It could be said that they were the final hope of the current sword-profound world, as well as the strongest battle force. Although the rest of the sword practitioners were many in number, they were still unable to play a key role in determining the outcome of the battle. If the final battle were to erupt, they would have to place their hopes on them. According to this hexagram, there will be someone who will step forward to save us from this crisis. But who will that person be? The old sword immortal of the Shu sect murmured as his gaze fell on the altar. This was an altar left behind by the ancient natives. It contained the indestructible will of the heroic spirits, which could be used at critical moments. And now, they were using this altar to divine, wanting to see the path ahead. The result they obtained was that although the path ahead was vague, it contained a faint ray of light. This faint light also became their conviction to persevere. Gather the army and gather at the battlefield first. I feel that the suppression of the heavens and earth on that group of extraterrestrial demons is gradually weakening. The strongest among them might use this opportunity to descend from the heavens. The old sword immortal sighed. Then, his figure turned into a gust of wind and left this place. The other experts were also extremely silent as they left this place one after another. Only a few people's eyes flickered slightly, and they had other thoughts. More than half a year ago, a terrifying crack that spanned across the heavens suddenly appeared. From that crack, an endless stream of extraterrestrial demons descended, bringing them a huge disaster. However, the only thing that was certain was that the will of the heavens and earth was resisting that group of extraterrestrial demons, causing the experts among them to be unable to descend to the ground. They could only watch everything coldly from the outer realm. If they were to erupt with powerful pressure and aura here, they would be suppressed by the rules of the heavens and earth immediately. They were very cautious and worried that something unexpected would happen, so they had never descended with their true bodies. Boom! At this moment, all the living beings in the sword mystic world felt an extremely terrifying aura descend from the heavens. It was as if the eternal blue sky was about to collapse. There was a great will of the universe crushing down, causing their bodies to explode and their hair to stand on end. All the living beings felt a chill all over their bodies. They trembled to the extreme as they looked at the heavens in horror. The army of extraterrestrial demons has descended again, and it's even more terrifying than before. An expert rose into the sky, and two terrifying divine lights shot out from his eyes. They pierced through the heavens and earth as he looked at the outer realm. He was extremely solemn. Boundless sword chi soared into the sky from every place in the 13 prefectures, turning into human figures. They looked at the scene outside the heavens and earth with heavy expressions. That's the ancient worship of the extraterrestrial demons. It's full of figures, and there are even more people behind it. The number of extraterrestrial demons that have descended this time is unimaginable. An expert endured the pain of his body that was about to shatter and couldn't help but roar in a low voice. His voice was filled with despair. Those who submit will be spared from death. While everyone was trembling, a divine will that was as boundless as an ocean swept over from the heavens and earth. It carried a cold thought as it transmitted these words. This type of fluctuation engulfed tens of millions of li, sweeping over from an endless distance. It made one shiver in fear, their skin about to explode. Ordinary cultivators even bled from the 7 orifices, their divine souls collapsing. They couldn't endure this type of aftermath at all. Don't worry, our world is resisting them. They can't descend yet. Don't be scared by them. An expert roared angrily, his eyes red. These words transmitted over, waking up many creatures who had almost fallen unconscious. Heh heh, truly ants. If you obediently submit, you all can still live. Incomparably enormous ancient warships appeared one after another in outer space, emitting ice-cold and bloody fluctuations. A figure that looked like a scarlet divine phoenix appeared. His entire body was bathed in heaven-overflowing divine flames. He spoke coldly, and an incomparably powerful aura swept through the heavens and earth. However, when he was about to rush down, scarlet multicolored light suddenly interweaved between heaven and earth. Streak after streak of natural laws turned into heavenly blades, hacking towards him to stop him. He snorted coldly. He understood that this was the world protecting the creatures below, so he could only give up. Seeing this scene, many experts from the sword mystic great world let out a long sigh of relief. When they saw so many ancient warships descend just now, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. This was a despairing scene. Fortunately, that group of supreme experts feared the will of this world, so they didn't dare to continue attacking. Kill. Then, a large number of knights and soldiers rushed out from the ancient warships. They either rode on vicious beasts or controlled magical artifacts, charging towards the ground below. What used to be a huge battlefield had already turned into a barren land. Spatial fluctuations were spreading above the heavens. One could see streaks of ripples spreading out. A large number of higher realm cultivators and creatures descended. Because a terrifying will was awakening in this world, it could resist the fluctuations of supreme experts. That was why the leaders of the various orthodoxies were all very cautious, not descending with their true bodies. Below, the battle was extremely bitter. Countless vicious beast riders were charging, the tips of their spears shining as they pierced into the bodies of their opponents. Strings of blood splashed out as they carried the corpses far away. Even further away, long blades hacked down, roaring and shaking the world. Blade radiance was like lightning, sword chi rushed into the sky, people shouted and horses neighed. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses everywhere. The creatures of the two realms were currently engaged in a life and death battle. Not far away, ancient cities towered majestically one after another. However, the city walls were already broken, blood everywhere. In the sky, powerful cultivators activated ancient treasures, continuously attacking. Even though the city walls were shining, they couldn't stop the attacks. The light barrier protecting the city had long cracked, looking like it was about to be broken through. Boom! At the crucial moment, a streak of sword chi descended from the sky, blasting several hundred cultivators into meat paste. Several young sword cultivators appeared above the city walls, holding divine swords in their hands. Divine weapons descended from the heavens, releasing incomparably powerful sword chi, sweeping through enemies in all directions. Are you going to return home first? Not far from the city walls, looking at the young lady Qing's silent and complicated expression. Gu Chang'e had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he spoke casually, strolling leisurely in this battlefield. Ada followed behind him. The three of them casually walked in this place, blood blooming on both sides, angry roars resounding in the sky, and corpses everywhere. However, everyone in the surroundings seemed to turn a blind eye to them. Even the cultivators from the upper realms didn't notice this scene. Yes, I want to go home and see my mother first. She should be very worried about me running away from home. Qing finally recovered from her silence and nodded. The scene before her eyes made her feel very absent-minded. It was clearly her compatriots fighting against the cultivators from the upper realms, but she seemed to be uninvolved. The last time she left the Sword Mystery World, the battle wasn't this desperate. She also didn't expect that she would set foot on this familiar homeland again under such circumstances. Chapter 6:17. This is the southern barren state of the 13 states. When the extraterrestrial demons descended, they appeared under the sky outside the southern barren state. Gu Chang'e, Qing, and Ada walked casually on the battlefield. There seemed to be an invisible domain around them. Even the most powerful cultivators would not be able to see them. All of the attacks and shockwaves were neutralized by an invisible force when they were about to reach the three of them, dispersing like ripples. Qing understood that this was Gu Chang'e's method. It was mysterious and difficult to guess, so she looked at the scene of the battle in front of her and explained in a low voice. She knew that Gu Chang'e meant no harm. After bringing her back to her hometown, he came alone with only one of his subordinates. He did not walk with the army of the upper worlds. Gu Chang'e was her savior, completely different from the other cultivators of the upper worlds. The southern barren state of the 13 states. Then the city in the distance is the southern barren city? Gu Chang'e nodded. From Qing, he knew that there were 13 states in the Sword Mystery World, and the territory of each of them was extremely vast. Although it was far from comparable to the upper worlds, it was much vaster than the territories of the other ancient great worlds. Moreover, ever since he came to this world, he felt that there was an extremely clear will in this world. To be precise, this world had a spirit that could even manipulate the rules of heaven and earth, so that it could contend against the strongest cultivators of the upper worlds and prevent their arrival. It was not something that the ordinary will of heaven and earth could compare to. Gu Chang'e's cultivation method was completely different from that of other cultivators. When he restrained all of his aura, no one could detect his actual situation. Therefore, in this world, Gu Chang'e's existence was more like a piece of nothingness, vast and unknown. He was not worried about being resisted by this world. Moreover, he came for the origin of this world. If he had a consciousness, it would be easier to deal with him. Yes, but it seems that it won't be long before the southern barren city is breached. Those cultivators were sent by the Nanming dynasty in the southern barren state. The Nanming dynasty is affiliated with the Sword Cliff. They are also a famous superpower in the southern barren state. They have been fighting against the extraterrestrial demons all this time, Qing said, looking at the ancient city in front of them. Although the 13 prefectures had sent experts over, they were too far away. Even if they passed through the spatial altars, it would take a lot of time. Furthermore, there were simply too many extraterrestrial demons. There was simply no way to wipe them all out. Even if they managed to fend off one wave, there would be a second wave after a while. The barren land outside of the southern wasteland city was all caused by the recent battle. In the past, there were many forces that resided here. The city stretched on and was extremely prosperous. But now, it was all in ruins. There was not a single place that was still intact. It wasn't a river of blood, but it was close. Just as the two of them were talking, a loud noise suddenly came from the towering ancient city in the distance. The tall city walls collapsed, and so did the light curtain. It was difficult to continue defending against the surrounding attacks. A golden cauldron fell from the sky, carrying wind and thunder. It was summoned by a cultivator and shattered the protective shield. The few young sword cultivators who attacked before also coughed up blood. Then, they were sent flying backward, covered in blood. Everyone was shouting. Some were frightened, some were desperate, and some were determined to fight against the army of the upper world. Kill! Shouts shook the sky. The ancient city was breached. The army of the upper world shouted and rushed forward like wolves and tigers. They took the absolute initiative and wanted to occupy the southern wasteland city. On the other side, the army was defeated. The defeated army fled like a tide. Their faces were full of fear and despair. However, the army of the upper world was surrounding those powerful sword cultivators. They did not care much about those soldiers with weaker cultivation. Cover the escape of the fourth princess. Fight against these extraterrestrial demons. We can't let the fourth princess fall into their hands. Someone in the southern wasteland city shouted loudly. Several terrifying sword auras rushed out. Several figures held long swords and attacked that cultivator in the sky. That place immediately became chaotic. Light shone brilliantly, illuminating the skies. Blade radiance and sword shadows scattered in all directions. Countless people were fighting. The fourth princess of the southern wasteland dynasty is also here. Ah Qing raised her head and looked at the southern wasteland city that was gradually collapsing. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. Not only did she recognize the fourth princess, the two of them even had a good relationship. In the past, they discussed the way of the sword together. They were quite like-minded. However, at this juncture, even if she wanted to go and rescue the fourth princess, she had no way to do it. The figure in the sky who summoned the golden cauldron was really too powerful. Just by standing there, he had an invincible might. He swept through many sword cultivators in the surroundings without falling into a disadvantageous position. They were now in the midst of chaos. Although everyone in the surroundings turned a blind eye to them, Ah Qing could still feel that kind of terrible and desperate situation. That fourth princess is an old friend of yours. Hearing her words, Gu Changa said with a smile. Ah Qing nodded and looked at Gu Changa. Yes, she is the fourth princess of the southern wasteland imperial city. At the same time, she is also the first genius and the second beauty of the southern wasteland imperial city. The first genius and the second beauty? Gu Changa seemed to be a little surprised. Xian Dai is a very good person. After learning of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, she immediately went with the army to the border to resist, Ah Qing said. Boom! The fluctuations in front of them became more and more terrifying. The towering mountain-like walls were collapsing. In the end, the endless brilliance collapsed. They couldn't resist the army of the upper world at all. Endless sword auras soared into the sky. Each of them was as big as a mountain ridge. They slashed horizontally. However, in front of the figure holding the golden cauldron, they burst like bubbles and turned into ashes. Everyone was coughing up blood and retreating. Even if they tried their best, they couldn't resist the enemy's footsteps. This was a despairing and shuddering scene. The soldiers riding ferocious beasts attacked in large numbers. Their shouts shook the sky. Everything in their way was destroyed. They were like terrifying sharp swords that could cut through anything. In the city that was about to collapse, a carriage rose into the sky. There were many figures around it protecting it. It seemed that they wanted to take the opportunity to break through. Beside the carriage, an old man without a white beard held a Taoist sword. He stood in the air and wanted to block the terrifying figure holding the golden cauldron. "Don't even think about getting there," he shouted in a low voice. The Taoist sword shone resplendently. It spewed out terrifying sword rays that illuminated all directions. "Ignorant ant, how dare you stop me?" the terrifying figure holding the golden cauldron said coldly. He didn't look like a human. There was a vertical eye between his eyebrows that was surrounded by lightning patterns. Without a doubt, he was extremely powerful. He was one of the powerhouses sent by the upper world to the sword mystery world this time. In this direction, the two people soon started fighting. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the sky and the ground. Countless mountains in the surroundings trembled. Gray cracks cracked open, and endless murderous auras rushed out. Even if it was only the aftermath of a battle of this level, it was a destructive disaster for all the living creatures and cultivators below. In the face of the merciless slaughter of the upper world's army, the cultivators of the sword mystery world had almost no room to resist. They retreated in defeat. The southern wasteland city, which had been standing tall a moment ago, had completely collapsed at this moment, turning into ruins. The young girl Qin looked at this scene and clenched her small hands. She couldn't bear it and turned her head away. In such a tragic battle, the sword mystery world had no way to resist. Moreover, she knew very well that the army in front of her was only a small part of the people sent by the upper world this time. More of the army was still stationed in outer space. There were more powerhouses there. "It seems that your old friend won't be able to escape." Gu Changda's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly and led Qin through the ruins of the ancient city in front of him. His speed wasn't fast, but the ground under his feet seemed to be changing. In the next moment, he appeared thousands of miles away. "Benefactor, can you help her?" At this moment, Qin also noticed the changes in the battle situation. There was a pleading look in her eyes. The old man without a white beard was obviously no match for the person from the upper world. He had already coughed up blood and was at a disadvantage. His body was stained with blood, and his aura was weak. Even the Taoist sword in his hand had shattered. In the next moment, a golden cauldron descended from the sky with terrifying lightning. Death appeared on the old man's face. With a scream, he was directly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. This scene made the army on the tragic battlefield even more desperate. However, after killing the old man, the figure didn't stay any longer. Instead, he took out the cauldron and chased forward again. He could see that there was an extremely important person in the carriage in front. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have used his death to buy time. Dong! In the sky, more knights rushed down. The big bell boomed, and the sound waves spread out like knives. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, crazily harvesting lives. Not only were many sword cultivators in the sky shattered, but even the army on the ground fell in droves. The world was filled with an aura of despair. Fourth princess, Elder Yuan has fallen. He was killed by the extraterrestrial demon. The people in the carriage felt the waves in the distance. They couldn't help but reveal sorrowful expressions. A servant girl with a pretty face lost all color in her face. Her face turned pale as she trembled uncontrollably. In their eyes, Elder Yuan was already a super strong cultivator. That was why the Nanming dynasty's emperor sent him to protect the princess. However, under the hands of that horrifying extraterrestrial demon, they were quickly killed. They couldn't even delay for time. A calm voice sounded in the carriage. The extraterrestrial demon that descended this time is far more terrifying than the previous ones. Elder Yuan was already a 7th realm cultivator, but he was still not that person's match. The other party is very likely half a step into the eighth realm. In the sword mystery world, the cultivation realms were divided into 9 major realms. Only by completing all 9 major realms could one enter the Earth Sword Immortal realm. The 7th realm was already enough to look down on the world. It was difficult to find a match. The girl who spoke had black hair like clouds. She had bright white teeth and a smile that could topple cities. She was so beautiful that it was dreamy. Her hair fluttered like a fairy. She was the #1 genius of the Southern Baron State, known as the Second Beauty, Princess Xian Dai. Even in such a desperate situation, she still maintained an extraordinary calmness. She looked at the scene behind her. There was a sword pill hidden in her sleeve. She wouldn't let the other party capture her. If she was faced with death, she would end her life at the first moment. As a princess, she wouldn't be humiliated until death. She would die with dignity. Princess, what should we do? That extraterrestrial demon will catch up soon. The rest of the people in the carriage were pale with fear. They were frightened by the scene just now. Although the carriage had the ability to travel through space, it was obvious that the other party was also very fast. It was only a matter of time before he caught up. They didn't have many guards with them. Moreover, they couldn't possibly be the other party's match. The men of sacrifice who came with Princess Xian Dai had all died during this time. Now, there weren't many people left with her. Elder Yuan was her last trump card. Unfortunately, he was already dead. His body and soul were destroyed. Now, there were only 2 paths in front of everyone. Either they were captured, or they were killed. Don't be afraid. At worst, we'll just die. As citizens of the Nanming Empire, why should we fear death? Princess Xian Dai didn't show any despair. Instead, she was calm. She didn't show any fear at this juncture. However, her words were obviously not of much use. The others trembled even more. They could feel the terrifying pressure chasing after them. It swept through the heavens and earth, making their skin feel like it was going to collapse. Let's see where you can run to today. The figure with the great golden cauldron in hand caught up, and with a single palm, this space was locked down, making it difficult to move even a single step. Protect the princess. Don't let him take another step. Several figures around the carriage roared angrily. Their eyes were red. They charged out, wanting to fight the other party to the death. Princess Xian Dai also took the initiative to walk out at this moment. There was calmness between her brows. She held an exquisite longsword in her hand. It flickered with dark green radiance as she faced everything. She wasn't inferior to men. Even though she knew that she couldn't win and might lose her life here, she was incomparably calm. So it's a princess. Seems like you have some value. The figure holding the golden cauldron sneered. He stood in the air. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, making people's hearts tremble. Princess Xian Dai looked at him calmly and said, "Why did you invade our world? What's the reason? We trample ants to death. Do we need to care about the reason?" The figure sneered. He didn't plan to talk nonsense. He directly stretched out his hand and tried to grab Princess Xian Dai. His attitude was incomparably casual. When the others saw this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They tried to stop him, but under the huge difference, they could only cough up blood and fly backward. Their bodies were full of wounds and were about to collapse. Princess Xian Dai's expression changed. She wanted to fight back, but soon found that the surroundings were like a swamp. There was no way to fight back. As for activating the sword pellet, it was even more impossible. Can't I even die today? Princess Xian Dai felt a sense of helplessness towards her own weakness. However, in the next moment, the hand that was about to reach her suddenly stopped. The figure with the golden cauldron on his head also stopped. His expression seemed to be a little uncertain. Then, his expression changed. He cupped his hands in a certain direction and didn't dare to stay. He hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow and fled. What happened? Princess Xian Dai's face was also filled with uncertainty. She didn't know what had happened. The rest of the people were also confused. They had no idea why that powerhouse suddenly left and spared their lives. That direction. Princess Xian Dai suddenly remembered that the expert looked in a certain direction. Then, his expression changed, and he fled. She looked in that direction with doubt and confusion. But soon, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. She was in disbelief. Her voice was filled with surprise. Ah Qing. Chapter 618. Princess Xian Dai was pleasantly surprised. She never thought that she would see Ah Qing again. Originally, she was very worried when she found out that Ah Qing had entered the crack in outer space alone in an attempt to find her father. She even thought that they would never meet again. Today, she was pleasantly surprised to see Ah Qing again. She felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Xian Dai. A rare smile appeared on Ah Qing's face as she walked towards Princess Xian Dai and the others. Seeing that Princess Xian Dai and the others were in danger, she was the one who asked Gu Chang'e to save them. The expert from the upper realm had retreated because he sensed Gu Chang'e's existence. These two are. Princess Xian Dai's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She looked at Gu Chang'e and Ada behind Ah Qing and could not help but ask. She did not forget how that expert had retreated. He had glanced in Ah Qing's direction. Moreover, his attitude was extremely respectful and fearful. Could it be related to this extraordinarily handsome man in front of her? This caused Princess Xian Dai to feel an inexplicable sense of vigilance. To be able to scare away an expert who was half a step into the eighth realm, it was impossible for him to be unknown. It was also impossible for him to be someone from the sword mystery world. Although she was indebted to him for saving her, if he was from outer space, it would be difficult to determine whether he was a friend or a foe. Moreover, Gu Chang'e gave her an extremely mysterious and powerful feeling. Even the burly figure behind him, who looked like a subordinate, emitted an aura that made one's heart tremble. Combined with the expert's fearful attitude just now, this person's background was definitely not ordinary. This is young Master Gu. He is also my benefactor. Don't worry. Although he is also from outer space, he has no ill intentions towards us. Ah Qing did not know how to explain to Princess Xian Dai why Gu Chang'e had come. She could only make a long story short and casually introduce him. Princess Xian Dai nodded. Although Ah Qing said so, she was still a little worried. However, the kindness of saving her life just now was real. If Gu Chang'e had not appeared and scared away that expert, she and her many followers would have died tragically here. Immediately, her expression became slightly solemn as she clasped her hands at Gu Chang'e and said, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. If there is a chance in the future, Xian Dai will repay you." Gu Chang'e had an easygoing and indifferent smile on his face as he said, "It's just a small matter. Princess, you don't need to worry about it." The others could see that Gu Chang'e's background was not simple. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it was not clear whether they were friends or foes. Thus, after expressing their gratitude, they remained silent, feeling somewhat vigilant and uneasy. Although Gu Chang'e had a gentle and refined appearance, he was not someone from the sword-profound great world after all. Looking at this scene, Gu Chang'e still had a faint smile on his face, as if he did not care. He indeed had no ill intentions towards the living beings of this world. After all, he was here for the origin of this world. Ah Qing, what did you see after you went to the crack? Did you see those seniors and the source of the disaster? Then, Princess Xian Dai thought of something important and asked Ah Qing, ignoring the fact that Gu Chang'e was still beside her. Hearing this, everyone else's expressions became serious, and they pricked up their ears to listen. Back then, the four sword celestials of the land had stepped into the crack together to find the source of the disaster and destroy it. But after going there, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. No news was sent back. Many people guessed that they had fallen because the soul lamps left behind by the four sword celestials of the land had mysteriously been extinguished. Later on, people tried to search for their whereabouts, but none of the people who went to search for them returned safely. It could be said that apart from Ah Ching, no one else had returned alive. As such, they all desperately wanted to know what had happened to Ah Ching. When I first passed through that crack, I was caught by those demons. Then, I was brought to that huge world and imprisoned there for a few months. If it wasn't for Mr. Gu saving me, I'm afraid I would already be dead. I wouldn't have been able to return. Ah Ching recalled that experience as a complicated look appeared on her face. To her, that was an extremely dark and despairing past. She was imprisoned in a dark dungeon, unable to see the slightest bit of light. During that hunting game, Gu Chang's appearance was the first ray of light in the darkness for her. I see. Princess Xian Dai did not expect Ah Ching to almost die there and experience such a difficult experience. She could not help but feel a lingering fear. The others were somewhat disappointed. They thought that they could learn a lot about that world from Ah Ching. What about your father and the others? Princess Xian Dai asked again, somewhat concerned. I don't know. I didn't find any information about them. Ah Ching shook her head. Then, she threw out a piece of shocking news that could be described as a bomb to everyone. The power of that world is beyond our imagination. The large-scale invasion army this time can only be described as insignificant to that world. Insignificant? Princess Xian Dai felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Even if it was an insignificant force, it was not something they could contend against. This was truly despairing. Princess. Just then, a sound came from afar. A few figures quickly approached and descended from the sky, their faces full of anxiety. Ah Ching looked over. The person who rushed over was a full level 8 cultivator. He was a royal consecrator of the Nanming dynasty. The others were also level 6 cultivators. There were many young men and women among them. They had the sword cliff symbol on their sleeves. Nanming dynasty was the most powerful country among the sword cliff subsidiary forces. With such a huge incident like the southern barren city being destroyed, it was impossible for the sword cliff not to send disciples over. In the entire southern barren state, the sword cliff was fully deserving of being the overlord. The current master of the sword cliff was the Snow Sword Fairy, who was known as the #1 beauty of the southern barren state. Princess Xian Dai was also her inner disciple. Worship Chen. Princess Xian Dai and the others saw the level 8 expert and let out a long sigh of relief. It should be that Royal Lord Nanming had immediately sent this Worship Chen to rescue them after hearing the news of the southern barren city being destroyed. Princess, it's good that you're fine. Worship Chen saw that Princess Xian Dai was safe and was completely relieved. It's good that junior sister Xian Dai is fine. The other disciples of the sword cliff behind Worship Chen also looked worried and surrounded her. Hey, isn't this Miss Ah Ching? Suddenly, someone recognized the young girl Ah Ching and was very surprised. As one of the 4 young heroes of the sword mystery world, many of the younger generation had been defeated by her sword. Her father was a reclusive sword fairy of the land. His strength was so extraordinary that he could look down on the world. Rumor had it that she had stepped into the crack in the sky to find traces of her father. How could she appear here? Doubts arose in their hearts, but they were also very puzzled. Princess, these two are. Worship Chen, who was at the level 8, looked at the indifferent Gu Chang'e and Nada. His heart skipped a beat and he could not help but ask. In his perception, this young man with a smile was like a deep and vast unknown space, filled with an aura that made his heart tremble. This feeling was even stronger than when he had faced the Snow Sword Fairy. He did not dare to underestimate him and became extremely cautious. This is young Master Gu. He saved our lives just now. If it wasn't for him, we would have been killed by that extraterrestrial demon just now, like Elder Yuan, Princess Xian Dai explained. Princess Xian Dai explained. She repeated Ah Qing's original words and briefly explained what had happened. What? Elder Yuan is dead. High Priest Chen and the others were shocked. Then, they looked sad. A seventh realm cultivator was killed before they could get here. It seemed that Princess Xian Dai and the others had been lucky to survive. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Gu Changa's help, Princess Xian Dai would have been a pile of bones by the time they had arrived. Thank you for your help, young master. When we return to the imperial capital, His Majesty will definitely thank you. Mr. Chen didn't know the origin of Gu Changa. With a respectful expression, he cupped his hands in front of his chest and said. It's nothing. There's no need for that. Gu Changa only smiled. Young master, your strength is unfathomable at such a young age. May I know your master? A young disciple of the Sword Cliff with a tall and straight figure couldn't help but ask curiously. They felt that Gu Changa was about the same age as them, but to be able to kill a level 7 expert so easily, he was obviously at level 8 or above. Therefore, they were very curious about Gu Changa's background and master. Hearing this question, Princess Xian Dai frowned. Her hair danced in the wind, her skin was fair and smooth, and her eyes were full of spirit. She wanted to say something but hesitated. She did not know how to explain to everyone that Gu Changa was also from outer space. However, just as she was about to explain, Gu Changa smiled and said, I'm from outer space. As for master, it's hard to say. After all, I've learned a lot. What? From outer space? Both the Sword Cliff's disciple and Mr. Chen's expression froze when they heard this. They were a little dazed. After they reacted, a chill swept over from the top of their heads, causing their expressions to change drastically. They looked at Gu Changa in disbelief and fear. Outer space? The disciples of the Sword Cliff were pale. Their voices were trembling, and they could not help but step back. Consecrator Chen stared at Gu Changa with fear. Intentionally or unintentionally, he blocked Princess Xian Dai behind him. Actually, those living beings and cultivators from outer space are not what you think. Young Master Gu is a good person. He has no evil intentions. Ah Qing sighed. She had expected things to turn out like this. She explained to everyone to calm down and not be so afraid. Then, Princess Xian Dai also spoke, telling Worship Chen and the others to relax. Even so, Worship Chen and the others did not dare to treat Gu Changa as casually as before. They felt their hair stand on end and their bodies tremble. As for Ah Qing, let's go back to the imperial capital first. The southern barren city has been destroyed, and we can't defend this place anymore, Princess Xian Dai said. The southern barren state was extremely vast, and the Nanming dynasty was located in the depths. It had a vast territory and vast territory. After leaving this place, everyone used the space talisman to cross the void several times, crossing mountains and rivers, and finally arrived at the imperial capital. This ancient city was extremely majestic and occupied a large area. It was like an immortal divine city in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. The city gate was as tall as a small mountain. Even if a large group of ferocious beasts walked side by side, it would not be crowded. The walls were mottled, and there were mana fluctuations on them. If there were enemies, they would overflow with divine light and protect the entire ancient city. In the center of the city, purple chi soared into the sky and turned into the shape of a dragon. At first glance, it was obvious that this was the place where the dragon veins gathered. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth flowed. It was the best place for cultivation. Many sword cultivators gathered around. Their auras were powerful, and they turned into streaks of flowing light. They rode on their swords and flew between heaven and earth. Princess Xian Dai, Worship Chen, Gu Chang'e, and the others appeared outside the city gate through the space transmission formation. Chapter 619. The royal capital of Nanming was an ancient city that had existed for a very long time in the entire southern barren state. It was said that in ancient times, it had survived a terrible turmoil and was immortal. Because of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, the royal capital of Nanming was in a state of panic. Soldiers could be seen patrolling everywhere. In the sky, there were many experts flying back and forth on long swords, vigilant of any movement. After returning to the royal capital, Princess Xian Dai led Gu Chang'e and the others to the royal palace in a divine rainbow. The current royal lord Nanming was waiting for Gu Chang'e in the royal palace. On the way, Minister Chen and the others had already informed royal lord Nanming of what had happened. Royal lord Nanming was extremely cautious and did not dare to slack off. Gu Chang'e's identity and origin were not to be underestimated. Moreover, according to Princess Xian Dai's message, Gu Chang'e's status in the world of the extraterrestrial demons was extremely high. I just don't know if this person is an enemy or a friend. I heard that he saved Chen Oking's life. Royal Lord Nanming was wearing a light golden dragon robe and a purple gold crown. He had an extremely valiant aura and a strong physique. He paced back and forth in the hall as he softly muttered to himself. Apart from him, there were also a few elders of the Sword Cliff in the hall. They had all entered the Eighth Realm. They were famous experts in the entire southern barren state. With a stomp of their feet, they could change the color of mountains and rivers. They had great power and influence. They had also heard the news from Princess Xian Dai, so they hurried over from the Sword Cliff to see the guest from the outer realm. The Sword Cliff attached great importance to this matter. Even Sword Immortal Snow, who had rushed back from the ancient altar, had a change of expression. If it were not for the fact that he could not leave, he would have made a trip here. If he shows any hostility, we will take him down immediately, an elder of the Sword Cliff said with a fierce look. Royal Lord Nanming looked worried. He waved his hand and said, I hope he is not an enemy. I hope he's a friend and not an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The subordinates of the young master that High Official Chen mentioned are at least at the Ninth Realm. Unless Sword Immortal Lu makes a move, no one can stop him. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. There was simply no other way. Even in the Nanming dynasty, there were only a handful of people who had entered the 9th level. Even he had to treat them with respect. However, by the side of that young man, they could only be reduced to subordinates. Furthermore, that young man's cultivation was even more unfathomable. If such a person showed hostility, it was hard to say whether the Nanming dynasty could withstand it. A 9th realm subordinate? The expressions of the Sword Cliff's elders changed. They gasped and looked at each other. Their scalps were numb. The elder who had been glaring at him earlier turned pale. His lips trembled slightly, and he didn't dare to say anything else. There were 9 great realms, and each realm was a different level. What was even more important was the gap between the realms at the end. To put it bluntly, other than the Sword Immortal of the land, a 9th realm cultivator was almost invincible. If they wanted to kill an 8th realm cultivator, they only needed to blow a breath and their soul would scatter. Since he saved Chen Oking's life, he shouldn't be an evil person, we can only hope that he doesn't have any other intentions. The elders sighed. Chen Oking's father stepped into the crack in the sky. Unfortunately, there has been no news of him until now. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Our world has lost 4 sword immortals of the land. Our hope of winning this battle is even slimmer. When mentioning Chen Oking, an elder of the Sword Cliff couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. His tone was filled with regret. After all, she was a sword immortal of the land. She was comparable to their cliff master. Even in a super force like the Sword Cliff, there were only 2 or 3 of them. Losing one would be a huge loss. Oh right, what did the Cliff Master say about the ancient altar? At this moment, Royal Lord Nanming's expression suddenly turned serious. He knew many secrets about the ancient altar. It was said that one could predict the future and predict the future of the sword mystic world. There were even records of ancient people resisting the extraterrestrial demons. However, the ancient altar was located in an extremely mysterious place. It required several sword immortals of the land to work together to open it. In the eyes of many living beings, the ancient altar was their last hope. The Cliff Master only nodded and shook her head. She didn't answer our question. The elders looked regretful. They didn't know what the outcome would be. At this moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Princess Xian Dai walked in front, followed by Gu Chang'e, the young girl Ah Qing, and the others. Father. Princess Xian Dai bowed to Royal Lord Nanming and was about to introduce Gu Chang'e to them. However, Royal Lord Nanming had already waved his hand. He looked at the young man in front of him and cupped his hands. I'm the lord of the Nanming dynasty. Greetings, young master. His attitude was very humble. He didn't look like the ruler of a country at all. The rest of the Sword Cliff elders were also sizing up Gu Chang'e. Their eyes were filled with caution and caution. They did not dare to do anything that would displease Gu Chang'e. In terms of appearance, he didn't look like an evil person. Instead, he had a sense of transcendence, as if he was an immortal who was accidentally left in the world. That made them feel slightly relieved. Sometimes, that was their first impression. You don't have to be so polite. I don't mean any harm. You don't have to be so careful, Gu Chang'e said with a gentle smile. Young master, I'm sorry. You give us too much pressure. Seeing Gu Chang'e's attitude, Royal Lord Nanming heaved a sigh of relief and squeezed out a smile. When he stood in front of Gu Chang'e just now, he couldn't even breathe. His back was already wet with cold sweat when he didn't realize it. This had nothing to do with the strength of one's cultivation base. Instead, it was a natural gap between the two. It was like an ant standing in front of a real dragon. They couldn't help but tremble. Although Gu Chang'e looked like a gentleman now, Royal Lord Nanming had been in charge of the dynasty for thousands of years. He still had the discerning eyes. He just didn't care about them and looked down on them. It was like looking at a stone on the street. He wouldn't feel anything. So he knew that Gu Chang'e wouldn't put them on the same level. The only thing he could do was to be as humble as possible. Who are they? Gu Chang'e didn't care about the change in Royal Lord Nanming's expression. He looked at the elders of the Sword Cliff. The Nanming dynasty wasn't the master of the southern Baron state. Gu Chang'e knew that. He was looking for the real master of the southern Baron state, not just Royal Lord Nanming. We are the elders of the Sword Cliff. Greetings, young master. The elders of the Sword Cliff didn't dare to be careless. They quickly cupped their hands and said, Elders of the Sword Cliff? Gu Chang'e nodded and smiled. I heard that the Cliff Master of the Sword Cliff is the most beautiful woman in the southern Baron state. She's also a sword immortal on the land. Can I meet her today? Hearing that Gu Chang'e wanted to meet their Cliff Master, the elders of the Sword Cliff were shocked. They could only brace themselves and say, Young Master, the Cliff Master has something important to do. I'm afraid she won't be able to come to the Nanming dynasty today. Oh, since I can't meet her today, then forget it. I think I'll have a chance in the future. Gu Chang'e smiled gently. He didn't seem to care. However, Royal Lord Nanming was cautious. Why did Gu Chang'e want to meet Sword Immortal Snow? Although he looked different from the other extraterrestrial demons, why would he come from outer space for no reason? However, he didn't dare to ask Gu Chang'e why he was here. That would only make Gu Chang'e unhappy. Thank you for saving Xian Dai's life, young master. If you have any requests, just say the word. As long as the Nanming dynasty can do it, we'll do it for you. Royal Lord Nanming glanced at Princess Xian Dai and cupped his hands. His attitude was very sincere. No matter what, Gu Chang'e had saved Princess Xian Dai's life. That was an undeniable fact. Princess Xian Dai stood quietly beside Royal Lord Nanming. She was tall and slender. Her lips were bright, her nose was straight, and her eyes were clear. She was extremely beautiful. Her long hair danced in the wind like a fairy. She was the second most beautiful woman in the southern Baron state, second only to her master, Sword Immortal Snow. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. It's just a small matter. There's no need to tell me anything. Actually, you don't have to be so cautious around me. All you need to know is that not all forces in the upper world like to fight for hegemony and invasion. There are also many orthodoxies and clans that value longevity and peace. The extraterrestrial demons in your eyes are terrifying, but in our world, they're just ordinary cultivators. You're overthinking things. It's too scary. Everyone in the hall was stunned by Gu Chang'e's sudden words. Royal Lord Nanming's eyes flashed. He felt that Gu Chang'e was giving them some advice. Chapter 620. Everyone in the hall turned their attention over. Even Princess Xian Dai and Ah Qin looked at Gu Chang'e in surprise. They did not expect him to say that. Princess Xian Dai was pondering in her heart. She was thinking about what Gu Chang'e had said. Not all orthodoxies like to invade and fight for hegemony. There were also those who wanted to live a long life and stay aloof from worldly affairs. Was he talking about the orthodoxies behind him? Was that why he had no ill intentions towards the sword mystery world? What did he mean by that? The cultivators of the sword mystery world were overthinking things. Were the extraterrestrial demons just a group of ordinary cultivators? The elders of the sword cliff also fell into deep thought. They felt that Gu Chang'e was implying something, as if he was reminding them of a way to get out of this situation. Please enlighten us, young master. At that moment, Sovereign Nanming's expression became extremely solemn. He bowed respectfully to Gu Chang'e. The rest of the elders of the sword cliff also became unprecedentedly solemn. They pricked up their ears, afraid that they would miss a single word. Gu Chang'e was not surprised by everyone's reaction. He smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you notice one thing when you were defending against the extraterrestrial demons? What is young master talking about?" Sovereign Nanming was a little stunned. The rest of the elders of the sword cliff were also confused. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. To them, the extraterrestrial demons were extremely powerful and had endless tricks up their sleeves. Not only did they have terrifying secret treasures and artifacts, but they also had all kinds of ferocious mounts. Their numbers were endless. After defending against one wave, the next wave would arrive very soon. Their strength was even more terrifying than before. That was why they fell into despair and could not find a solution. However, Ah Qin suddenly fell into deep thought. That was because when they were in the upper realm, Gu Chang'e had told her about karma and retribution. Could it be that the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons would result in some kind of consequence? And that consequence was the turning point for the sword mystery world. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Everything will always leave a glimmer of hope. Although there are many extraterrestrial demons, no true experts have come because they are afraid of the will of this world. I wonder if the experts of your world have realized this. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. The will of this world? Royal Lord Nanming and the others were shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock. In fact, at their level, they had more or less come into contact with sword immortals of the land. Therefore, he had heard a little about the will of heaven and earth from it, but he didn't really understand it. Originally, they were still wondering why there would be such a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shatter the universe. However, in the end, it did not descend upon the sword profound world. So this was the reason. Then what does young Master Gu mean? The will of heaven and earth in our world is the key to resisting the extraterrestrial demons. Princess Xian Dai's eyes flickered as she couldn't help but ask. Imperial Lord Nan Ming and the others were also deep in thought. Was this what Gu Chang'e wanted to teach them? What did he mean by that? Actually, you can say that. You can also ask the experts of your world about this. They should have come into contact with it. Gu Chang'e said with a strange look in his eyes. The will of heaven and earth. The young girl Qing frowned and suddenly thought of what her father had mentioned to her. There was indeed an unfathomable and mysterious power in the sword profound world that was protecting the living beings and cultivators of this world. Although her father did not mention what kind of power it was, from the current situation, it should be the will of heaven and earth that Gu Chang'e was talking about. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Gu. We will definitely report this matter to the Cliff Master. The Sword Cliff Elders all said with solemn expressions. Your Cliff Master should know more about this than you. However, as far as I know, although the will of heaven and earth exists, it won't manifest easily. Unless it reaches a certain level, or you can find the manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Intentionally or unintentionally, she mentioned this secret to them. Usually, ancient worlds with world origins would give birth to part of their will. However, a clear will of heaven and earth like the one in the sword profound world was extremely rare. There were only two possibilities. The first was that the world's origin was extremely huge. The second was that the will of heaven and earth was extremely ancient and could be traced back to a very long time ago. Therefore, he could use these people to find the origin of the world and save some time. Furthermore, if the cultivators of the sword profound world awakened the will of heaven and earth, the various orthodoxies that descended in this world would definitely start a war with them. Gu Chang'e could use this opportunity to benefit from it. The Sword Cliff Elders looked extremely serious and did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into divine rainbows and left, planning to return to the Sword Cliff to report this matter. Royal Lord Nan Ming did not dare to delay and ordered to send more troops to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Because of Gu Chang'e's words, hope rose in his heart again. This battle was not completely hopeless. After all, they still had a final trump card, which was the will of heaven and earth. We should inform the other 13 states about this. Only by uniting can we persevere and wait for the will of heaven and earth to manifest, Princess Xian Dai also said with a glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. So this is the slim chance of survival that our benefactor mentioned before. Qing finally reacted at this moment. After this incident, the Nan Ming dynasty regained its faith. The royal lord personally ordered to mobilize troops from all over to support the various sects and clans that were fighting against the extraterrestrial demons at the border. All of a sudden, a mighty army rushed out of various cities. Riding on flying boats and divine swords, they went forward to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. A tragic battle that involved the entire southern Baron state broke out at the ruins of the southern Baron city. The orthodoxies from the upper realm were shocked to find that the creatures of the sword profound world, who were originally in despair, were now fighting with all their might as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was a kind of desperation and courage to fight for survival in the face of death. I heard from the supreme being of the Silver Feather clan that he met Gu Chang'e when he was attacking the southern Baron city and was about to capture the princess. He was scared away by him. Gu Chang'e wouldn't come to this world for no reason. He definitely has a purpose. But what is his purpose? Why did he bring that young girl with him? The eldest princess of the great Yu celestial dynasty, Wuxia, was leading many young sky prides to rest in an ancient city in the southern Baron state. Her dark brows were tightly knitted together, and her heart was filled with confusion. Back when she was in the great Yu celestial dynasty, she had not thought about this in detail. However, when she heard that the supreme being of the Silver Feather clan was scared away by Gu Chang'e, she finally understood. Gu Changa definitely had a purpose, but no one knew. After all, the Sword Profound World was not a difficult place for them to conquer. At most, it would take them some time. The ancient city in front of them had already been captured by them, and everywhere was filled with great armies from the higher realms. Even if the cultivators from the Profound Sword World were to put up a desperate resistance, they would only be able to quickly collapse in the end. They would not be able to hold on for long. The difference in strength between the two sides was clear for all to see. Additionally, there was also an army that was constantly descending from outer space. It was only a matter of time before the southern desolate province fell. Begging for fresh flowers 0-inch Tuoba Xiaoyao has disappeared since he came to this world. No one knows where he went, Yu Fi's younger brother, Yu Ming, said with displeasure. In the first place, he did not have a good impression of Tuoba Xiaoyao. In the end, during the battle with the Sword Profound World, that fellow actually vanished without a trace, his whereabouts unknown. This made him even angrier. He should be in possession of something. Yu Fi gently shook her head and couldn't help but guess. On the other side, Tuoba Xiaoyao had disguised himself and left the southern barren state, heading straight for the Shu sect. He had to go to the Shu sect sword garret before the appointed time to find a solution. In his previous life, he was a core disciple of the Shu sect. Now that he had disguised himself, it was extremely easy for him to sneak in. In addition, he was extremely familiar with the Profound Sword World. He understood the environment and terrain of the various places. Even if he encountered any danger, he would be able to find a way to resolve it. Therefore, there was no danger along the way. Furthermore, Tuoba Xiaoyao had also heard that it had been a full 500 years since he had died while observing the Patriarch's tribulation in his previous life. 0-inch's other words, there were probably not many old acquaintances of his in the Shu sect. This made him feel a little regretful. Although he had undergone reincarnation and changed his body, his original soul was still that of a disciple of the Shu sect. This time, the Profound Sword World is in great trouble. I might be able to do something in it. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked at the vast territory in the distance. When he thought about how this place would become a scene of devastation after the flames of war spread over, he could not bear to see it. For a moment, he felt that the responsibility on his shoulders had become heavier. Not only did it concern the fate of his family in this life, but it also concerned the survival of his hometown in his previous life. Reporting to the Cliff Master, this is what that young Master Gu said himself. At the Sword Cliff, on a peak where the cold wind was blowing, two figures stood. One of them wore a Taoist robe and had his hair tied up in a bun. He looked extremely old, but his eyes were extremely clear and spirited, like a divine sword that had been tempered for countless years. The figure by his side was extremely graceful. She wore simple and plain clothes and wore a moon-white mask. Her skin was translucent like snow, and only a pair of clear eyes could be seen. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind as if thousands of strands of sword chi were interweaving in the air. It was the Cliff Master of the Sword Cliff, the #1 beauty of the southern barren state, known as the Snow Sword Fairy. The old man was an old sword immortal of the Shu sect. His strength was extraordinary and unfathomable. The will of the world. The Snow Sword Fairy listened to the Sword Cliff Elder's report and frowned slightly, thinking about these 4 words. It seems that world already knows us very well. It actually knows that our world has given birth to a will. This is not a good sign. The old sword immortal shook his head and stroked his beard. That young Master Gu probably doesn't have good intentions. But what he said doesn't make sense. From the signs on the ancient altar, the will of the world is indeed our last hope. The Snow Sword Fairy's eyes showed that she was pondering. Do you believe that guy? The old sword immortal frowned. Sword immortal Snow shook his head. I just feel like his words make some sense. Furthermore, I captured an extraterrestrial demon and searched his soul. In their world, the young master with the surname Gu has an unimaginable background. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to, he could destroy our world as easily as blowing off dust. Chapter 621. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult for him to destroy our world. Then why didn't he do that? What is his goal in coming to this world? That's what I haven't figured out. The Snow Sword Immortal was tall and slender, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her hair danced in the cold wind, giving her a strange sense of beauty. At this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed under her moon-white mask, and her words were filled with disbelief. That guy's background is so great. That's even more unbelievable. The old Sword Immortal's brows furrowed even tighter, and he was even more confused. He would never believe that Gu Chang'e didn't have a goal. There was no such thing as kindness without reason in this world. Let alone this group of demons from the outer realms. According to the information he had gathered, the group of otherworldly demons had already conquered countless ancient worlds like the Sword Profound Great World. All that talk about longevity and standing aloof from worldly affairs was bullshit to him, and he couldn't believe it at all. Perhaps not. If he really did have some sort of plan for our world, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The Snow Sword Immortal shook her head. Are you really going to believe him? The old Sword Immortal furrowed his brows, and his gaze was like a sword, causing the void to tremble. His expression was extremely solemn. Little Snow, you're the current master of the Sword Cliff. Think carefully before you act. Don't be as rash as you were in the past. In terms of seniority, he was actually from the same generation as the Snow Sword Immortal's master. A few years ago, he had personally taught the Snow Sword Immortal. As such, he had some understanding of the Snow Sword Immortal's personality. He knew that she was saying this because she wanted to see that young Master Gu. However, according to the information he had gathered, that young Master Gu's subordinates were suspected to be Ninth Realm cultivators. As for young Master Gu's strength, it was probably even more unfathomable and unimaginable. Although the Snow Sword Immortal was already a terrestrial Sword Immortal, she was far from enough in front of that young Master Gu. If he harbored ill intentions, then wouldn't the Snow Sword Immortal be like a lamb in a tiger's den? Do I have any other choice at a time like this? The Snow Sword Immortal's expression didn't change. I've already considered the consequences. Uncle, you don't have to worry about it. You. The elderly Sword Immortal pointed a trembling finger at Sword Immortal Snow with an enraged expression on his face. In the end, when he saw that Sword Immortal Snow's expression didn't change at all, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then, he transformed into a streak of sword light, flicked his sleeves, and left. The Snow Sword Immortal had already made up his mind, so it was difficult for him to persuade him. However, he did not trust that young Master Gu. In the old Sword Immortal's opinion, since his identity and status were so terrifying in the upper realm, if he captured him, he would definitely be able to make the forces in the upper realm fear him. At a critical moment, it might even be able to play a miraculous role. It's time to take out the Sword Immortal token and unite the Sword Immortals to vanquish the demon. In the eyes of the old Immortal of Sword, there were thousands of sword lights flowing, sweeping across the sky as he walked in the void. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared thousands of miles away, heading back in the direction of Shu sect. Seeing the old Sword Immortal disappear without a trace, Sword Immortal Snow, who had been standing there for a long time, sighed softly. With a bang, his figure transformed into a burst of white mist. When he reappeared, he was already 5,000 kilometers away. She actually understood the worries of the old Sword Immortal, but some things had to be tried. For the entire Sword Mystic world, that was their only chance. There were a total of 13 states in the Sword Mystic world, and in each state, there were giant forces like the Sword Cliff and Shu sect. Such forces had a very long history, more than hundreds of thousands of years, and there were at least 2 Sword Immortals on the land in the forces. Therefore, the news of Gu Changa's appearance in the Nanming dynasty quickly spread among these major forces, causing a huge commotion. As a guest from the outer realm, he was the same kind of person as the group of extraterrestrial demons. However, he did not have any ill intentions, as if he came to this world to play and relax. After that, many details, including Gu Changa's origin, intentions, and so on, were constantly interpreted by the major forces, causing many speculations. Although he saved Chen Aching and Princess Xian Dai of the Nanming dynasty, it was still not enough to make people completely believe him. After all, he was not of the same race as them. Some expressed their worries, while others expressed their disdain. They felt that Gu Changa's intentions were unclear, and that he was definitely up to no good, so they needed to be extremely vigilant. However, the royal lord of the Nanming dynasty trusted Gu Changa's words very much. He began to gather many forces around and sent people to search for the sword mystic world's will. According to Gu Changa, the world's will was not always awake, but would appear at a certain time. Usually, it would choose to sleep in a certain place, and unless its location could be found, it would be difficult to wake it up. In the following days, a terrifying battle broke out in the southern Baron state. The vast Upper Realm army arrived and fought with the Nanming dynasty and the surrounding forces at the ruins of the southern Baron city. It was extremely tragic. This battle caused the mountains and rivers to change color, and mountains of corpses were piled up. Blood gathered into a river, and many corpses floated in it. The world was dark. The forces of the other states also sent their armies to support at the first moment. It could be said that this battle was the real beginning of the many orthodoxies of the Upper Realm to attack and occupy the sword mystic world. The entire sword mystic world was shrouded in a terrifying shadow. Too many powerhouses had fallen in it. Large areas of territory had fallen and turned into a barren land. It was a scene of devastation. In this battle, many young supreme martial artists from the Upper Realm performed extremely well. They swept through the area with irresistible force. They did not join the battle with the army. Instead, they went to various cities alone to challenge the younger generation of the sword mystic world. Their attitude was extremely arrogant, and they did not put the younger generation of this world in their eyes at all. The outcome was naturally destined. Even the disciples of the Sword Cliff, Shu sect, Mount Kong, and other forces of the sword mystic world were no match for the younger generation of the Upper Realm. They would either be defeated and flee, or be killed on the spot. They would die in the sky, and their blood would splatter everywhere. At the same time, on the other side, Gu Sang City, located in the extreme north of the northern Yang state of the sword mystic world, became famous because of an ancient mulberry tree in ancient times. However, tens of thousands of years had passed, and the ancient mulberry tree in Gu Sang City had long withered, leaving only a withered tree stump. Gu Changa followed Qing and left the Nanming dynasty, returning here to wait for her to see her mother. The city was dilapidated, and the two gates were about to collapse. The moat was also turbid, filled with mud, and was about to dry up. Some loaches could be seen drilling here and there. It looked extremely dilapidated. "Halt, who are you?" On the ancient city wall that was full of cracks, there were more than a dozen soldiers. Their armor was disheveled, and they held iron spears and rusty sabers. They were very vigilant as they shouted at Gu Changa and the others who were walking over. Now that the extraterrestrial demons had invaded, although Gu Sang City was far away from the battlefield, news had already been sent back, causing everyone to be incomparably vigilant. Moreover, Gu Sang City was extremely desolate. During this period of time, it had experienced many disasters. Even the common people lived an extremely difficult life. It was rare to see such an extraordinary and handsome figure like Gu Changa. At this moment, they were incomparably vigilant. The runes on their bodies shone, and they were ready to attack at any moment. "I'm back." At this time, the young girl Qing looked at the ancient city in front of her with a complicated expression. She walked out from behind Gu Changa and said, Gu Sang City was originally an ancient city that was taken over by her grandfather. Although it was desolate in the past, it was not as dilapidated as it was now. Something must have happened when she disappeared. After her father stepped into the crack, she and her mother moved from their place of seclusion to Gu Sang City to live with her grandfather. Half a year ago, she quietly left this ancient city and embarked on the path to find her father. What happened to Gu Sang City? Why did it become like this? Princess Xian Dai, who followed them here, was also surprised. Because of Ah Qing, she had been to Gu Sang City before. At that time, although Gu Sang City was not very prosperous, it was not as dilapidated as it was now. It was like two different cities. This city is a little strange. Gu Changda's eyes were a little strange. There were black and white flowing in his eyes as he looked carefully. What? It's really Miss. Miss is back. A few soldiers standing on the city wall recognized Ah Qing. Their eyes widened in shock, and they could not believe it. The news about Ah Qing had not spread from the southern barren state. They had always thought that Miss had died in outer space. The old city lord almost fainted as he could not accept this fact. They had never thought that they would see Miss today. They almost suspected that it was all an illusion. It's me. I'm back. Ah Qing nodded with a complicated and dazed expression. That's great. It's really Mississippi. She's safe and sound. Quickly report to the city lord. The soldiers on the city wall were boiling with excitement. Soon, the entire Gu Sang city was alarmed. Miss, who had disappeared for half a year, suddenly appeared and was safe and sound. It caused a great commotion. Divine rainbows swept over, and everyone in the city lord manor appeared. The old city lord, who had heard the news, rushed over immediately. Tears flowed down his old face. He was extremely emotional. Grandfather, Ah Qing looked at her grandfather, who was much older than before. She felt a little sour and said softly, I'm sorry. It's okay, it's okay. Ah Qing, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. The old city lord's figure was somewhat stooped. His head of silver hair was like steel needles. He was like an old lion that was not angry but had an awe-inspiring aura. One could vaguely see that he was extraordinary when he was young. He stretched out his fan-like palm and gently stroked Ah Qing's head. His eyes were filled with relief. I'm sorry for making you worry. I shouldn't have secretly left Gu Sang City to find father without telling you and mother. Ah Qing said with guilt. It's over. It's good that you're safe now. Your mother was worried about you during this time and almost fell ill from overwork. Knowing that you're back, she can finally relax. The old city lord sighed. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Gu Changda, who was behind Ah Qing, with questions and doubts. And this is? He naturally recognized Princess Xian Dai, but he felt that Gu Changda looked very unfamiliar. His granddaughter suddenly came back with such a young man. If it were anyone else, they would be puzzled. Moreover, with his cultivation realm, he could not see through Gu Changda, which made him feel very apprehensive. Mother? Ah Qing was a little worried, but she still explained, this is Mr. Gu, my benefactor. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to come back safely. Benefactor? The old city lord was stunned. He suppressed the more doubts in his heart and let Ah Qing bring them into the city. On the way, he briefly told Ah Qing what had happened during this time, including why Gu Sang City had become so dilapidated. In the end, it was because Ah Qing's father had provoked an enemy. After hearing that he had disappeared, the enemy had come to seek revenge. Father's enemy? A cold look appeared on Ah Qing's small face. She clenched her delicate white fists tightly. Her father was a land sword immortal. His enemy was at least an 8th realm or even 9th realm expert. Her grandfather was only at the 7th realm. He could not go against them at all. Are those enemies still here? She asked with a murderous look on her face. Hearing this question, the old city lord showed a smile on his face. He shook his head and said, I don't know what happened a while ago. Those enemies who came to provoke us suddenly disappeared. I suspect that it's because your father's old friends secretly helped them. I see. Ah Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Since her father was gone, she should protect her grandfather and mother now. This is actually a place where the spiritual veins of heaven and earth converge. After entering Gu Sang City, Gu Chang's expression became more and more strange. Although this place was extremely desolate from the outside, in his eyes, he could see purple chi rising and drowning the heaven and earth. It was as if thousands of immortals were returning to their nest, and 2 dragons were rising into the sky. Such a terrain was obviously the source of all spiritual veins. It was even more precious than the Nanming dynasty's palace. Could it be that there's something hidden here? Or is there something special? Gu Chang'e was a little thoughtful. Soon, in the city lord manor, Ah Qing and her mother finally saw each other after half a year. She could not hide her excitement and took a long time to calm down. You left without saying goodbye. Do you know how worried I was for the past half a year? Ah Qing's mother held her daughter's hand tightly with a reproachful tone. I'm sorry, mother. I won't be leaving this time. Father shouldn't have fallen into the hands of those otherworldly demons. According to the information I received, Father's cultivation level broke through again at the critical moment, and he escaped into the spatial rift. Ah Qing took a few deep breaths before speaking slowly. I knew your father wouldn't be in trouble so easily. Hearing this, Ah Qing's mother and grandfather sighed in relief. Then, her gaze landed on Gu Chang'e. She could not help but ask, is this the benefactor you were talking about? Although Gu Chang'e looked extraordinarily handsome and gentle, she had an indescribable feeling that such a person should not appear here. He was not from the same world as them. Yes, young Master Gu saved me. He's actually from the outer world. Ah Qing's eyes were filled with gratitude. Then, she thought for a while before nodding and saying, intending to explain. From the outer world? However, at this moment, a slightly surprised voice was heard outside the hall. A young man of medium build, wearing a butler's uniform, stood there with a cup of tea in his hand. He seemed to be a little surprised. Chapter 622. The man who looked like a butler looked to be in his 20s. His facial features were handsome and he had an extraordinary bearing. Although he was wearing a butler's uniform, his expression was calm and composed. He had the demeanor of a recluse. He walked over with a jade plate with many fruits and wine on it. It was obvious that he had received the orders of the old city lord. Lin En, put the things here first. The old city lord said with a solemn expression and waved his hand to signal the butler to leave. However, the man named Lin En did not move. Instead, he asked in surprise, from outer space. His gaze landed on Gu Chang'e as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he said respectfully, City Lord, I can protect you and the young miss. The old city lord nodded, but his expression did not change. He was filled with vigilance. When Ah Qing mentioned Gu Chang'e's background, everyone in the hall was stunned. They could not believe their ears. After regaining their senses, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They widened their eyes in shock and could not help but take a few steps back. In their eyes, the extraterrestrial demons came from outer space. They had mysterious origins, terrifying strength, and endless numbers. In the current sword-profound great world, the mere mention of the otherworldly demons would cause one's expression to change. No one would not feel fear. The Gu Chang'e in front of them was also from outer space. How could this not shock them? At that moment, the old city lord and Ah Qing's mother tensed up as they stared at Gu Chang'e with extreme vigilance. Grandfather, mother, don't be like this. Young Master Gu is a good person. He is completely different from what you think. Ah Qin knew that things would turn out like this. Although she was helpless, she still explained again, telling them that Gu Chang'e was different from the group of extraterrestrial demons. He had no ill intentions towards the sword profound world. Not only did he save her life, he also saved Princess Xian Dai. So that's how it is. The old city lord and Ah Qing's mother still looked skeptical, but they still heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Thinking about it carefully, if Gu Chang'e really had any ill intentions towards them, they would not be able to resist at all. Furthermore, Princess Xian Dai was also here, so this matter should not be fake. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I've caused you to be misunderstood again. Ah Qing said to Gu Chang'e apologetically. Gu Chang'e's face was still as gentle as jade. He waved his hand slightly and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. It's just a small matter to me." Ah Qing nodded in a low voice. Her mind was full of strange thoughts. Regardless of whether it was when he saved her in the upper realm or returning to the sword profound great world, he was misunderstood by everyone. Gu Chang'e was always so gentle and refined, as if even if the sky fell down, his expression would not change in the slightest. Although she was devoted to the Tao, obsessed with cultivating the sword, and determined to surpass her father, she was still a teenage girl after all. During this period of time, some emotions that she shouldn't have kept growing in her heart. Fortunately, she hid them well and didn't reveal them. To her, Gu Chang'e was not only her savior, but also a ray of light that pierced through the darkness of despair. My actions just now were too presumptuous. I hope young Master Gu won't take offense. After all, the old city lord was someone who had seen the world. After calming down, he cupped his hands and apologized to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "It's okay. It's a special time now. Your reaction is normal." Seeing that Gu Chang'e's attitude was easygoing and did not seem to be fake, the old city lord and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were not as vigilant and uneasy as before. "Grandfather, this is..." At this time, Ah Qing noticed the young man dressed as a butler beside the old city lord and asked with some doubt. In her impression, the butler of Gu Sang City was an old servant who was extremely old. How could he become an unfamiliar young man? His name is Lin En. He is Uncle Lin's grandson. Some time ago, Uncle Lin passed away due to illness. Lin En came here with a token and planned to find a job in Gu Sang City. I saw that he was mature and steady, clever, and reliable. I let him take over Uncle Lin's affairs. The old city lord explained. When he mentioned Lin En, his eyes were full of satisfaction. I see. Ah Qing nodded and retracted her gaze from Lin En. Greetings, Mississippi. Lin En had been standing beside the old city lord with a smile. At this moment, he opened his mouth and greeted Ah Qing. He had a medium build and extremely handsome facial features. His expression was calm and steady, giving people a sense of trustworthiness. During this period of time, it's all thanks to Lin En. Otherwise, Gu Sang City would be in chaos. Some time ago, your father's enemies came here, and it was Lin En who helped to deal with them. Ah Qing's mother said. She was very satisfied with this young butler. Mother, don't worry. After I come back, leave the matter of those enemies to me. If they dare to come here again, I will make sure that they will not be able to return. Ah Qing had a cold murderous look on her face. Butler? Gu Chang'e's thoughtful gaze fell on the man named Lin En. The original butler had just died of illness not long ago, and his grandson came here with a token? This was too much of a coincidence. Moreover, he felt an unusually familiar aura from this man. The son of destiny. Moreover, it was an extremely huge son of destiny. In this sword profound world, there was also such an existence as the son of destiny. It was such a coincidence that he bumped into him here. This made Gu Chang'e feel a little strange. If it was a coincidence, he actually did not believe it. Previously, he felt that this Gu Sang city was not simple. Although it looked extremely desolate, it had a spiritual aura, and it had the scene of the origin of thousands of sections. Thinking about it this way, the reason why this son of destiny came here was not as simple as it seemed. In addition, with the identity of the city lord's mansion's butler, no matter what he did in this Gu Sang city, it would be easy and would not arouse the slightest suspicion. And I always feel that this is not his real body, but more like an incarnation. Qing's father's enemies were probably dealt with by him. Gu Chang'e thought of this and could not help but laugh. However, he did not choose to act rashly and alert the enemy. He actually wanted to know what this son of destiny wanted to do. If it was just an incarnation, then where was his real body? Because of Qing's return, the entire Gu Sang city became lively. The city lord's mansion held a big banquet, and at the critical juncture of the war, it finally diluted the haze that shrouded everyone's hearts a little. However, the origin of Gu Chang'e was only circulated in the city lord's mansion, and was not spread outside to avoid causing an unnecessary sensation. At the banquet, they learned in detail about Qing's tragic experience during this period of time, and even almost being shot to death as a captive. The old city lord and the others felt a burst of fear, and the last trace of doubt in their hearts towards Gu Chang'e was also dispelled. If there was no Gu Chang'e, Qing would have been buried in the outer world, and how could he return safely? No matter what, Gu Chang'e was their great benefactor. It turns out that the outer world is such a vast world, the place where the heavens meet. At the banquet, the young butler, Lin En, silently ordered many maids to serve various delicacies. He had been listening to the conversation from Gu Chang'e's side, and his expression was quite moved. At the very beginning, he thought that the land sword celestial realm in the sword mystery world was the peak of this world. It was not until later when he learned that there was another world beyond the heavens that he realized it. It turned out that the land sword celestial realm was just another starting point, and there was a wider world waiting for him there. The world is vast, and the realm is endless. What kind of world is above the land sword celestial realm? Lin En could not help but be fascinated. He felt that he had reached the limit that this world could bear, and had reached the point where he could break through the void, but it was still difficult to take that last step. Perhaps only by transcending this world and going to the so-called place where the heavens meet, could he break through the final shackles. Legend has it that this Gu Sang city was the place where a peerless celestial sword celestial lived in seclusion 800,000 years ago, and he was the only one who had successfully broken through the void. It's a pity that I have searched here for half a year, but I still can't find the notes he left behind. After the banquet was over, Lin En walked in the courtyard, and his gaze gradually deepened. A temperament that was completely different from before emerged from him. Gu Sang city had been tainted with the aura of that peerless celestial sword celestial for 800,000 years. Even though so much time had passed, it was still extraordinary, and there were inexplicable aura imprints in many areas that could help people comprehend and cultivate. However, what he cared about was not the comprehension of that peerless celestial sword celestial, but the cultivation method left behind by that peerless celestial sword celestial. Since the day he was born, he had a terrifying cultivation talent that was beyond ordinary people. For the same cultivation method, the first time he cultivated it, the speed was 1. Then, the following speed would become 2, 4, 8, showing a terrifying exponential increase in speed. This also led to a result that any cultivation method in his hands could quickly reach the realm of perfection. In a short period of time, his cultivation had reached a terrifying level that was difficult for his peers to reach. But the next problem he faced was that he could not find a cultivation method to break through to a higher realm. Even the major sects in the sword mystery world today, such as Shu sect, Kongshan, Sword Cliff, could not find a suitable cultivation method for him. In the end, it was by chance that he saw records about Gu Sang city in an ancient book, so he came to try his luck, trying to find the inheritance left behind by the peerless celestial sword celestial 800,000 years ago. If I can't find it in the last few days, then I can only return to Shu sect. Senior brother suddenly used the sword celestial token to summon all the sword celestials in the world. What is the reason? Lin En's figure gradually faded and disappeared from the courtyard, and once again began to search in Gu Sang City. He was originally a disciple of Shu sect, but because his master's seniority was higher, his status in Shu sect was very high, and he was respectfully called the young ancestor. But in terms of his real age, he was only in his 20s. In the city lord's mansion, Gu Changde temporarily stayed in a courtyard with an extremely quiet environment. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and there was a clear spring with flowing flowers, tinkling, and extremely elegant. Next door, he could hear the zither music played by Princess Xian Dai. It was clear and moving, like hundreds of birds. It was quite leisurely. Looks like that guy is looking for something. Gu Changge's divine sense swept out, enveloping almost the entire Gu Sang city, so he quickly found the traces of the young butler, Lin En. After leaving the city lord's mansion, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and wandered around the city, as if he was looking for something. This made Gu Changge a little interested. But suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked at a certain area in Gu Sang city. That place was originally a lush ancient forest, with a large number of ancient mulberry trees and ancient scholar trees, but most of them had withered and died. The old trees were withered, and many of their trunks had become hollow holes, but they were tenaciously alive, like dragons lying there. From those tree trunks, there was now a strange phenomenon manifesting. Between heaven and earth, strands of purple gas rose, and there were even phantoms appearing, with tens of thousands of sword chi intertwining and blooming. It was as if a supreme sword immortal had once practiced his sword here, and the heaven and earth had branded his Taoist aura. After many years, it had tainted this land. That's great. I finally found it. Lin En's figure appeared in this ancient mulberry forest, and there was a rare look of excitement on his face. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, he could still feel the supreme sword chi branded here. Even if it was only a remnant, he could see the power of the original owner. He was worthy of the title of Supreme Sword Immortal. If I were to comprehend here, I might be able to feel the inheritance of that sword immortal. At that moment, Lin En did not hesitate and casually formed several sword seals to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Then, he went to the depths of the ancient mulberry forest and began to sit cross-legged. Gu Changge's divine sense had been watching this scene. When he saw the excitement on Lin En's face, his eyes suddenly became a little playful. Since you want the inheritance, I'll give it to you. He smiled, and then used his vast divine sense to perform an ancient language. To be precise, this was not any language, but just a kind of divine sense. It seemed to have passed through the ages and spread for hundreds of millions of years, as if it had passed through a star-filled universe and reappeared in the world. What? Lin En's divine sense was very powerful, but under the aftermath of this Tao sound, his face was extremely pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, almost collapsing. Chapter 623. It was unknown how long this ancient scholar tree forest had existed in the world. Many of the scholar trees had withered and died. Their bark was chapped, as if true dragons were crawling here. Now, a shocking sound came from it. It was as if thousands of swords were resonating, causing one's eardrums to hurt and their souls to tremble. The sound could shake the ancient times and cleanse the future. Lin En only took a step forward, but his divine sense trembled violently and was almost shattered by this wave. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Under the impact of the divine sense just now, he had suffered a strong backlash. What exactly is this? He was extremely shocked. He took a few steps back before he stabilized his footsteps. Huge waves surged in his heart. One had to know that although he was only an incarnation now, he was not here with his real body. However, he was still a real sword immortal on the land, standing at the peak of the sword profound world. However, he could not withstand the remnant divine sense fluctuation here. Moreover, it had been 800,000 years. How terrifying was the strength of that peerless sword immortal. He has definitely transcended the shackles of the sword profound world. The strength at his peak is unimaginable. Lin En's eyes were filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and walked up again with an exceptionally sincere attitude, intending to experience the Tao aura here closely. In a trance, he saw a supreme existence sitting cross-legged in it. There seemed to be endless sounds of worship surrounding him, and there were 3,000 great worlds burning sword runes, worshipping him together. This was an extremely shocking scene. Even Lin En, who had a good understanding of all kinds of ancient records, was stunned. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. That senior from 800,000 years ago used the sword to connect with the heavens and the 9 nether realms. I thought it was a legend, but after seeing it today, I feel that the rumors are not false. It's hard to prove it. Lin En found it difficult to calm down. He sat down cross-legged again. He kept his sword heart bright and clear, without the slightest speck of dust. Only then did he calm down and comprehend the aura. However, in the next moment, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face again. His divine sense seemed to have been cut apart by thousands of sword chi, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. The intense pain caused Lin En's face to turn pale again. He could not help but take a few steps back, and his expression was uncertain. Why are these ripples resisting me? Could it be that there is a problem with the aura left behind by that senior sword immortal? No, that's not right. That senior's aura couldn't possibly hurt me. Something's not right. There's definitely something wrong. A look of bewilderment flashed across Lin En's face. He took out an extremely old jade slip from his bosom. There were several clear sword marks on it, faintly echoing with the fluctuations here. This was the jade slip that recorded the events of Gu Sang City 800,000 years ago. It was the handwritten letter left behind by the peerless sword immortal. If the aura here was really left behind by that peerless sword immortal, then this jade slip would definitely have a reaction. He had clearly refined the chi in the jade slip into his body in order to find this place. But why would the chi in this place hurt him? It's not just that senior's aura. Who else could it be? Could it be that the inheritance here has been taken by someone else? Jolson's face became a little gloomy. He looked at the rest of the ancient mulberry trees around him again, trying to find traces among them. In addition to the sound of the sword, there was also an extremely obscure and ancient language in this place. It was this language that had hurt his divine sense just now. What kind of template is this son of destiny? His strength is actually much stronger than many of the younger generation in this world, and he even saw through it. Gu Changde had been watching all this with interest in the courtyard all the time. He could see that there was once a peerless master who comprehended the Tao in this ancient mulberry forest. The surrounding rules of heaven and earth had been influenced, leaving behind his aura. And this son of destiny in front of him had found this place through the aura left behind by that master, triggering a change in the ancient mulberry forest. It was not an exaggeration to say that the son of destiny was a treasure-seeking mouse. However, such an opportunity was insignificant in the eyes of the current Gu Changde. Even though the aura left behind by that peerless master was not simple, Gu Changde did not care about it at all. He had just tried to invade the son of destiny's space of consciousness with his divine sense, but it was seen through by the other party. This surprised Gu Changde a little. He would not believe that the other party did not have the protection of the will of the heavenly path of this world. Forget it, I'll let him live for the time being. I want to see where his real body is. Gu Changde shook his head gently and quickly withdrew his divine sense. He did not want to alert the enemy, lest this son of destiny found something unusual. In addition, he felt that this son of destiny was protected by the will of the heavenly path. Perhaps he could find the source of the world through this person. However, he still erased the sword aura here and did not let Jolson get the inheritance here. It disappeared, in the ancient mulberry forest, Jolson did not know that Gu Changa had withdrawn his divine sense. He frowned slightly and felt that the mighty aura in this place had disappeared. It was more like he was hallucinating just now. However, the injury in his divine sense could not be faked. This place is a little strange. Jolson then circled around the ancient mulberry forest, much more cautious than before. However, he did not know the reason, but the sword aura he had triggered before seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and he could not find the slightest trace of it. He was a little unwilling to give up and started to search again. He cast several sword talismans in the void to seal the aura here. However, until late at night, the surroundings were extremely dark, and the sword sound did not sound. Impossible, the sword aura from before was still there, someone must have beaten us to it. Who is the one who left that divine sense behind? His strength is unimaginable. Jolson's face suddenly became ugly. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. After taking a deep breath, he calmed down. He decided to search again tomorrow. If he still could not find anything, then he could only choose to leave. Ancient Mulberry City was not big. It stretched for hundreds of miles, and living beings and cultivators of various clans lived together in the city. Usually, other than the city lord's mansion, there were other clans, but they could only dominate within ancient Mulberry City. Outside of the city, they were at most third-rate forces in the outside world. The Wu clan was one of the few major clans in ancient Mulberry City. At this moment, in the Wu clan's mansion, a group of people were gathered in the hall with solemn expressions, discussing something. An old man with slightly closed eyes and white hair raised his hand slightly, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He was the current head of the Wu clan, Wu Xing. His strength had reached half-step 7th realm. Did you know? Miss Ah Ching actually returned from outer space. The young man who entered the city with her also came from outer space. The news has already come from the southern barren state. He opened his eyes, and rays of golden light flashed in them as he slowly swept his gaze across everyone in the hall. An old sword immortal from the Shu sect ordered to gather all the sword immortals in the world to capture that young man. I heard that his identity in outer space is not simple. If we can capture him, we can command that group of extraterrestrial demons. What? Hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. They only knew that Miss Ah Ching had narrowly escaped death and returned from outer space, but they did not know that the young man beside her was also from outer space. Didn't that mean that Miss Ah Ching was already in cahoots with the extraterrestrial demons? They all found it hard to believe. From his appearance, they could not tell that the young man beside Miss Ah Ching was actually an extraterrestrial demon. In their impression, the extraterrestrial demons were a group of extremely vicious people, extremely ferocious and ferocious. It was really hard to associate them with Gu Changa. Head of the Wu clan, could it be that this matter is mistaken? A clan member could not help but ask, still finding it hard to believe. This matter is absolutely true. The Shu sect has already sent the news. All the sword immortals from the land are gathering there, planning to hold the emperor hostage and command the vassals. As long as we capture that young man, we can solve this disaster of the extraterrestrial demons, the head of the Wu clan said in a deep voice. The Wu family head said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with majesty as he swept his gaze over everyone. However, that person's strength is unfathomable. The subordinate beside him is suspected to be in the 9th realm, so we cannot act rashly. Before the sword immortals from the land arrive at Gu Sang City, we only need to keep a close eye on his tracks. As he spoke, his eyes revealed great ambition. With the Wu clan's power, if they were to be swept into this matter, they would easily be crushed. However, when he thought of the generous rewards after this matter was successful, he could not help but tremble slightly. He was extremely excited. At that time, not only him, but the entire Wu clan would welcome an unprecedented glory. Then, head of the Wu clan, what should we do? If we are detected by him, our entire Wu clan will be annihilated. It's better for us not to get involved in this matter. An old man's eyes carried some fear. A subordinate who was at least in the ninth realm only needed a breath to completely wipe out the entire Gusang city. In front of him, the Wu clan was no different from an ant. I have already thought about the consequences. Moreover, we are only paying attention to his whereabouts. When he is about to leave Gusang city, we will inform the Shu sect. Nothing will happen. The other clans in Gusang city have also been informed of this matter. I think that if they are not stupid, they will know what to do. After all, this concerns the entire Sword Profound world. The Wu clan head waved his hand and said he would not let go of such a rare opportunity. When the time came, the entire Wu clan would become the savior of the Sword Profound world because of this matter. As the clan head, he naturally contributed greatly. Sword Immortal Token. Holding the Emperor to command the Sword Immortals. In the City Lord manner, Lin En, who looked like a steward, touched a jade scroll in his sleeve. His handsome face revealed some surprise. As the young ancestor of the Shu sect, although he was far away from the Shu sect, he received this news immediately. It seems that guy's origin is not as simple as what Miss Ah Ching said at that time. She must be hiding something. Lin En looked into the depths of the manor. His gaze suddenly became deep, but he quickly recovered. He was not stupid. Although he knew that he could catch the other party off guard, he still chose to wait and see. After all, he was only a clone now and not his real body. At this time, outside Gusang city, an uninvited guest appeared. The eyes under the moon-white mask were as cold as snow. Her hair seemed to be tainted by the cold wind, exuding a coldness that prevented strangers from entering. Chapter 624. Outside Gusang city, Snow Sword Fairy walked over. She was dressed in a plain green robe, and her hair was wrapped in the cold wind. In the blink of an eye, she entered the city. None of the patrolling soldiers on the city walls could discover her. As one of the strongest cultivators in the Sword Profound world, she had already reached the Earth Sword Immortal realm many years ago. Unless she wanted to, it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to discover her. The aura here, walking on the street, Snow Sword Fairy frowned slightly. She sensed the strange aura in Gusang city. It did not seem like a simple city. However, her purpose of coming here was to see Gu Chang'e, not to explore the uniqueness of Gusang city, so she quickly put it behind her. From the emperor of the Nanming dynasty, she learned that Gu Chang'e had accompanied Ah Qing back to her family, so she expected them to come to Gusang city. This was a matter of life and death for the Sword Profound world. She had to take a great risk to come here. Reporting to the city lord, there is a woman outside the mansion who calls herself Snow Sword Fairy. In the city lord mansion, the old city lord was frowning as he read a letter in his hand. When he heard the servant's report, his face suddenly became gloomy. Snow Sword Fairy? Why is she here at this time? Is it because of the Sword Immortal token? He naturally knew about the Sword Immortal token. However, Gu Chang'e had saved Ah Qing's life, so he could not do anything to repay kindness with enmity. Snow Sword Fairy was the master of the Sword Cliff. Her strength was extraordinary and unfathomable. She had once sealed a 30,000-mile cold pond with a sword and killed monsters of the same level, shocking the world. Her arrival at Gusang city at this time inevitably made the old city lord think of the Sword Immortal token. Shu sect and the Sword Cliff came from the same source. The current Snow Sword Fairy had even cultivated in Shu sect. Shu sect issued the Sword Immortal token, ordering the Sword Immortals in the world to try to capture 493 Gu Chang'e. Snow Sword Fairy had no reason to ignore it. Could it be that she wanted to attack Gu Chang'e? I have to inform young Master Gu. He saved Ah Qing's life, so she can't be ungrateful. The old city lord pondered for a moment before instructing his steward, Lin En, to inform Gu Changa of this matter. He also stood up and walked out of the mansion. After all, the other party was a sword immortal of the land, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful. Why did senior sister Shui come here alone? She's too reckless. It's difficult for her to capture that person by herself. Jolson naturally heard the servant's report and could not help but shake his head gently. Even though he was worried about the safety of the snow sword immortal, he still decided to inform Gu Changa of the situation as a safety precaution. After all, his current identity was only the steward of the city lord's mansion. At this juncture, he could not easily reveal his true identity. In terms of seniority, Sword Immortal Snow was of the same generation as him. However, Sword Immortal Snow was much older than him, so he had to refer to her as senior sister. Snow Sword Immortal was known as the #1 genius of the sword profound world in the past 3,000 years. However, in front of him, Snow Sword Immortal paled in comparison. However, because he kept an extremely low profile and never revealed himself to the outside world, no one knew of him. "My lord, do you want me to deal with those people outside the city?" In the courtyard, Gu Changa seemed to be in a leisurely mood. Steam was rising from the teacup on the stone table. He gently blew on the tea and drank it unhurriedly. Ada stood to the side. He was wearing a dark golden battle armor with many flowing lights flickering on it. He gave off a powerful and terrifying pressure as he asked respectfully. "It's fine. Since they want to keep an eye on us, then let them keep an eye on us. This so-called Sword Immortal badge is quite interesting." Gu Changa smiled lightly and did not mind. With his current cultivation, although his divine sense could not cover the entire sword profound world, it was almost there. How could the rustling of leaves in the wind in a mere Gu Sang city be hidden from him? However, since that group of people wanted to take control of the emperor to order his vassals, then go ahead and do it. Gu Changa could let them understand what despair was. Only after experiencing despair would that group of people learn to be smart and obediently help him search for the will of the heavenly Tao and the world's origin. Young Master Gu, a woman called Snow Sword Fairy, is outside the mansion. Do you want to avoid her? At this time, outside the courtyard, Lin En knocked on the door and his voice was heard. Snow Sword Fairy, is that the woman who is known as the most beautiful woman in the southern Baron state? Gu Changa smiled faintly as a strange look flashed across his eyes. Since she's here to find me, why should I avoid her? Lin En was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. However, he was only here to inform Gu Changa. Whether he met her or not, that was his choice. Snow Sword Fairy's sudden visit alarmed Ah Qing and Princess Xian Dai. To the latter, Snow Sword Fairy was her master. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, everyone gathered. The old city lord had a questioning and respectful expression, not understanding the purpose of Snow Sword Fairy's visit. If she had any enmity, then she did not sense it. She only said that she wanted to see Gu Changa. This made him confused. Or was it that the Sword Immortal badge was useless to Snow Sword Fairy? At this moment, Snow Sword Fairy was standing in the middle of the hall. She was dressed elegantly, like the goddess of Luo. Her figure was peerless, and her skin was as smooth as ice. Her jade-like hands were delicate and flawless. She looked at Gu Changa quietly, not saying a word. There seemed to be many thoughts flashing through her eyes. "Master." Princess Xian Dai rushed over and bowed respectfully. Snow Sword Fairy glanced at her and nodded slightly. Gu Changa, who had arrived in the main hall, asked curiously, "You came here to see me?" The Snow Sword Immortal nodded and said coldly, "That's right. I've heard what you said from Royal Lord Nan Ming. I want to know if you can be trusted." Her plan was different from the old Sword Fairy's. The consequences of holding the emperor and ordering his vassals around were too great. If Gu Changa, who originally held no ill will toward the sword profound world, developed ill will toward this world because of this, then they would be the greatest sinners. From the mouths of the extraterrestrial demons that she had captured, she had some understanding of the upper realm. She was well aware of how terrifying Gu Changa's power was. Whether I am trustworthy or not is not something that I should be thinking about. Gu Changa smiled lightly as his gaze fell on her face. And you are wearing a mask. Is this your attitude? Snow Sword Fairy frowned under her mask. Although she was known as the #1 beauty of the southern Barren state, not many people had seen her true appearance. After she became a terrestrial sword immortal, no one dared to speak to her in such a frivolous manner. Princess Xian Dai and the others were also stunned. They felt that Gu Changa's attitude toward Snow Sword Fairy was not as gentle as he was toward them. Could it be that Snow Sword Fairy's intentions were unclear? Was it because of enmity? Master, young Master Gu is different from those extraterrestrial demons, Princess Xian Dai said worriedly. She was worried that her master would clash with Gu Changa. Snow Sword Fairy nodded and was about to say something. However, Gu Changa interrupted her with a faint smile. Do you know about the Sword Immortal badge? Not only did Snow Sword Fairy's expression change, but the old city lord and the others also trembled as they felt a chill sweep over them. He was about to inform Gu Changa about this, but he did not have time to do so. Moreover, how did Gu Changa know about this? A look of confusion appeared on Ah Ching's face. Sword Immortal badge. What is that? Princess Xian Dai said in a low voice, the Sword Immortal badge is a secret badge of the Shu sect. It can summon all the sword immortals in the world. Only when something serious happens, she did not continue to explain, but Ah Ching understood as well. Her expression also darkened. At this time, the purpose of the Shu sect using the Sword Immortal badge was self-evident. In her eyes, Gu Changa had no malicious intentions towards the Sword Profound world. Not only did he save her life, but he also sent her home. If the Shu sect chose to make a move against Gu Changa at this time, wouldn't that be pushing Gu Changa to the opposite side of the Sword Profound world? Who could bear such a terrible consequence? I did not participate in the Shu sect Sword Immortal badge, but the other Sword Immortals who received the news are probably on their way to Gu Mulberry City. Snow Sword Fairy said. She did not want Gu Changa to misunderstand that she was involved. Could it be that they want to kill me? Gu Changa smiled faintly. Snow Sword Fairy shook her head. They just want to capture you and order the extraterrestrial demons to leave our world. Capture me, huh? Do you think they can do it? Gu Changa's expression did not change. On the other hand, Ah Ching, Princess Xian Dai and the others were shocked. They did not know that such a big thing had happened. The Shu sect's Sword Immortal badge could summon the Sword Immortals of the world. Although there were not many Sword Immortals left in the Sword Profound world, they were not few either. Although they had not been with Gu Changa for a long time, they could feel that Gu Changa's strength could only be described as unfathomable. The Sword Immortals of the land were definitely not Gu Changa's match. Although you are very strong, you might not be able to display your true strength in this world. What if something unexpected happens? Snow Sword Fairy's gaze fell on Gu Changa's face as she said coldly. Gu Changa smiled and did not say anything more. If this is your purpose in coming to see me, then your purpose has been achieved. He casually waved his hand. I'm not interested in your world, but if you provoke me, I think you will understand what regret is. Don't you have a purpose? I think we can come to a consensus. Snow Sword Fairy did not expect Gu Changa to have the intention of sending her away. Her voice was like a wisp of spring breeze, cold and pleasant to the ear. However, there was also an unshakable will contained within it, like the gentle cry of a celestial phoenix. However, she was sure of one thing. Gu Changa indeed had no intention of attacking her. Otherwise, if she had come alone, it would have been very easy for Gu Changa to capture her. If we come to a consensus. As long as you don't provoke me. If there is no enmity between us, I prefer to be aloof from worldly affairs. Gu Changa revealed a strange expression, then smiled faintly. It seemed that this snow sword fairy was not as smart as the rumor said. Chapter 625. Princess Xian Dai did not suspect that Gu Changa had other intentions when he said that he was aloof from worldly affairs. She only felt that Gu Changa was warning them not to provoke him. However, this dispelled the last remaining worry in her heart. Don't worry, young master. We, the Sword Cliff, will not do anything to provoke you. The Sword Immortal badge this time has nothing to do with the Sword Cliff, the Snow Sword Immortal assured. That's great, Master. Young Master Gu is really not a bad person. If he really had any ill intentions towards us, he would have attacked us long ago. With his strength, there is no need for any schemes at all. Princess Xian Dai's eyes were filled with joy. No matter what world it was all about appearances. Moreover, Gu Changa had saved her life. Even as the second most beautiful woman in the southern Baron state, she could not help but be vulgar. These days, when she was playing the Guqin, Gu Changa was actually able to give her a few pointers, which shocked her greatly. The Snow Sword Immortal sighed softly. He did not expect his disciple to be so biased towards Gu Changa. In the past, Princess Xian Dai had always been arrogant. Ordinary geniuses could not even hope to enter her eyes. Even the other four heroes of the sword mystery world were beneath her. However, after spending a few days with Gu Changa, she said such words. Although the Sword Cliff does not provoke me, the sword mystery world does not only have the Sword Cliff. Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled lightly. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the city lord residence, he took a step forward and appeared on the city wall in the next moment. Not good, the Snow Sword Immortal's expression changed slightly. Only now did he feel the terrifying sword chi in the sky. And from the aura, there were quite a few of them. She understood that the other sword immortals of the land had found their way here to capture Gu Changa. Looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. The Snow Sword Immortal frowned. His figure quickly flew out and appeared in the sky. She stood proudly in the air, her black hair fluttering in the wind and sparkling snowflakes. A domain of ice and snow formed around her. Even the air seemed to have frozen. Terrifying cold air pervaded the air, turning into a boundless expanse of snow that blotted out the sun. It wasn't without reason that she was called the Snow Sword Fairy. Just her attainments in the way of ice and snow were unparalleled in the same realm. As far as the eye could see, the world was a divine domain of ice and snow. The appearance of Snow Sword Immortal had shocked the entire ancient Mulberry City. The sudden appearance of a sword immortal of the land had definitely caused a commotion. All the living beings and cultivators looked up in shock, completely confused. Looks like the time has come. You can choose to act now. Sensing this aura fluctuation, the eyes of the various clan leaders within the Gu Sang city glinted. They had vaguely guessed something and immediately dispatched the experts within their clans. If the sword immortals of the land wanted to attack Gu Changa, they would naturally want to get involved. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You are that young Master Gu? A cold voice came from afar. Above the sky, a figure was rapidly approaching like a meteor. He had no white beard, wore a starry robe, and held a 7-star Dao sword in his hand. His entire body exuded an awe-inspiring pressure. Without a doubt, this was a sword immortal of the land. His majestic aura was like a supreme divine mountain, pressing down on the hearts of every living being in ancient Mulberry City. On the city walls of ancient Mulberry City, Gu Changa stood above. Behind him, Ada stood tall like an iron tower. He had a terrifying demonic aura, causing all the living beings and cultivators in ancient Mulberry City to tremble and suffocate. The strongest expert of this world is only at this level. Gu Changa's expression didn't change much as he chuckled. Don't be so rampant. Everyone has the right to kill an extraterrestrial demon. If you are smart, this old man advises you to surrender. Resistance is futile. The figure landed outside ancient Mulberry City. His eyes were as bright as the stars, revealing a sword light that could shatter the void. What? Hearing these words, the entire ancient Mulberry City was in an uproar. Everyone stared in disbelief, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Extraterrestrial demon. The young man who came back with Miss Ah-Ching was actually an extraterrestrial demon. Many people's expressions became fearful. In the city lord's mansion, Ah-Ching, Princess Xian Dai, and the others' expressions changed. They felt that things were not going well. This sword immortal of the land obviously wanted to expose Gu Changa's identity and arouse the crowd's anger. However, this would completely push Gu Changa to the opposite side of the sword profound world. What he did was simply stupid in their eyes. Although Gu Changa had never shown his strength, since he dared to come to the sword profound world so openly, why would he worry about this? You. Where did you get the guts to say this to me? On the city walls, Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming to be quite surprised. You have guts. This old man wants to see what else you can do in our world. The old man in the starry robe said coldly, killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. The descendant he thought highly of was buried in the hands of an extraterrestrial demon. Therefore, he hated every single one of the extraterrestrial demons and wished he could wipe them all out. Although the old sword immortal of the Shu sect had used the sword immortal token to summon everyone to capture Gu Changa, he was eager to kill Gu Changa here. At the level of sword immortal of the land, he had some understanding of the laws of heaven and earth of the sword profound world. He knew that although Gu Changa was terrifying, he would definitely not be able to display his original strength in this world. What's more, he was not the only sword immortal of the land who had come to kill Gu Changa this time. Not to say that the entire sword profound world's strongest force had come, but it was not far off. It could be said to be an inescapable net. Star Sword Immortal, don't make a mistake. Young Master Gu has no ill intentions towards the sword profound world. You will only bring disaster to yourself by doing this. Snow Sword Immortal walked over step by step, the bright eyes under the mask looking coldly at the old man in the starry robe. Her voice was cold. Although it was not loud, it contained a terrifying will that enveloped the entire Gu Sang city. Everyone who was originally in a state of panic was now even more confused. They could not understand. Snow Sword Immortal's reputation in the sword profound world was far above this old man. But at this time, she actually wanted to protect that extraterrestrial demon. Snow Sword Immortal, are you determined to protect this person and make an enemy of us? Star Sword Immortal's eyes were also very cold. He did not expect Snow Sword Immortal to stand up at this time. This was beyond his expectations. I am saving you. Snow Sword Immortal said coldly. The ice divine domain spread under her feet, turning into boundless snow that swept out, freezing the void and cracking a terrifying gray valley. I didn't think that you would side with an otherworldly heavenly demon. The way I see it, you are under his control, the Star Sword Immortal said coldly. Inside the city lord's mansion, Lin En, who was dressed as a butler, furrowed his brows. He performed a mysterious footwork and disappeared in an instant, reappearing in another area without revealing his true body. Why would senior sister help that young Master Gu? He was a little confused. He had originally thought that Sword Immortal Snow had come here because of the Sword Immortal badge. Begging for fresh flowers. Zero boom. At this moment, the old man in the starry robe had a cold expression. He had already made his move. He raised his hand and displayed a powerful sword move. Immediately, 12 astral divine swords slashed over. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and they actually carried with them the roars of gods and demons. One sword, one world. The 12-star divine formation unleashed a sword Tao that shook the world. Each sword opened up a world with the cycle of earth, fire, wind, and water. This was the power of the Earth Sword Immortal. All the cultivators in Gusong City were trembling under this terrifying aura. They could not resist and could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground, worshipping that place. Star Sword Immortal, 600 years ago, comprehended the extraterritorial stars and took the last step. Now, his star sword Tao has reached the perfection realm. This 12-star divine formation contains the power of gods and ghosts, and can destroy all enemies. The old city lord's expression was solemn. Although his strength was not weak, in front of the Earth Sword Immortal, he was no different from an ant. Ah Qing and Princess Xian Dai also frowned. You are really going to attack? The Snow Sword Immortal's expression turned cold. Large pieces of ice and snow condensed into an ice shield, and rushed forward to block the sword formation. However, it was obvious that the Star Sword Immortal was prepared. He did not use such a method. There was star-like brilliance flowing in his sleeves, and it entered the surrounding void. This old man wants to see what you have up your sleeve. The Star Sword Immortal sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. At the same time, an aura that frightened everyone in Gusong City was emitted. Radiance surged into the sky from all directions, as if an eternal divine furnace was burning. This person is really good. Does he want to refine us here alive? The old city lord was shocked. In the surrounding void, there were ancient altars suspended one after another. They were like stars, engraved with mysterious divine runes, and emitted strands of terrifying brilliance that intertwined with each other. Star sealing blood sacrifice. The Snow Sword Immortal's expression changed slightly. This was a terrifying formation. Trapped in it, it could refine people alive, and there was no way to resist. She did not expect the Star Sword Immortal to use such a method. It was simply ruthless, and he did not consider the people in Gusong City at all. At this time, everyone in Gusong City was suddenly frightened. They felt as if their flesh and blood were burning, and their souls and mana were flowing out uncontrollably. Many people directly exploded, affected by the power of the blood sacrifice, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. However, in the next moment, a scream suddenly sounded, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. There was an aura between heaven and earth that made people tremble, and their skin was about to crack. The terrifying fist print seemed to penetrate through eternity. It was mixed with a dark demonic aura, and directly tore all the divine runes and star divine swords in front of it, and blasted onto the Star Sword Immortal. Impossible, his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Before he could even react, he found that a tall demonic shadow had appeared in front of him. The opponent's fist fell, and everything in front of him was torn apart, collapsing and exploding. This was a horrifying scene. The Star Sword Immortal, who was incomparably powerful a moment ago, turned into a bloody mist in an instant, mixed with bone fragments, and filled the void. One should know that this was a Land Sword Immortal. An existence that stood at the peak of the sword mystic world. It's definitely not the ninth realm. Just the strength of his body alone surpassed that of a Land Sword Immortal. The old city lord and others looked at Ada in horror. They did not expect that this subordinate, who followed Gu Changa silently, would have such terrifying strength. Just by relying on the strength of his body, he killed a Land Sword Immortal with one punch. 2. Chapter 626. There was dead silence in front of Gu Sang City. Only the bone fragments mixed with blood mist were still lingering in the void, telling everyone what had just happened. Even the Snow Sword Immortal, who wanted to stop it, looked at all this in a daze, as if he had not reacted yet. The several big families in the city were silent, and they were terrified to the extreme. The family heads trembled uncontrollably, looking at Gu Changa as if they were looking at some great horror. What terrifying strength! Ah Qin, Princess Xian Dai, and the others all stared with their eyes wide open, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Although the Star's Sword Immortal was not famous in the sword mystery world, he was a genuine Earth Sword Immortal, and was one of the people who stood at the peak. But now, he was killed by one of Gu Changa's subordinates with a punch, and his body and soul were destroyed. They had never thought that the subordinate who had been silent beside Gu Changa would be so terrifying. This scene was too shocking, making many people's minds buzz, becoming completely blank. How is it possible that his physical body has surpassed that of a Earth Sword Immortal? He did not use any magical power at all. In an area of Gu Sang City, Lin An's pupils shrank, and there was also a huge wave in his heart. His vision was unique, and he could naturally see it. That terrifying iron tower-like figure just now had only suppressed the Star's Sword Immortal with strength. Then, when he was caught off guard, he smashed down with infinite force. It was as if hundreds of thousands of divine mountains were covering him, and there was no way to stop it. The power could be called destructive. This was a terrifying and trembling fact. He felt that even if his real body came, it would be difficult to resist this unexpected punch. Lin An even clearly saw that under the void where he stepped, there was a terrifying gray crack, and it spewed out chaotic chi and astral wind. Such a physical body could only be described as a monster. A Earth Sword Immortal had fallen, and it caused a huge sensation in Gu Sang City. Everyone who had witnessed the scene just now was trembling with extreme fear, and felt that the sky was about to collapse. In their eyes, the Earth Sword Immortal was the representative of invincibility, but now he was killed by one punch of the extraterrestrial demon's subordinate. This was tantamount to causing their world to gradually crumble and shatter. Looking at the calm expression of Gu Changa on the wall, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They were inexplicably terrified. The death of a land sword immortal seemed to be as simple as crushing an ant in his eyes. It seems that I was worrying too much. Sword Immortal Snow took a deep breath and calmed himself down before descending from the sky. Although she couldn't bear to see the Star Sword Immortal die like this, he asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone else. He should have some power behind him, right? On the city wall, Gu Changa turned to the Snow Sword Immortal and asked, as if he didn't care at all. After all, Ada was born after bathing in the true blood of the demonic master. His physical body was terrifyingly strong, and he wasn't any weaker than the average cultivators who had achieved the Tao. Furthermore, in Gu Changa's opinion, the land sword immortals of this world were at most at the quasi-emperor level. The difference in strength between the two was so great that it could be described as a natural chasm. How could the Star's Sword Immortal possibly stop Ada? Behind him is the Stellar Sword Valley. The Star's Sword Immortal acted on his own accord. It has nothing to do with the sword mystery world. For some reason, the Snow Sword Immortal felt a chill run down her spine. Her expression under the mask changed slightly, but she still forced herself to speak. She hadn't felt this way for a long time since she became a land sword immortal. In front of Gu Changa, she couldn't sit still, and the hair on her skin stood on end. She couldn't help but tremble. Although she had already advised the Star's Sword Immortal to stop today, he didn't care at all and still wanted to attack Gu Changa. No matter what the consequences were, the Star's Sword Immortal should bear the consequences himself. Moreover, she could vaguely guess the purpose of Gu Changa's question. Stellar Sword Valley. Gu Changa's expression didn't change, and he still smiled casually. Although I've always stood aloof from worldly affairs, since others have provoked me, I can't just do nothing, right? Ada. At this point, the smile on his face disappeared, and he said indifferently, "There's no need for this power to exist in this world." "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order, Ada still had an indifferent expression on his face. He directly tore open the void in front of him and stepped in. To him, killing the Stellar Sword Immortal was no different than crushing an ant to death, and there was no difference. This Stellar Sword Valley could be destroyed with a raise of his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone in Gu Sang City began to tremble. Their faces turned pale, and they were filled with fear. They didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would destroy the stellar Sword Valley at the slightest disagreement. That was a great force comparable to the Nanming dynasty. Although the Snow Sword Immortal wanted to stop it, she could only sigh softly and remain silent. The Star's Sword Immortal was the strongest person in the stellar Sword Valley. If even he died so tragically, there was no need to think about what would happen to the stellar Sword Valley. On the other hand, she also understood a principle. To Gu Chang'e, their life and death were not important. What was important was not to hinder or provoke him. Gu Chang'e was not a kind person. Ah Qing, Princess Xian Dai, and the others were also silent. At this juncture, who would dare to persuade Gu Chang'e? They were not stupid. Although Gu Chang'e's attitude towards them was very gentle and polite, it didn't mean that they were important in Gu Chang'e's eyes. How could anyone who had reached this realm be a simple person? Since you're all here, why are you in a hurry to leave? At this time, Gu Chang'e's gaze fell on a certain place, and he spoke again, his expression unchanged. The Snow Sword Immortal and the others were slightly shocked and they heard this, and they looked in the direction Gu Chang'e said. Boom! The next moment, heaven and earth shook violently, and a terrifying aura spread out. Gu Chang'e stretched out his palm and imprisoned a certain place in the void. As his palm stretched out, heaven and earth became dim, and all the light disappeared, as if they had fallen into eternal darkness. A boundless and terrifying hand seemed to have reached out from a black hole in the universe. It was powerful and terrifying, and with a shake, everything was destroyed. The void collapsed at the first moment. Like a spider web, countless dense cracks appeared and shattered into nothingness. What is that? Is the world going to be destroyed? Countless living beings and cultivators within a radius of 10 million felt their souls tremble, and they wanted to kneel down and worship in that direction. The people in Gu Sang City felt it the most. It was as if doomsday had arrived, and they were suffocating. Their bodies and souls were about to collapse under this aura. They were extremely shocked. Even the Snow Sword Immortal's soul trembled, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn, feeling the terror of Gu Chang'e. Even if the rules of heaven and earth suppressed him, under such circumstances, it was enough to sweep the world with one hand. Ah, between heaven and earth, there was a sound of bones breaking and screams that made one's teeth ache. Somewhere in the void was collapsing rapidly. Blood seeped out from it. Several figures that were hiding within revealed themselves. But now, they were extremely miserable. They were caught by a terrifying dark hand, unable to move. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. Their bones were exploding, and their bodies were collapsing. That's Granny Sky Demon, Sword Immortal Dust, and a peerless old emperor of a dynasty. Everyone in Gu Sang City trembled in fear as they recognized the identity of these people. There was no doubt that they were all Sword Immortals of the land. Especially the old woman with disheveled hair, she was the famous Granny Sky Demon, who had the Sky Demon Sword Spirit. She had made a name for herself in the Sword Arcane Great World 4,000 years ago, and was not something the Star Sword Immortals could compare to. But today, she was miserable. Her body was covered in blood, and her bones were shattered. Her body and soul were about to be destroyed. The other two Sword Immortals of the land were also extremely miserable. They were suppressed to the point that it was difficult for them to even move. They were almost crushed into a cloud of blood mist. That terrifying black hand covered everything, as if it was the hand of the Celestial Emperor. It carried a power that made one's heart palpitate and despair. It grabbed the three Sword Immortals of the land as if they were three little insects. They should have come with the Star Sword Immortal for the Sword Immortal token. Seeing that the situation was not right, they wanted to retreat. Snow Sword Immortal frowned. Among them was her old acquaintance, Granny Sky Demon. The two had clashed before, and their strength was on par. But later, when she comprehended the Ice Divine Domain, Granny Sky Demon was no match for her, and disappeared without a trace. She did not expect Granny Sky Demon to appear here in such a way. Looking at Granny Sky Demon's miserable appearance, she could not help but feel complicated. Everyone in Gu Sang City also looked at this scene with trembling. The sword immortals of the land were usually high and mighty, figures that they needed to look up to and worship. But today, they were begging for mercy so miserably. They were reduced to fish on the chopping board, and their lives were not in their hands. Such a big contrast made them even more frightened. You want to capture and kill me with just you? Gu Changa's expression did not change. He stood on the city wall and spoke casually. Spare me, we are all here under the sword immortal token of the Shu Sex Old Sword Immortal. This is none of our business. We are just following orders. We have no ill intentions. Granny Sky Demon and the others all had a miserable and frightened look. Blood mist constantly spread out from their bodies, and their bones cracked, as if they were about to be crushed into ashes. When they saw the fall of the Star Sword Immortal, they felt that the situation was not right and wanted to escape. But a terrifying pressure, like the will of heaven and earth, shrouded them, sealing every inch of the void. Then, a huge hand that covered the sky reached out. It was as if the universe was condensing, and they could not escape. For the first time after becoming a sword immortal of the land, they experienced what it meant to be weak and desperate. That was not a power they could contend with. What was laughable was that they thought that they could kill Gu Changa by relying on their numbers and force back the many extraterrestrial demons. It was no different from a dream. In such a desperate situation, they only wanted to live. Shu Sex Old Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal Token. Don't worry, he will accompany you soon. Gu Changa smiled gently, his eyes did not fluctuate. Spare me, feeling Gu Changa's killing intent, Granny Sky Demon and the other two sword immortals of the land revealed despair and fear. They did not expect that they would die such a cowardly death one day. In front of Gu Sang City, everyone was trembling in fear to the extreme. They felt that something that would sweep across the entire sword profound world would definitely happen today, setting off a shocking wave. In the next moment, Gu Changa gently shook his head. The terrifying black hand in the void suddenly closed, and there seemed to be endless light intertwining within it. Then, with a bang, it exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Chapter 627. The giant black hand stretched across the sky and stretched out for thousands of miles, grabbing the three sword immortals of the land in its palm. Then, it slapped them into ashes, leaving only terrified and desperate screams. This was a scene that made people tremble in fear. Even the Snow Sword Fairy, who was also a sword immortal of the land, felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but clench her fists under her white dress. This was an indescribable gap, and it was not an exaggeration to describe it as a natural chasm. Even she felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. If she were to face these three sword immortals of the land, she would definitely die. But in front of Gu Changa, they were as fragile as paper. He could kill them with just one slap. At this moment, the Snow Sword Fairy finally understood why when she searched the souls of those extraterrestrial demons. That group of people had such a deep fear of Gu Changa's name. It was like ants facing a true dragon. That feeling of kneeling and trembling seemed to come from the deepest part of their divine souls, and it was difficult to erase. So this was the reason. Ah Ching and Princess Xian Dai looked at Gu Changa on the city wall, whose expression didn't change at all. For some reason, they felt an extremely strange feeling. Even the sword immortals of the land were no different from ants in his eyes. Maybe this is what a savior should be like. 17-inch, he's still too gentle in front of us, Ah Ching whispered. The eyes of the old city lord and the others beside her were also filled with fear. Previously, they treated Gu Changa as their savior and were worried that something would happen to him. But after seeing this scene, they suddenly realized that he dared to come to the sword mystic world so calmly because he was not worried about any danger. This kind of invincible and terrifying strength was the reason for his confidence. How did he do it? This world clearly doesn't allow people with such strength to appear. Lin En's pupils contracted violently, and he could not hide the shock in his heart. Originally, he was quite proud of himself for reaching the sword immortal of the land in his 20s. But today, he was finally shocked. All of this was simply unbelievable to him, like a dream. At this moment, Lin En felt a strong sense of crisis. If Gu Chang'e wanted to kill him, even if his real body came, it would be difficult for him to block a palm strike. And now, his master, the old sword immortal, had issued the sword immortal order, ordering all the sword immortals in the world to surround and kill Gu Chang'e. This was a great enmity that could be said to be irreconcilable. How could Gu Chang'e let Shu sect off? Let go of the old sword immortal. No, my strength is still too weak. I have to think of a way to become stronger. Otherwise, I will definitely not be able to protect the Shu sect. Jolson's gaze gradually became serious, and he felt that his shoulders had become much heavier. It seems that the strength of sword immortals on land is different as well. In the sky, Gu Chang'e gently shook his head. He didn't care about the fear in the eyes of the people around him as he descended from the city wall. In his opinion, the stellar sword immortal was at most a first-tier quasi-emperor. The few land sword immortals from before were much stronger than the star sword immortals. This was perhaps due to the influence of the profound sword great world's laws of heaven and earth. From his point of view, it was obvious that this great world could give birth to a more powerful existence. Because of the existence of the will of heaven and earth, it did not allow for the birth of someone who was too strong, so as to avoid exceeding its control. From the strength of Granny Sky Demon and the others, it also confirmed Gu Chang'e's guess. These people could be considered to be standing at the peak of the profound sword great world. But they were still too far away from the realm of Tao attainment. It seems that the will of heaven and earth of this world is not small. Gu Chang'e had a faint guess in his heart. After all, after the will of heaven and earth was born, it would definitely not be as impartial and heartless as before. Otherwise, with the foundation of this world, how could it not give birth to an existence at the level of Tao attainment? As Gu Chang'e stepped into Gu Sang City, everyone looked at him with fear in their eyes and couldn't help but retreat. The patriarchs of the major families who had planned to join forces with several land sword immortals to attack were also terrified, their bodies trembling. It seems that you want to attack me too. Gu Chang'e casually glanced at them and said. At this moment, the Wu family head and the others only felt the blood in their bodies freeze. Their divine souls collapsed into ashes, and their entire bodies were completely erased from this world. They wanted to open their mouths to explain, but when the words reached their mouths, they trembled and could not speak. Boom! In the next moment, Gu Chang'e's gaze fell, and a terrifying pressure poured down like a mountain torrent. A strand of heavy pressure crushed the void and collapsed the rules. Many of the buildings and pavilions in front of them disappeared in an instant, as if they had turned into ashes. Including the Wu family head and the others, they also collapsed in an instant, their flesh and divine souls turning into ashes. A thick blood mist filled the world, sprinkling down like splashed ink. It was mixed with many broken weapon fragments and bone fragments, causing all the cultivators in Gu Sang City to tremble in fear. They could naturally see that when Granny Sky Demon and the others appeared, these major families had the intention to attack. However, it seemed that their intentions had been seen through by Gu Chang'e very early on. Today, a total of 4 land sword immortals had died outside Gu Sang City, and they had died one after another because of a single person. Even when they were barging into the crack in the sky, there had not been so many peak experts who had died. This was definitely a terrifying loss to the sword profound world. The news of this place spread out almost immediately, causing a sensation in the 13 provinces of the sword profound world, causing countless cultivators to be terrified and shocked. No one had expected that when the armies sent by the various forces were resisting the extraterrestrial demons at the front lines, such a shocking event would happen in the hinterland. For land sword immortals had fallen. If this was during peacetime, it would definitely be unimaginable. And now, it was equivalent to dying tragically at the hands of the same person. On that day, the location of the stellar Sword Valley was razed to the ground by an expert. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, a terrifying crater appeared. It was a scene of devastation, and everything had turned into ruins. This was a great force that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Its foundation was extremely deep, and it had a land sword immortal overseeing it. However, it was still slaughtered by a single person, completely erased from this world. This matter caused all the forces in the sword-profound world to tremble in fear, worried that the flames of disaster would burn their heads. Many people understood the cause of this matter. If the old Sword Immortal had not taken out the Sword Immortal token, such a disaster would not have occurred. It could even be said that the existence of the Sword Immortal token was the source. And the old Sword Immortal was the culprit. He's simply courting death. He could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke that person. He really doesn't know his place. He just had to throw himself at the edge of the blade. When the cultivators of the upper realm learned of this matter, they all laughed mockingly and gloated. On the contrary, they expressed sympathy for the many forces in the sword-profound world. Tuoba Xiaoyao, who had already infiltrated the Shu sect, had a drastic change in expression. He felt that the old Sword Immortal's actions were leading the flames of war to the Shu sect, which could very well cause his plan to fail. Chapter 628. Shu sect was one of the top holy lands for sword cultivation in the sword mystery world. The saying that all the sword masters in the world came from Shu sect was not without reason. In the forbidden area of Shu sect's back mountain, there was a sword pool that covered thousands of miles. It was said that it was built by the first ancestor of Shu sect. It was taken from a meteorite and was refined using more than 100,000 methods. There were more than 300,000 divine swords in it. Every time there was a full moon or a scorching sun in the sky, there would be the sound of thousands of swords humming, showing many mysterious sword wills. Countless sword shadows circled in the sky. Sword chi intertwined. Many disciples and elders of Shu sect came here to comprehend swordsmanship and improved quickly. This was one of the forbidden areas of Shu sect. At the same time, in the sword pavilion that towered into the clouds, there were all kinds of swordsmanship and supernatural powers collected by generations of Shu sect elders and disciples. The sword pool and the sword pavilion were the two forbidden areas of Shu sect. They were specially guarded by elders of the ninth realm. Usually, even flies could not fly in. But at this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao, as a guest from outer space, walked into the sword pavilion with a calm expression. He was wearing the clothes of Shu sect disciples. There was a faint sword will flowing around him. Even the crippled elder who was in charge of guarding the door showed admiration for him. The pure aura of a Shu sect disciple. He had comprehended a powerful sword will at such a young age. He would definitely be the pillar of Shu sect in a few years. Things are still the same, but people have changed. I can't see the past at all. The elder at the entrance of the sword pavilion naturally did not know what Tuoba Xiaoyao was thinking. He looked at the neatly arranged bookshelves in the sword pavilion, looking for those familiar jade scrolls. His eyes gradually became absent-minded. Once upon a time, he was like the other disciples, reading all kinds of scriptures here. But now, he could not see a familiar figure. Even the crippled elder at the door was a very unfamiliar face. Since he watched the ancestor pass away, too many things had happened in Shu sect. Even many of the scriptures in the sword pavilion were lost. I hope I can find a solution. My sister's life is still in the hands of Gu Chang'e. Regaining his senses, Taba Carefree's figure gradually disappeared among the many jade scrolls. He began to flip through them continuously, starting from the first level, all the way to the 8th level. During this time, he encountered many strange looks from the Shu sect disciples, but he turned a blind eye to them. Tuoba Xiaoyao knew that Shu sect would enter Gu Chang's eyes sooner or later. At that time, the secret of him being a disciple of Shu sect might be exposed. In this way, whether it was the upper realm or the sword profound world, there would be no place for him to stay. That was why he had to think of a way to save his sister from Gu Chang'e before the armies of the upper realm's orthodoxies noticed the Shu sect. Because of the existence of the mixed Yuan sky palm sword embryo, Gu Chang'e would not attack him for a while. However, once the mixed Yuan sky palm sword fell into Gu Chang'e's hands, everything became unclear. Therefore, during this period, he had to do everything he could to increase his strength and find the means and confidence to contend against Gu Chang'e. Buzz, at the same time, in the sword pool of Shu sect, there were hundreds of millions of swords trembling slightly. Many divine swords located in the cliffs, rocks, and hills seemed to be cheering in response, as if worshipping the Emperor of Swords. A tall figure sat cross-legged in the depths of the sword pool. His aura was calm and his eyes were closed. However, there were many sword shadows surrounding him, rising and falling like Wang Yang. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. The sword shadows in the sky were reflected in the depths of his eyes, as if they could cut through the long river of time and the endless void. Such a big problem, not only is he the enemy of Shu sect, but he is also the enemy of the sword profound world. This figure was naturally the current young grandmaster of Shu sect, Lin En. Unlike the incarnation in Gu Sang City, this was his original body, and his strength had already reached the level of a land sword immortal. Even the old sword immortal who had taught him before was defeated by his sword a few years ago. To put it bluntly, in the current sword profound world, he was the first person. Lin En's figure stepped out of the sword pool. The surrounding divine swords also slowly quieted down, showing a devout worship to him. He looked in the direction of Gu Sang City, frowning. The connection between the incarnation and the original body was quite deep, so he was very clear about everything that had happened in Gu Sang City. The fall of the 4 land sword immortals was really shocking. Until now, the entire 13 provinces of the sword profound world were still in a state of panic. The terrifying strength that Gu Chang'e had displayed brought a deep sense of powerlessness and despair to everyone. It was absolute invincibility in suppression, and there was no other possibility. Even if his original body went and used all his means, he would not be Gu Chang'e's opponent. Now, this terrifying enemy was planning to make a move on Shu sect and the old sword immortal. After all, the sword immortal's token was issued by the old sword immortal. Master is far from being a match for Gu Chang'e. Even the grandmaster who went through the tribulation back then would not be able to do so. This is a disaster for Shu sect. It seems that we can only go to Wuming Valley. Otherwise, before the sword profound world is destroyed, Shu sect will be razed to the ground first. Lin En sighed softly and took a step forward. The void blurred, and his figure soon disappeared. The Wuming Valley he was talking about was a mysterious place in the sword profound world. There was no law there, no heaven, no earth, and no restrictions. The sky was round and the earth was boundless. If a cultivator stepped into it, there was no second possibility other than being trapped to death. Even he had only stopped at the outermost area of the Wuming Valley. He sensed great danger and did not continue to step in. But since ancient times, misfortune and blessing came hand in hand. Lin En happened to cultivate a divination sword technique, which told him that there would be a glimmer of hope. So he decided to take advantage of the fact that Gu Chang'e had not killed his way to Shu sect and go to the Wuming Valley first. That Gu Chang'e will definitely not let Shu sect go. For now, we can only join forces with the Sword Cliff, Mount Kong, and other forces to have a chance of survival. Snow Sword Immortal has already betrayed the Sword Cliff. She still does not understand that Gu Chang'e has good intentions. At this moment, in the main hall of the Shu sect, many elders were gathered. The current sect master of the Shu sect, including the Old Sword Immortal and the others, were also present. The person who spoke was the Old Sword Immortal. He stroked his beard, and there was a hint of anger in his heavy gaze. It was obvious that he hated Snow Sword Immortal for not fighting for him. In his opinion, Gu Changa's strength was enough to sweep through the sword profound world. How could he come here for no reason and even tell them how to fight against the extraterrestrial demons? This was unreasonable in itself, but Snow Sword Immortal chose to believe in Gu Changa, which made him extremely angry. However, as the Old Sword Immortal's words fell, the hall fell into silence. Many elders, including the current sect master of the Shu sect, Graceful Sword Immortal, were also silent. The Old Sword Immortal's unauthorized issuance of the Sword Immortal token had actually violated the rules of the Shu sect. However, with his seniority and strength, no one dared to say anything. However, he still could not see the situation clearly. Gu Changa originally did not have any plans to attack the Shu sect, but after this incident, he had become the enemy of the Shu sect. They were still very clear about who was more important. Chapter 629. The main hall of the Shu sect was completely silent. No one said a word as they quietly stared at the Old Sword Immortal in the middle. This was a matter of life and death for the Shu sect. Even if the Old Sword Immortal had an astonishing seniority, he could not speak rashly at this time. Many elders looked at each other, their eyes flashing with thoughts and unwillingness. Martial Uncle's words are reasonable, but my Shu sect did not need to attract such a calamity. That young Master Gu's strength is much more terrifying than that group of invading sky demons. Finally, the current sect master of the Shu sect, the refined man known as the Sword Immortal, spoke with a helpless expression. Gu Changa's strength was something that the entire Sword Profound world knew. He could kill 3 Earth Sword Immortals with a single palm. Not to mention the Shu sect, even if the strongest experts of all the 13 prefectures were to join forces, it would still be difficult for them to contend against him. And the reason for all of this was because the Old Sword Immortal had issued the Sword Immortal token without permission. Originally, Gu Changa and the Sword Profound world could live in harmony. So you're all blaming this old man now? The Old Sword Immortal was not stupid. He quickly understood the intentions of the people in the hall and said with a sullen expression. He really did not expect that at such a critical moment, the Shu sect would not think about how to fight against Gu Changa, but instead think about how to avoid this calamity, and blame him. This made him very disappointed. How could this group of disciples and grand disciples lose their courage and only know how to resign themselves to fate? The Sword Profound world had encountered such a great calamity. How could Gu Changa be a good person? It was just that his disguise was very good. Now, not only was the Snow Sword Immortal deceived by him, even the elders of the Shu sect were so afraid that they did not dare to accept the challenge. Martial Uncle, we all understand what you want to say, but my Shu sect really cannot bear such a huge loss. Only ruins remain in the Stellar Sword Valley. As for the reason, I think you are very clear. Even if that young Master Gu does not have good intentions, before he reveals his intentions, we are still safe. We can continue to stall for time and find a way to solve this problem. Yi Jianxian sighed. He had already made things very clear. If the Shu sect were to start a war with Gu Changa, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Other than turning into ashes, there would be no other outcome. Now, the Shu sect still had one last hope, and that was to delay until the will of the heavens and earth recovered, waiting for the heavens and earth to undergo a huge reversal. This was the revelation and method they had obtained from the ancient altar. I understand now. So you're planning to capture me today and apologize to that Gu guy to avoid this disaster? Am I right? Hearing this, the Old Sword Immortal suddenly revealed a cold smile. His originally sage-like face was now filled with sorrow. In the hall of the Shu sect, there was a solemn silence. None of the elders spoke. Only the sound of swords reverberated between heaven and earth. Good, 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 that kid Lin En will avenge me. The old sword immortal suddenly laughed, slowly sweeping his gaze over everyone, full of disdain. I believe that he is the final hope of our world, and not the will of the world that you have entrusted to him. Yi Jianxian's expression did not change. I hope that martial uncle will not make things difficult for us. On that day, something terrifying happened in the Shu sect, shocking all the disciples. The ancient bells on the various mountain peaks trembled incessantly. Streams of sword chi circulated, sweeping across the heavens and earth, rushing towards the main peak. An ancestor of the Shu sect, who was also the old sword immortal, issued the sword immortal order without permission, bringing great calamity to the Shu sect and even the 13 prefectures. When the news spread, the entire sword profound great world was shaken. The sword cliff, Mount Kong and the other powers were even more shocked. Countless cultivators and living beings widened their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they had heard wrongly. The old sword immortal of the Shu sect was a supreme figure in the hearts of countless sword cultivators. In the various cities, there were still many rumors about him when he was young spreading. The cliffs, sword valleys, and stone tablets that he had once cultivated in had all attracted countless people to observe and comprehend a strand of his sword intent. But until now, he had been abandoned by the Shu sect and had been reduced to an abandoned child. This matter shook the world. No cultivator or living being was not shocked. Many young people who viewed the old sword immortal as a god shouted in disbelief, unable to believe all of this. Without a doubt, this was a helpless choice of the Shu sect. At the same time, it was also a plea for mercy for Gu Chang'e. Many cultivators could see that in the face of such a huge disaster, the Shu sect immediately took down the culprit, the old sword immortal. Such an attitude was already low enough. They just hoped that Gu Chang'e's anger would not implicate the Shu sect. The sword cliff, Mount Kong, and the other forces also immediately distanced themselves from the matter. At this time, they could see that Gu Chang'e was not in cahoots with the group of extraterrestrial demons. The moment they found out that the Shu sect had offended Gu Chang'e, the extraterrestrial demons showed schadenfreude instead of anger. Therefore, the best choice was not to provoke Gu Chang'e and mind their own business. This way, they could live in peace. Master, Lin En, who was rushing to the Wuyin Valley, had a deep gaze for a long time. A strong killing intent filled the air, but it quickly disappeared and calmed down. He understood that if he wanted to save the old sword immortal, the only way was to kill Gu Chang'e or avenge the old sword immortal. But no matter which one it was not something that he could do now. Therefore, he had to think of a way to go deep into the Wuyin Valley. In order to avoid this disaster, the Shu sect actually took down the old sword immortal personally. When Qing and Princess Xian Dai heard this news, they were also shocked. Because of the matter of Gu Chang'e crushing 3 earth sword immortals in Gu Sang city, the entire sword profound world fell into panic. Many forces were extremely uneasy. Fortunately, they were very close to Gu Chang'e and did not have to worry about that. Now, they were on the way to the Shu sect with Gu Chang'e to denounce the Shu sect. Today, they happened to hear the news from the Shu sect. If the Shu sect does this, it is wise. However, if they do this, I'm afraid it will attract the disdain of the other forces. Princess Xian Dai frowned slightly as she looked at the vast mountain range in the distance. There, sword light could be seen whistling, and the mountains were endless. That was where the Shu sect was located. Unlike the other forces, the Shu sect was located deep in the mountains. It was a dangerous place with many pavilions and palaces, which looked majestic and magnificent. This matter is the fault of the Shu sect. Benefactor did not do anything wrong. Qing nodded. Hearing these words, the snow sword immortal's eyes under the white mask could not help but reveal a complicated expression. At that time, she had advised the old sword immortal not to act rashly. However, the old sword immortal did not listen to her. Instead, he took out the sword immortal token and tried to capture Gu Chang'e. Therefore, karma was a matter of life and death. With her friendship with the old sword immortal, she did not want to see such a day appear. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. Swish! Swish! Soon, in the direction of the Shu sect, several divine rainbows flew over. They were all elders of the Shu sect. They had already known that Gu Chang'e had arrived, so they did not dare to neglect him. Their expressions were filled with worry and fear. In addition to the elders of the Shu sect, there were also the graceful sword immortal and the others. What the old sword immortal did was not what my Shu sect wanted. Now, he has been locked in prison and is waiting for young Master Gu to deal with him. The graceful sword immortal recognized Gu Chang'e at a glance, and his attitude was extremely respectful. Many of the Shu sect disciples who followed him also revealed fear on their faces. Their bodies could not help but tremble. The man in front of them was an existence that could crush the earth sword immortal to death with a raise of his hand. Even the huge Shu sect would not be able to contend against him. Even if it was a god, it was difficult to describe his terror. You can rest assured that I am not someone who would kill innocent people. Since you are tactful, then I will not blame you too much. Gu Chang'e nodded with a calm expression. To him, the attitude of the Shu sect was not unexpected, and it also saved him a lot of effort. He had spent quite a bit of time in the Sword Profound Great World, so he could use this opportunity to borrow the power of the Shu sect to find the source of the world. I knew that benefactor would not implicate the Shu sect. Ah Qing was not surprised at all. On the other hand, Snow Sword Immortal and Princess Xian Dai were secretly shocked. They never thought that Gu Chang'e would actually let this matter go so easily. Hearing this, the many elders of the Shu sect, including the graceful Sword Immortal, could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. Following that, the entire Shu sect was shaken. Many disciples did not expect Gu Chang'e to arrive so quickly. They were incomparably terrified, thinking that a great disaster was imminent. However, they quickly found out that Gu Chang'e did not have any plans to vent his anger on them. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Many disciples even felt that Gu Chang'e was different from the group of sky demons that had invaded the Sword Profound Great World. At the very least, he would not willfully kill the innocent. The words he said were not untrustworthy. As for the old Sword Immortal, his cultivation had long been crippled and he was currently imprisoned in the Shu sect's heavenly prison. Without Gu Chang'e's consent, it would be difficult for him to be released in this lifetime. For such an ant that could be casually crushed to death, Gu Chang'e was too lazy to care about it. However, from Snow Sword Immortal, he learned a lot of information. The son of destiny that he saw in Gu Sang City that day was the disciple of this old Sword Immortal. Now, his aura was not in the Shu sect. It seemed that he had traveled far away, which made Gu Chang'e quite surprised. Therefore, after thinking about it, he still instructed the Shu sect's sect master to spare the old Sword Immortal's life. After all, for the son of destiny, this was his master, so he could more or less play a role. Shu sect did not know what Gu Chang'e's intentions were. Seeing him give such an order, many elders were even more grateful and could not thank him. Soon, another few days passed. The entire Sword Profound Great World became more and more chaotic, and the 13 provinces were swept by the flames of war. Many orthodoxies in the upper realm sent down even more troops, which could be said to be endless. Now, even the existence of the quasi-emperor realm came here with supreme secret treasures to avoid their own aura, and wantonly slaughter. This made countless cultivators despair, and they could not feel the slightest bit of light. The Sword Cliff, Mount Kong, and other forces had placed their last hope on the will of heaven and earth. In the depths of the Shu sect, there was a magnificent palace. Gu Chang'e temporarily stayed here for the past few days. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, and his plain white clothes were not stained with dust. He looked up at the Shu sect's forbidden area that was surrounded by sword chi, and his eyes were somewhat thoughtful. Many female disciples who came to deliver the spirit fruit and spirit wine looked a little lost in thought. If it were not for the incident in Gu Sang City, who would have thought that the existence that could casually crush a sword immortal to death would be such a handsome young master. Chapter 630. Is there something special about that place? In the courtyard, Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back. His hair was like black jade, shining brightly. He looked extraordinary, as if he could step into the sky at any time. He looked at the two forbidden areas in the depths of Shu sect and asked the Shu sect disciple who came to deliver the spiritual fruits. Young Master Gu, that is the direction of the sword pavilion and the sword casting pool. Usually, only the elders and core disciples can enter and leave at will. If other disciples dare to set foot there, their cultivation will be abolished and they will be expelled from the Shu sect, the female disciple of the Shu sect explained. There were countless sword techniques recorded in the sword pavilion, and the sword pool contained divine weapons. The two complemented each other, which led to Shu sect's dominating position in the sword mystery world. However, the sword pavilion and the sword pool were usually in a closed state, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. I see. Gu Changa was deep in thought. Suddenly, he thought of something. Since Tuoba Xiaoyao had the identity of a Shu sect disciple, then the secret technique that he used to refine the divine palm sword into the origin divine palm sword embryo should have come from Shu sect. If Tuoba Xiaoyao wanted to save his sister, then he would definitely come to Shu sect again. However, Gu Changa's goal was only the divine palm sword. He did not care much about Tuoba Xiaoyao's life or death. Therefore, from the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the divine palm sword was separated from Tuoba Xiaoyao's body and handed over to him. During this process, Gu Changa only needed to pay attention to Tuoba Xiaoyao's little tricks. He paid more attention to the origin of the world. During this period of time, things developed as he expected. Because the war was getting more and more intense, all the forces in the sword mystery world joined forces to fight against the extraterrestrial demons in the southern barren state. Many forces were also sending disciples to investigate everywhere, trying to find traces of the will of the heavenly path. This was good news for Gu Changa. As long as the will of the heavenly path appeared, he could naturally follow the clues and find the origin of the world. However, he always felt that the will of the heavenly path of the sword mystery world was deliberately avoiding everyone's pursuit and would not appear easily. Besides that, the epic tree is about to mature. It's time to release the news. Gu Changa's consciousness sank into his own inner universe. He looked at the lush and ancient tree that towered into the sky. Strands of chaotic fog fell down, and it was as if the stars in the sky were condensing. Vaguely, he could see a river that had traversed countless eras flowing under the towering ancient tree. Many fragments of time flew out, reflecting ancient scenes. There was the birth of lightning, the withering of primal chaos, the shattering of heaven and earth, the collapse of the universe. The epic tree that was originally on the verge of death now glowed with life once more. The Eridao fruit that was about to mature was like a gorgeous and dreamlike nebula that floated between the treetops, and it seemed to hold up the sky for eternity. This epic Dao fruit contained the incomplete providence of the upper realm and a portion of the shattered precepts. If it was merged with the heavenly axiom of the upper realm, it could cause a huge change in the environment of heaven and earth in an instant and return to the most prosperous and glorious era. It was difficult to become an immortal in the upper realm, and the celestial gate was not open. The biggest reason was that after the battle of the Forbidden Era, the rules were shattered, and the environment did not allow it. Now, the epic Dao fruit was about to mature. However, Gu Changa only needed to seal it in his inner universe. Unless he was willing, no one would be able to see through this aura. He had been planning to set up a trap with this epic Dao fruit because at his current level, the origin of ordinary Dao attainment beings would not be of much use anymore. Those who had been trapped in the Dao attainment realm for many years had reached a bottleneck. If heaven and earth allowed it, they could enter the immortal Dao realm at any time. That was his target. If those existences knew that the epic Tao fruit had matured, they would definitely go crazy and come looking for him, causing endless bloodshed. Those people were equivalent to standing at the peak of the upper realm, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as incomplete immortals. With a raise of their hands, they could shatter the universe, tear through galaxies, and easily destroy heaven and earth. If they chose an ordinary great world, they would not even need to descend in person. Just a wisp of aura would be enough to shatter it. Or rather, they would set up a trap to trap them and then hunt them down. That would not work at all. Therefore, Gu Changde was faced with the problem of how to choose the location of the layout. After a period of investigation, Gu Changde felt that the profound sword great world in front of him was actually not very suitable. The existence of the will of the heavenly Tao would become an unexpected factor. He temporarily gave up on this plan. After all, it would take him at least some time to break through to the immortal Tao realm. During this time, he could still plan again. Very quickly, a few days passed. The flames of war raged in the outside world. 4 of the 13 prefectures of Mysterious Sword had already fallen into enemy hands and were occupied by the orthodoxies of the higher realms. Begging for fresh flowers 0 at least on the surface, there was no possibility of a reversal. In the Shu sect, Gu Changde also saw a person he had expected. However, he still looked a little surprised. He smiled and said, "It seems that you are quite punctual." The person who came was Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, he came as an outsider and not a disciple of the Shu sect. Therefore, many disciples and elders of the Shu sect did not dare to be negligent. When they knew that he was coming to look for Gu Changde, they quickly led the way and led him over. Today was the deadline that Gu Changde had agreed with him. If he did not hand over the heaven-wielding sword to Gu Changde today, his sister Tuoba Qingyu would also disappear from this world. Tuoba Xiaoyao dared not joke about his sister's life. Fortunately, when he sneaked into the Shu sect some time ago, he found the jade scroll in the sword pavilion and found a way to break the origin heaven-wielding sword embryo. I want to know about my sister's safety. Tuoba Xiaoyao's face darkened slightly. He went straight to the point. Hand over the heaven-wielding sword first. Gu Changde stood up and said casually, "You are not qualified to negotiate with me now." Princess Xian Dai, Qing, and the others who heard the news all stood outside the courtyard. They were somewhat confused. They could see that although Tuoba Xiaoyao was also from the outer world, he did not seem to be on the same side as Gu Changde. Although he maintained his composure, the hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. Heaven-wielding sword. Only the snow sword fairy frowned slightly under the mask. She felt that these 3 words were a little familiar, as if she had heard of them before. Gu Changde, don't go too far. Tuoba Xiaoyao's face was still very gloomy. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Gu Changde smiled. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves. A layer of ripples appeared in front of him. Then, an image appeared in front of him. In a quiet mansion, a young girl was watched by many experts. She could not move an inch. Her face was full of anger and unwillingness, mixed with the fear and uneasiness in the depths of her eyes. Qingyu. Tuoba Xiaoyao recognized the young girl at a glance. She was his sister, Tuoba Qingyu, who was captured by Gu Changde's men. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the worry in his heart lessened. Are you satisfied now? Gu Changde smiled inexplicably. 2. Chapter 631. The courtyard was not big, but it was extremely quiet. There were small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and wisps of fog lingered around. Lingji mushrooms and sacred plants were everywhere. It was like a fairyland that was independent of the mortal world. However, at this moment, the atmosphere here was dead silent. Even Qing, Princess Xian Dai, and the others who came later could not help but feel a little scared. Not to mention the elders of Shu's sect who brought Tuoba Xiaoyao here. Their faces were pale. They did not expect that this person had a grudge against Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e did not say anything, so they did not dare to say anything. Remember what you promised me. You are not allowed to hurt my sister. In the courtyard, looking at the scene in the void, Tuoba Xiaoyao finally felt relieved, but his tone was still cold. Don't worry, I never go back on my words. Since I promised you, I will naturally do it. Gu Chang'e smiled gently and rolled up his sleeves. The scene in the void dissipated like a bubble. Looking at the disappearing scene in the void, everyone was silent. They did not dare to speak carelessly without knowing the truth. Although it looked like Gu Chang'e had caught Tuoba Xiaoyao's sister in front of him and then threatened him to hand over something, Tuoba Xiaoyao was obviously from the upper realm. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao obviously came from the upper realm as well. Who knew if he was a friend or foe before they figured out his intentions? I hope you don't go back on your words. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked coldly at Gu Chang'e. As his voice fell, a brilliant light spread out from his glabella. It was like a sword talisman the size of a palm. It was crystal clear and surrounded by ancient patterns. True dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird. Tao Tai, Baifang, all kinds of terrifying ancient beasts appeared and turned into sword shapes. At the same time, a supreme sword intent intertwined as if to break through the universe and oppress everyone around. At this moment, many elders and disciples of Shu's sect felt a sense of fear. The accompanying life spiritual sword was suppressed as if it wanted to submit to the sword emperor. Buzz! Buzz! In the forbidden area of Shu's sect, there were countless divine swords trembling as if they were about to wake up and submit to Tuoba Xiaoyao. Why is there such a strange movement in my Shu sect sword casting pool? The expressions of many elders and disciples changed greatly. Their bodies were trembling all over. Their skin was about to be pierced through by the sword light and turned into ashes. They couldn't believe it. It was the first time they had encountered such a strange situation. Even the accompanying spiritual swords in their bodies were suppressed, almost surrendering to Tuoba Xiaoyao. The master of the Shu sect turned into a beam of sword light and rushed over. He landed outside the courtyard and looked at everything in shock. He recalled a scene recorded in the ancient records. Back then, a peerless genius had appeared in the Shu sect. His accompanying spirit sword had such a mysterious phenomenon, causing countless divine swords in the sword-forging pool to react as if the Emperor of Swords had been born. Unfortunately, that peerless genius died early. Unfortunately, he was struck to death by the lightning tribulation while observing a Grandmaster's tribulation. This was the biggest regret of the Shu sect. Now, on Tuoba Xiaoyao, the Shu sect leader actually saw the terrifying phenomenon that had appeared before. However, why was Tuoba Xiaoyao able to use part of the Shu sect's secret technique? This made him extremely shocked. A huge commotion arose in his heart as he tried to guess Tuoba Xiaoyao's identity. Unlike the Shu sect leader, the snow sword fairy, Qing, and the others stared intently at the blurry sword shadow that gradually appeared between Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyebrows. Their hearts were also unsettled. In the sword mystic great world, every cultivator would be born with a spiritual sword. Based on this, different talents would determine the speed of their cultivation. The Snow Sword Fairy was known as the first genius of the sword mystic great world in 3,000 years. Naturally, the spiritual sword that was born with her would not be simple. Therefore, she could feel the horror of the sword embryo that Tuoba Xiaoyao condensed. It was a terrifying power that transcended the world and the rules of this world. She even felt that the moment the power erupted, it was enough to destroy the sword mystic great world. Heaven-wielding sword. Could this be the purpose of Gu Chang'e's arrival in the sword mystic great world? The Snow Sword Fairy's eyes moved slightly. She couldn't help but look at Gu Chang'e. She naturally heard the words, heaven-wielding sword, just now. However, that didn't make sense. After all, Tuoba Xiaoyao came from the upper world, not the sword mystic great world. There was no need for Gu Chang'e to go through so much trouble to come to this world for someone from the upper world. No, this person can use the secret art of the Shu sect. What's going on? Where did he come from? Could he be a disciple of the Shu sect? The Snow Sword Fairy soon noticed a strange scene. Her pupils contracted slightly under the mask. The secret art that Tuoba Xiaoyao used to separate the heaven-wielding sword carried a strong Shu sect aura. It was impossible to use it without the strength of a core disciple. She believed that everyone present, other than her, the other elders with discerning eyes would definitely be able to see through it as well. What's going on? Heaven-wielding sword? What's that? The many elders of the Shu sect were extremely shocked at this moment. They kept looking at each other in confusion. Buzz! At this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao closed his eyes and stood in the courtyard. His robe and hair fluttered without wind. The crystal-clear sword talisman rotated between his eyebrows, about to condense into a real form. The terrifying sword qi swept across the heavens and the earth, causing countless divine swords of the Shu sect to vibrate and clang. There were even images of people ascending into the sky. That was the ancient people praying and offering sacrifices to the blurry immortals. Faintly, everyone heard the ancient and mysterious sound of the world. It was incomparably vast and resounded through the world. Even though they were separated by a great distance, everyone felt as if their internal organs had been struck by a terrifying impact. Countless sword qi burst out from the direction of the sword pool, cutting through their skin and turning their souls into dust. I'll give you the heaven-wielding sword now. Go ahead and catch it. At this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao was shrouded in endless green light. There was a hint of madness in his eyes as he roared. Hum! The crisp ringing of a sword resounded through heaven and earth as a cyan immortal sword less than an inch long flew out from between his brows. Endless cyan cloud patterns swirled around it, and the laws of the immortal Tao floated within. This was an extremely resplendent immortal sword, as if it had been tempered by the heavens thousands of times. As soon as it revealed its true form, it triggered countless sword hums in Shu sect. Countless divine swords were touched. They unsheathed themselves and flew toward the immortal sword. They pierced through the sky and streaked across the sky, their sharpness shocking the world. Rumble! Heaven and earth were trembling. The void was about to be crushed by this sword light. Countless divine swords flew over, covering the sky and the sun, causing the earth to fall into darkness. Since the establishment of Shu sect hundreds of thousands of years ago, how many divine swords had accumulated? It was simply uncountable. But at this moment, they all flew over involuntarily, forming a vast and endless sea of swords. This was a shocking scene. Even the master of the Shu sect had a change of expression at this time, and it was difficult for him to control his weapon. Even the powerful Earth Sword Immortal felt that his skin was about to collapse. It was difficult for him to withstand the countless terrifying sword lights, let alone the others. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. He actually dares to attack young Master Gu. Ah Qing and Princess Xian Dai saw Tuoba Xiaoyao's intention clearly and couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes in shock. Chapter 632. At this moment, the entire mountain gate of the Shu sect was filled with the humming sound of billions of divine swords. It was like a tsunami that could shatter the sky and collapse the void. It contained unimaginable terrifying power. At the front, the heaven-wielding sword appeared. It was surrounded by green divine light, emitting a dazzling brilliance as if it had come from another universe. Billions of divine swords followed behind it, turning into sword shadows that covered the sky. This was a shocking scene. All the disciples and elders of the Shu sect rushed out of their caves and courtyards and came to the sky, watching everything in disbelief. In the courtyard, Ah Qing, Princess Xian Dai, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others had to retreat. They really couldn't resist this terrifying wave. Buzz! The heaven-wielding sword was awakening, emitting an unparalleled aura. It was going to kill Gu Chang'e in front of it and destroy his body and soul. Kill him! Tuoba Xiaoyao roared. His face turned crazy and blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. He stared at Gu Chang'e and crazily activated the heaven-wielding sword to kill Gu Chang'e. He seemed to have gone crazy. His skin was cracking and blood seeped out from it. It was obvious that in order to activate the heaven-wielding sword, he had paid a huge price, and this was also his final attack. He wanted to use the power of the billions of divine swords of the Shu sect to cooperate with the heaven-wielding sword to kill Gu Chang'e. This was something that Tuoba Xiaoyao had thought for a long time before making up his mind to do. Although the consequences of doing so were very serious, it was the only way he could think of at the moment. This was because in the mountain gate of the Shu sect, there were many sword auras left by the Shu sect's experts over hundreds of thousands of years. At the same time, there were also countless divine swords that had been sealed. After hundreds of thousands of years, the sword intent had already seeped into the swords. Under the guidance of the heaven-wielding sword, the power that it displayed was definitely destructive. If it was unexpected, it could definitely cause terrible damage to Gu Chang'e and even cause him to die here. Boom! The sky was trembling, and the void in the courtyard collapsed inch by inch. The sword intent whistled and slashed down at Gu Chang'e. My lord! Ada, who had been hiding in the dark under orders, showed himself, intending to block this strike for Gu Chang'e. Even he felt a great threat. Bloody marks appeared on his body because of the heaven-wielding sword intent, and he almost collapsed. Not to mention a land sword immortal, even an existence close to the level of Tao attainment would find it difficult to resist this attack. It doesn't matter. This heaven-reaching sword took the initiative to fly towards me. How can I not accept it? Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change at all because of this scene. He chuckled and asked Ada to leave. Actually, Gu Chang'e had expected that Tuoba Xiaoyao would not hand over the heaven-wielding sword so willingly. However, he didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to be so bold and choose to attack him at this time. Gu Chang'e, how are you going to take this strike? Tuoba Xiaoyao roared in anger. He felt that Gu Chang'e was looking down on him, and boundless anger surged in his heart again. He was using this secret technique with all his might. His cheekbone was shining brightly, and his primordial spirit there was ignited. A blazing aura rushed over like Wang Yang. If this is the reason why you're so confident, then it's really sad. Gu Chang'e had a faint mocking smile on his face, and his eyes didn't waver at all. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he raised his palm and pressed forward lightly. It was as if he was standing at the end of the universe and crushing the stars. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have become silent. Terrifying waves rolled back like a vast Wang Yang, sweeping towards the billions of divine swords in front of him. The void rumbled, and the sky dimmed. All the divine swords that were attacking Gu Chang'e swayed. The blades rolled back, and cracks appeared. Then, with a crack, they began to collapse, turning into dust. The heaven-reaching sword was wrapped in an extremely dense green light. Clanging sounds could be heard, and the scene of flying immortals appeared on the sword, about to destroy everything. But at this moment, it was still blocked by an invisible field. There was a collision of rules, and chaotic chi overflowed from the edge of the void. This is impossible. Tuoba Xiaoyao's face was red, and blood kept flowing out. His eyes were full of madness. He couldn't believe that Gu Chang'e could resolve it so easily under such circumstances. Could it be that Gu Chang'e could still cover the sky with one hand in the sword-profound great world and do as he pleased? Boom! More divine swords rushed out from all over the Shu sect. They spat out sword light and slashed towards Gu Chang'e. But the moment they were about to land in front of him, they exploded with a dazzling light and were blocked by an invisible hand. Gu Chang'e only made a simple move, and that was to cut with his fingers. Clang! Many divine swords were broken under his 2 fingers. Large amounts of rules were extinguished like smoke, turning into a dazzling light and disappearing into the void. Even the heaven-wielding sword, which had the laws of the immortal Tao flowing within it, let out a trembling sound. It couldn't take another step forward. The space around it began to collapse and be annihilated, turning into nothingness that could devour everything in the world. Impossible! Heaven-reaching sword, kill him for me, Tuoba Xiaoyao roared in rage as he looked at this scene unwillingly. He tried his best, but in the end, he couldn't even touch a corner of Gu Chang'e's clothes, let alone hurt him. This terrifying chasm that could be said to be like a natural chasm made him feel despair and powerlessness. If this plan failed, he would have no way to live. Gu Chang'e would definitely not let him live. Thinking of this, Taba Xiaoyao began to burn his life source. A terrifying red light was ignited from his body, like a human-shaped bonfire. Vast waves of energy erupted from the heaven-reaching sword again. It was full of immortal intent and peerless sharpness. It pierced through the sky and even cut down the stars in the outer realm. Seeing this scene, all the elders and disciples of the Shu sect trembled. They were afraid of this person's ruthlessness and decisiveness, but more than that, they were afraid that this battle would destroy the Shu sect. Even if the heaven-reaching sword recovers at full strength, it can't stop you, let alone now. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. He didn't use any complicated moves. He just raised his hand and the traces of Tao appeared. To him, time seemed to have disappeared. After reaching the level of Tao attainment, even if this world was suppressed, the difference in realm was there. It wasn't difficult for the vast and endless Dharma power to crush and destroy this world. Countless divine swords collapsed. The mountain gate where the Shu sect was located exploded with a bang. The surrounding mountains and buildings instantly turned into powder as if they had evaporated. The void in front was collapsing. The chaotic light was faintly discernible, and a small world was created. There was an additional aura of heaven and earth here. This was a powerful attack. He used his bare hands to catch the immortal Tao artifact. Auspicious colors appeared in the sky, and divine lotuses appeared on the ground. All kinds of lights gathered together to form a divine sea. Is this the power of the supreme expert of that world? The Shu sect master, Snow Sword Immortal, and the other Earth Sword Immortals were extremely pale. They felt as small as ants. Everyone fell down. They weren't attacked, but they couldn't bear the pressure from the sky. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Wah! Taba Xiaoyao kept vomiting blood and was directly sent flying. At this moment, his entire body collapsed, and his soul fire was quickly extinguished. Without control, the light on the heaven-reaching sword quickly disappeared. All the divine swords in the void collapsed into ashes and were silently annihilated. Gu Chang'e raised his hand to block it, wanting to seal the heaven-reaching sword. He could feel that this last heaven-reaching sword was different from the other heaven-reaching weapons. It was worthy of its reputation as the strongest attack among the 7 heaven-reaching weapons. With Taba Xiaoyao's cultivation level, he could almost fight with those who had attained Tao attainment by force. Although it was because of the hundreds of thousands of years of Shu sect's providence, it was enough to show that the heaven-reaching sword was extraordinary. Buzz! The moment the heaven-reaching sword was controlled by Gu Chang'e, it spewed out a terrifying immortal Tao Qi, which vaguely turned into a blade that was about to slash towards him. However, Gu Chang'e just flicked his finger and this immortal Tao Qi disappeared. In next to no time, the commotion on it gradually stopped, and it became completely silent. Taba Xiaoyao, who had fallen to the ground in the distance and was covered in blood, looked at this scene with an expression of unwillingness and despair. At this point, he also understood that all his plans had been reduced to nothing. In front of absolute power, there was no room for any tricks. Perhaps he had chosen to hand over the heaven-reaching sword from the start, everything would have been different. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this point, do you have anything else to say? Gu Changa kept the heaven-reaching sword and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he slowly walked towards Taba Xiaoyao. Just kill me. I have nothing to say. Taba Xiaoyao laughed bitterly. Many memories of his previous life appeared in his mind. At that time, when he faced Gu Changa, he was also in despair. However, at that time, Wuxia was with him. Today, he had no one by his side. He might even implicate the family behind him. Of course I will kill you. Gu Changa's expression did not change. Now that the heaven-reaching sword is in your hands, you promised me that you would let my sister go. Taba Xiaoyao laughed bitterly. Gu Changa's gaze was inexplicable. Then, he smiled faintly and said, of course, I will never go back on my words. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt an inexplicable fluctuation. He could not help but frown and look towards the sky. It did not continue to hide. There seems to be something wrong with the will of the heavens. Gu Changa frowned. Logically speaking, the will of the heavens should have chosen to hide after sensing his aura. However, why did it appear now? The fluctuation of his attack just now had already surpassed the shackles of this world, so it was normal that it would alarm the will of the heavens. Could it be that the will of the heavens is asleep? The part with the will is the other part that controls the will of the heavens? Gu Changa shook his head lightly. Boom! At this moment, almost everyone in the Shu sect's territory had a drastic change in expression. They felt that there was an inexplicable rule appearing in the sky. In a faraway unknown place, it was as if a pair of eyes were watching everything that was happening here. Boom! Heaven and earth collapsed, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. They were sacred and vast, covering the sky. There were various ancient images of divine birds, suns, and other things circling around them. Countless cultivators and living beings were shocked, and their hair stood on end. Under the gaze of this pair of cold eyes, no action or thoughts could be hidden. They were as insignificant as dust. Chapter 633. The sky was collapsing, and an extremely terrifying crack appeared. That place seemed to lead to an eternal unknown land, containing a vast will of the heavens and earth. The ice-cold blood-red eye that appeared was as huge as a mountain ridge, standing at the end of the world. It swept across the ground coldly and mercilessly, landing on the Shu sect mountain gate that had long been turned into ruins. What is this? All the cultivators and living beings felt their souls tremble under the gaze of this pair of huge eyes. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and kowtow in that direction. They were incomparably terrified. For the first time in their lives, they felt like they were being seen through. Even the Shu sect master and Snow Sword Immortal couldn't help but tremble. They knew that this was definitely the will of the heavens and earth recorded in the ancient altar. It was also the Sword Profound World's greatest trump card against the extraterrestrial demons. This kind of power is too terrifying. Even the Earth Sword Immortals are like ants. They can't resist at all. Is this the last hope of our world? If we have this kind of power, resisting that group of extraterrestrial demons will definitely not be a problem. Looks like the heavens don't want our Sword Profound World to die. Shu sect master, Graceful Sword Immortal, looked at the huge blood-red eye. His body trembled slightly, and his words contained unconcealable excitement. His hands under his robes were also trembling. He had already given up hope, thinking that the will of the heavens and earth was just a rumor, and that such a thing didn't exist at all. But today, he had personally witnessed the evolution of the will of the heavens and earth. If that kind of boundless power and will were to crush down, no one would be able to resist. As a Earth Sword Immortal, he was already an existence that stood at the peak of the Sword Profound World. However, under the gaze of that eye, he was still unable to move, and his entire body was ice cold. This kind of gap was no different from an ant standing in front of a true dragon. The rumors are true. In the most dangerous moment, the will of the heavens and earth will appear. Snow Sword Immortal's mood was also extremely unstable. Her jade-like hands gripped her sleeves tightly, unable to hide the agitation in her heart. She had always believed in the divination in the ancient altar, that there was still a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. What is this? Taba Xiaoyao was about to explode, but at this moment, he felt as if there was a faint will seeping into his body, spirit, and soul palace from the heavens. His spiritual sea, which had been dried up due to the burning of his lifespan, slowly calmed down as an ancient and mysterious aura circulated within it. His eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly felt that his body was no longer under his control, and he suddenly had a terrifying power. A voice rang out in his heart, telling him to leave this place. Who the hell are you? Tuoba Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask in his heart. His hands and feet were numb. However, this voice was still ancient and without ripples. It was filled with boundless intent, telling him to leave this place. Could it be that Tuoba Xiaoyao suppressed the fear in his heart and raised his head to look at the blood-red eyes. At this moment, countless cultivators and living beings felt their hearts palpitate, and their faces were filled with fear. This was especially so for the cultivators from the upper realm. They felt it even more deeply. Even their actions were almost out of their control. Under the gaze of that blood-red eye at the end of the world, his soul was frozen, and he couldn't move at all. The brilliant will of the world swept down, as if the celestial emperor was patrolling, intimidating the surroundings. Many sword immortals from the land in the sword arcane world looked up in horror. They swept across the sky, trembling non-stop. For the cultivators who didn't know the truth, the blood-red eye's deterrence was far more terrifying than the extraterrestrial demons. It was the suppression brought about by the difference in life levels. In the 13 prefectures, sword rainbows swept across, turning into figures with terrifying auras, and rushed towards the Shu sect. They had sensed the aura fluctuation there before, but they didn't know what happened. Now, they couldn't care less about the consequences. They had to come personally to investigate. In a faraway place, many ancient warships were floating in the sky. The powerhouses of the various orthodoxies from the upper realm were all gathered here, and there were even a few who had achieved the Tao. Chaotic fog surrounded their bodies, and their eyes were like heavenly blades, as if they could see through everything. Looking at the scene in the Shu sect, a few of the Tao enlightened ones frowned. This fluctuation seems to have alarmed the will of the world in this world. The reason why they didn't dare to descend with their true bodies was because they were afraid of the will of the world in this world. They were worried that accidents would happen and they would die here. Now that they felt the manifestation of the will of the world, how could they not be shocked? It seems to be related to Guchanga. Now, other than him, no one in the sword arcane world can trigger the will of the world. I don't know how he's going to solve this problem. An elder emperor of the Great Yu celestial dynasty said. Beside him stood Great Yu's eldest princess, Euphia, and the others, all looking at the scene in the Shu sect. Although they couldn't descend, what happened in the sword arcane world's 13 prefectures couldn't escape their eyes. For many of the Tao enlightened ones, conquering the sword arcane world was far less important than finding the world's origin. Rumble. At this moment, right above the Shu sect's mountain gate, the blood-red eye slowly turned, covering the sky. The surrounding void cracked open inch by inch, revealing a boundless and deep darkness. Die. It looked at Guchanga coldly, and a cold and vast will came from it, as if it was going to judge the disobedient. Suddenly, countless clouds bloomed brilliantly like blood. All kinds of laws intertwined around the eye, letting out a roar of the heavenly Tao. Hundreds of millions of divine lights burst out, suppressing Guchanga. It's just a part of the will of the heavenly Tao, not the complete one. It seems like my guess is right. I just don't know if I can find the hiding place of the true will of the world through this will of the heavenly Tao. Guchanga pondered for a moment, and then his figure flashed. The space under his feet collapsed, unable to withstand the spreading aftershock. Because the fluctuation of his attack had exceeded the limit of what this world could withstand, the will of the world woke up and attacked him, the disobedient one. However, it was still difficult for this level of power to hurt him. However, he considered another matter. Could he use this to find the place where the complete will of the world was sleeping and find the origin of the world? In this way, he could also leave the sword arcane world, return to the upper realm, and continue his original plan. Boom! In the next moment, under everyone's shocked and terrified gazes, Gu Changa raised his hand and covered the sky. Hundreds of millions of runes circulated in his palm, like a sea of runes blazing. In the rumbling sound, chaotic divine light exploded, wanting to tear that eye light apart. This was an unimaginably terrifying fluctuation that was horrifying to the extreme. Every single strand of light that exploded and collapsed was enough to obliterate and destroy everything. The Shu sect, which was already in ruins, collapsed in an instant. A large number of cultivators and living beings were shattered like porcelain, and then turned into ashes when the wind blew. This blood-red eye was incomparably cold. Even if it was a living being born in this world, it was no different from an ant. There was no pity at all. This scene caused the expressions of the graceful sword immortal, the snow sword immortal, and the others to change drastically. This was the will of the heavenly Tao that they had always hoped for. In the sky, Gu Changa stepped into the air. Light appeared in his palm, and many supreme weapons appeared. The rules of the Emperor weapons interweaved. The blood-red eye was emitting boundless light. Scarlet clouds lingered, and divine laws were endless. The rumbling of the great Tao was endless. The surrounding sword immortals who had rushed over all knelt down. They couldn't withstand the divine power, and it was useless to resist together. Every bone in their bodies was cracking, and they were about to explode. The world was vast, and there was light everywhere. There were laws everywhere. Die! Die, 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 a blood-red eye stood straight. It was incomparably cold and emotionless. It was as huge as a mountain, illuminating the sky. But in the end, it was torn apart from the middle. Gu Changa's physical body was terrifying. The void collapsed and the large palm slapped down, directly shattering the eye into pieces. This was a scene that caused countless creatures in the sword arcane world to tremble in fear. The graceful sword immortal, the snow sword immortal, and the other sword immortals trembled. They never thought that even the will of the heavenly Tao could not resist Gu Changa's power. Something's wrong, however, after tearing apart the eye, Gu Changa's expression did not change. He was still frowning. He felt that the power of the will of the heavenly Tao was not very strong. At most, it was at the mid-stage of the Tao realization realm. It was still far from the power of the immortal Tao that he had estimated. He disappeared. Suddenly, Gu Changa looked in the direction where Tuoba Xiaoyao was and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Tuoba Xiaoyao had disappeared silently. Originally, he was prepared to kill him after obtaining the heaven-wielding sword, but he didn't expect that he could escape. However, Gu Changa had a feeling that Tuoba Xiaoyao's disappearance was not his own doing. With his strength, it was impossible for him to disappear into thin air. Chapter 634. The terrifying pressure that enveloped the sky finally dissipated, but there was still a crack that spanned thousands of miles. A monstrous gray fog rushed out from there, accompanied by the primal chaos chi. It overflowed into the sky, covering all directions. The scene was desolate, and the surroundings had become even more desolate. The originally incomparably prosperous land of Shu sect had turned into a pile of ashes and powder. The place exploded, and it was incomparably chaotic. Screams could be heard everywhere, and flames spread. There were bones and blood scattered everywhere. When Gu Changa fought with the will of the heavenly Tao, the aftermath was terrifying. Even the Earth Sword Immortals could only hold their heads and flee, let alone the others. The great mountain protection array of the Shu sect collapsed and exploded in the first instant, turning into smoke and ashes that dissipated into the world. Countless Shu sect disciples were like weeds. Under the divine might of the aftershock, they exploded one after another, turning into a bloody mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. This was a tragic scene in the human world. The many land sword immortals who had rushed over watched all of this silently. They were speechless for a long time. The Shu sect, which had stood tall in the sword mystic world for hundreds of thousands of years, had suddenly turned into ruins today and was removed from the world. Many of the surviving elders and disciples of the Shu sect watched all of this with sorrowful expressions. Many of them howled towards the sky, unable to bear such a huge blow. The sect master of the Shu sect, Yi Jian, had a pale face. He clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled. Everything has vanished into thin air. It no longer exists. He muttered, his eyes filled with endless grief. Snow Sword Immortal and the others stood in the distance, silent. The fluctuations just now were too terrifying. Whether it was Gu Chang'e or the manifested will of the heavenly Tao, it was definitely not a power they could resist. The fact that they were able to survive was already considered extremely lucky. Could this be the hope we placed on it? But why would it kill us? Princess Xian Dai said with some lingering fear. In their opinion, the will of the heavenly Tao was the last hope to protect the sword profound world. But just now, that blood-red eye was incomparably cold and despairing. The moment its gaze swept past, all living beings vanished into thin air, turning into ashes. This caused many of the thoughts in their hearts to waver. They even felt that it was too dreamy and unbelievable. Very soon, even more divine rainbows arrived. They were all supreme experts from the various forces of the sword profound world. Looking at this scene, they were shocked speechless, and their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. Especially when he saw Gu Chang'e, who seemed to be deep in thought, his heart trembled with fear. Such a terrifying manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao was no match for this young man in the end. It was likely that if he wanted to destroy the sword profound great world, it would be an easy task. Countless people looked at Gu Chang'e with fear and unease. From today onwards, I'm afraid that no one in the sword profound world will dare to question young Master Gu. Sword Immortal Snow came to his senses and heaved a light sigh in his heart. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e had no ill intentions towards them. Otherwise, this would have been the most terrifying catastrophe for all of them. It seems that the will of the heavenly Tao entrusted it to him and he escaped. At this moment, Gu Chang'e, who had been pondering for a long time, finally returned to his senses. He looked at the crack in the sky and seemed to be deep in thought. Although the heaven-wielding sword was already in his hands, he was someone who liked to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Although Tuoba Xiaoyao wouldn't pose any threat to him, Gu Chang'e still didn't want to let him escape just like that. Follow this crack and chase after him. Find him and kill him. Gu Chang'e casually ordered Ada to chase after Tuoba Xiaoyao. Yes, master. Ada received the order and did not stop. His figure turned into a ray of black light as he took a step forward and headed straight for the crack. Soon, he disappeared into it. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, their hearts trembled, and they did not dare to say anything. Young Master Gu, the sect master of the Shu sect, Yi Jian, and the others walked over with sorrowful expressions. Although the reason why the Shu sect had turned into ruins was related to Gu Chang'e, they did not dare to blame Gu Chang'e. What happened today was due to my negligence. It was not my wish for the Shu sect to turn into ruins. Gu Chang'e's eyes moved slightly, and then he said with a regretful tone. Yi Jian smiled bitterly, we understand. If that man hadn't suddenly attacked, it wouldn't have attracted such a disaster. At this point, the rest of the people from the Shu sect also revealed looks of hatred. They hated Tuoba Xiaoyao who had escaped. The reason why the Shu sect had turned into ruins was all related to Tuoba Xiaoyao. Almost all the elders and disciples wanted to pull out his tendons and bones and tear him into pieces. Even though that person has escaped, as long as he is still in the territory of the Shu sect, I will definitely catch him. Yi Jianxian said with a cold gaze. A terrifying sword intent appeared in his eyes, as if it could split mountains and split rocks. Why would the will of the heavenly Tao attack the living beings of our world? Snow Sword Immortal and the others were puzzled and could not help but come forward and ask. There seems to be a problem with the will of the heavenly Tao in your world. It is quite different from the will of the heavenly Tao that I understand. Gu Chang'e shook his head lightly, his expression somewhat inexplicable. Seeing that everyone was still puzzled, he could not help but smile and continue. If we want to find this problem, it seems that we can only find the place where it is sleeping. The place where it is sleeping? Yi Jianxian, Snow Sword Immortal and the others were all shocked. This was the first time they had heard that the will of the heavenly Tao had a place where it was sleeping. Could it be that the will of the heavenly Tao that had just awakened was not the true will of the heavenly Tao? I hope young Master Gu can explain. Yi Jianxian said with a solemn expression. Gu Chang'e smiled lightly. I am not sure about the place where the will of the heavenly Tao sleeps. I only know about it in the ancient books. In addition, my purpose for coming to this world has been achieved. It is time for me to return to the upper realm. What? Young Master Gu, you are leaving? Hearing this, not only were Yi Jianxian, Snow Sword Immortal, Ah Qing and the rest shocked, even the surrounding Earth Sword Immortals were in disbelief, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Gu Chang'e actually did not have any thoughts about the sword profound great world. He planned to leave just like that. Could it be that young Master Gu's purpose in coming to this world is for that sword? Snow Sword Immortal thought about the green immortal sword that contained the will of the immortal Tao and suddenly understood. If that was the case, then it could be explained. However, when he suddenly heard that Gu Chang'e was about to leave, he was caught off guard. Even the graceful Sword Immortal was extremely shocked. If Gu Chang'e were to leave just like that, it would not be a bad thing for the sword profound great world. After all, his strength was extremely terrifying, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible. If he stayed in this world, who knew what other accidents would happen? However, looking at the current situation, Gu Chang'e did not have any ill intentions towards the sword profound great world, and was not like the other sky demons, who would wantonly invade and kill. Young Master, are you going to return to the upper realms? Comparatively speaking, Ah Qing, who had been by Gu Chang'e's side for a long time, could not help but ask, as a sense of reluctance surfaced in her heart. In fact, she should have expected this day to come, but she did not expect it to come so quickly. The reason why Gu Chang'e had come to this world was actually related to her. If not for sending her home, Gu Chang'e would not have stepped into this place. From the beginning to the end, she had never doubted Gu Chang'e's intentions. There's actually no point in me continuing to stay in this world. Gu Chang'e shook his head lightly, a strange look flashing past his eyes. Ah Qing's expression was somewhat dejected. All right then, young master, you are after all a person who belongs to the heavens. Sooner or later, you will leave this place. She actually wanted to ask Gu Chang'e to stay behind and help them solve this disaster. However, she was also clear that Gu Chang'e had no obligation to help the sword profound great world. Seeing that, Princess Xian Dai and the rest also wanted to say something, but when the words reached their mouths, they did not know how to speak. On the other hand, Snow Sword Immortal was silent for a moment, then the eyes under the mask suddenly landed on him, and said, Young Master Gu, can you give us a few pointers? We are willing to pay any price. She was clear that when Gu Chang'e mentioned the place where the will of the heavens rested, he was definitely hiding something from them and did not want to tell them. Price? Gu Chang'e chuckled, his expression revealing some indifference. Yi Jianxian and the rest also looked over, their eyes filled with anticipation. From their point of view, Gu Chang'e definitely knew something. After all, even the blood I formed by the will of the heavens was torn apart by him with his bare hands. What else was there in the sword profound great world that was worth his attention? They basically did not doubt what Gu Changa said. Forget it, there's no need to pay the price. For Ah Ching's sake, I'll give you a few more pointers. The only way to break out of this situation is to find the will of the heavens. You can only find the location of its slumber as soon as possible. Gu Changa sighed softly, as if he was somewhat helpless. So we really have to find its location. Many of the Earth Sword immortals had already guessed it, and when they heard this, they were all shocked. Immediately, many of them did not hesitate and took out their jade talismans and gave the order. Although the 13 prefectures of the Sword Profound continent was vast and boundless, as long as they sent out enough people, they would be able to find some clues. Thank you, young Master Gu, for your advice. Snow Sword Immortal and the rest had solemn expressions. They did not hesitate and quickly gave the order. Gu Changa nodded lightly, and then looked thoughtfully at the crack in the sky. Although he had tricked the people of the Sword Profound Great World into searching for the will of the heavens, there shouldn't be any results in a short period of time. After all, after being injured by him, it was unlikely that the will of the heavens would manifest at this time. In the following few days, the entire Sword Profound Great World was in an uproar. Many powers gave up on their plans to fight against the sky demons and began to search for ruins everywhere, especially the various dangerous and forbidden areas, in an attempt to find the last ray of hope. During this period of time, Gu Changa had also ordered people to send the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts back to the upper realms and to Yumingkong. The 7 artifacts still required a process, and it was difficult for him to gather the various materials in a short period of time, so he could only ask Yumingkong for help. It just so happened that the refined key to the Immortal Palace could be kept by her. After the matter of the Sword Profound Great World was settled, Gu Changa could go and open the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. Chapter 635. Just as the entire mysterious sword world was in an uproar, searching for the will of the heavenly path. Lin En, who was far away from the boundless valley, was frowning as he trekked into it. The boundless valley was as its name suggested. From afar, it looked vast and boundless. There was no border to be seen. It was as if one was in a sea of smoke. An ethereal and dense white fog shrouded the place. It was scattered around the foothills. Waves of strange wind blew past, as if it was blowing from the other side of the sea. Except for the peaks of some mountain ranges that revealed the sea of clouds, the rest of the place was filled with vast fog. There was no way to find the entrance. Along the way, Lin En saw too many corpses buried outside the valley. They were white and sparkling. There were ferocious beasts and cultivators. He did not know how many years they had died here. It was rumored that the boundless valley hid the deepest secret of the mysterious sword world. Therefore, many powerful cultivators would come here to try their luck when they did not have much time left to live, to see if they could find a way to extend their lives. However, in the end, they all died tragically outside the boundless valley. They could not even find the entrance. Lin En was able to go so deep because he had once read a page of the incomplete book. He understood the route ahead. Other than that, it was his powerful cultivation that allowed him to avoid many disasters. Shu's sect was destroyed, and Master's life is unknown. I must take revenge for this. Lin En closed his eyes slightly and closed his ears slightly. He could hear many things that happened in the outside world through the eyes and ears outside the boundless valley. He did not expect that such a major event would happen in the days that he left Shu's sect. Not only was his master, the old sword immortal, handed over by Shu's sect, but even Shu's sect was removed from this world and turned into ruins. It was no longer as glorious as before. The reason for all of this was because of the battle between Gu Changa and the will of the heavenly path. The boundless valley contains the method of transcendence. As long as I succeed in transcendence, I will take the head of Gu Changa and avenge Master. Lin En's gaze was a little cold. His figure gradually disappeared. A few days later, Lin En found a path according to the incomplete book. The fog on both sides dissipated, and a stone forest appeared. He entered the stone forest and walked for more than 30 miles. Finally, he saw a magnificent place. Auspicious vapors were hazy, red-crowned cranes were dancing in the air, and all kinds of precious beasts were hidden. It could be said that the scenery here was completely different from what one saw in the outside world. It didn't have the slightest trace of the mortal world, and it even seemed like a paradise. This made Lin En widen his eyes in shock. It was hard to imagine. Could it be that this is the true scenery of the Endless Valley? These are all celestial birds that have only been recorded in ancient books. There are so many of them. Lin En slowly walked forward, his mood gradually calming down. The interior of the valley was like a fairyland. There were strands of multicolored light lingering around it. The entrance of the valley was connected to this stone forest, and there were all kinds of spirit trees, old medicines, and other things growing inside. At the entrance of the valley, there was a stone tablet with 4 ancient words carved on it, Limitless Immortal Valley. This was a peaceful and tranquil place. Auspicious light shone down, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Calm and tranquil, calm and peaceful. After coming here, Lin En felt that his murderous aura had dissipated, and he was no longer as angry and uneasy as before. This place seemed to be able to resolve all the worries of the world. There is even a large area of the Sword Heart ancient tree that has long disappeared in ancient books. Lin En looked ahead with some surprise. In this immortal valley, there was a thin layer of immortal fog lingering. There was an area of ancient trees, and a fragrance was spreading out from there. Each tree was like a dragon, and its branches were coiled, like a strange tree that had been carefully cultivated. Moreover, the most special thing was that the flowers on the ancient trees were very magical. They were crystal clear and shaped like small divine swords, shining brightly. It was very special. It seems that you are the fated person that I have been waiting for. And just as Lin En was puzzled and looking around, an old and peaceful voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the fog. He looked over in surprise, only to see that the fog in front of him took the initiative to part, revealing a small path that seemed to lead to an unknown place. May I know who you are? The vigilance in his heart did not make Lin En directly walk there, but asked aloud. I am the person you are looking for. The old and peaceful voice sounded again. The person I am looking for. Lin En was shocked. Although he was puzzled, he was no longer as careful and vigilant as before. He stepped forward. At the end of the path, he saw a thatched hut. It was extremely simple, surrounded by a fence, and planted with many spirit plants and spirit trees. There was also a spirit pool at the side, in which a few fish swayed and flashed by. It was harmonious and quiet, and the spirit spring gurgled. The clear water flowed under a small stone arch bridge, very poetic and picturesque. Such a peaceful scene dispelled many of the worries in Lin En's heart. His whole person became otherworldly and detached, as if he could ascend to immortality at any time and transcend this world. You are here. The fated person. An old man with white hair and a beard, dressed in a white robe, walked out of the thatched hut with a smile and greeted Lin En. Senior, you are. Lin En's heart trembled. With his cultivation, he could not feel the existence of the old man in front of him. He felt that the old man seemed to have merged with the world. He existed in every place, but he did not exist in every place. This was an extremely mysterious realm, where one's body transformed into heaven and earth and all things. This old man is just a nameless person, waiting here for the fated person to arrive. It seems that you are the fated person that this old man has been waiting for. The white-robed old man waved his hand and said with a smile, looking at Lin En with a peaceful and approving gaze. Seeing that Lin En was extremely puzzled, he did not waste any time and explained to Lin En, saying that he was from the guardian lineage of the Sword Profound World, and that he was specifically waiting for the fated person to arrive in the boundless immortal valley. When the Sword Profound World encountered a great calamity, a child of destiny would be born. They would shoulder the responsibility of saving a great building from collapse and save the people from calamity. In his opinion, Lin En was the fated person he had been waiting for, because only the fated person could find this place. This old man is the 3,000th successor of the guardian lineage, and I am responsible for guarding the heavenly path sword. At the end of his words, the white-robed old man's expression became serious. The heavenly path sword is the gathering of the destiny of the Sword Profound World, and it can represent the authority of the heavens and contains supreme power. Heavenly path sword. Could it be that this is the greatest secret of the boundless immortal valley? Lin En was shocked. After hearing this, there was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to obtain this so-called heavenly path sword. Didn't controlling the authority of the heavens mean that he had supreme power in this world? Would it be easy for him to contend with Gu Chang'e? Senior, do you have any requirements to obtain the heavenly path sword? Now, the outside world has been turned upside down, and there is no need to talk about life. The otherworldly demons have invaded, and the 13 provinces have begun to fall. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Sword Profound World is completely occupied. I have to obtain the heavenly path sword in order to solve this crisis and return peace to this world, Lin En asked solemnly, feeling that the burden on his shoulders had become much heavier. The world is in chaos, and there is indeed a need for the heavenly path sword to appear again to quell the chaos. The white-robed old man revealed an approving expression, as expected of the fated person that this old man has been waiting for a long time. This courage is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, light appeared in his palm. Strands of rules and order intertwined and fell, turning into the shape of a key. This is the key to opening the heavenly path sword. Take this item and search for it in the depths of the mirror lake. Back then, the heavenly path sword was sealed within. Only by holding the key can the seal be undone. The old man explained to Lin En and gave him the key. Mirror Lake, isn't that the lake where Sword City was buried? After Sword City was buried, the Mirror Lake disappeared as well. How are we going to find it? Begging for fresh flowers. Lin En was extremely shocked. The Mirror Lake was a mysterious place in the Sword Profound Great World. The surface of the lake was like a mirror that could reflect the entire world. Many powerful individuals went to search for it, attempting to use the materials within to forge swords. Because of this, a city named Sword City appeared around Mirror Lake. During its golden age, all the famous swords in the world were produced there. Even the current Shu sect could not compare to it. However, for some unknown reason, Sword City collapsed overnight. It was burned down by fire and sunk into the depths of Mirror Lake, never to be seen again. This legend had been around for thousands of years. There was no lack of people in the Sword Profound 13 prefectures who went to search for Mirror Lake, but they all found nothing. Over time, Mirror Lake and Sword City had become legends. Don't worry, Mirror Lake has always been there, but very few people can find it. You have the key to opening the heavenly path sword, so you will find Mirror Lake. The white-robed old man smiled slightly, his expression peaceful and calm. I understand. Lin En nodded. He knew that this matter was very important and could not be lost. There was actually such a divine sword in the Sword Profound Great World, but it had been sealed in the depths of Mirror Lake. Senior, do you have anything else to tell me? 00 he asked, looking at everything around him. The environment here looked extremely peaceful and peaceful. It was not like the mortal world at all, but for some reason, it felt like an illusion. The white-robed old man shook his head gently. My duty is to wait here for the fated person and give him the key. There is nothing else to tell you. After this matter is done, I can leave in peace. What? Senior, you? Lin En could not believe his ears. Could it be that the mysterious old man in front of him was about to pass away? If fate wills it in the future, we will meet again. You can leave now. However, the white-robed old man did not answer his words. He just smiled slightly, then waved his sleeve and sent Lin En out of the boundless immortal valley. Senior. Lin En's many words also disappeared from the world at this moment. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. When he came back to his senses, he was already outside the stone forest where he had come from. Such mysterious and unfathomable strength made Lin En's heart tremble. The strength of this white-robed old man was definitely far beyond that of the Earth Sword Immortal. It was a pity that he could not invite him out. It's a pity. Otherwise, I might have been able to deal with Gu Changa. But the most important thing now is to find the Heavenly Path sword first. Lin En took a step forward. A flying sword appeared under his feet and quickly disappeared. In the boundless immortal valley, as Lin En disappeared, the peaceful expression on the white-robed old man's face also disappeared. It became cold and indifferent, as if there was no emotion. With a flick of his sleeve, the various scenes before his eyes began to vanish. The thatched cottage disappeared and collapsed. The small bridge and the flowing water also turned into fine powder and vanished into thin air. Everything exploded with a bang and turned into ashes. In just an instant, this place became a barren valley. Only some incomplete bones were left. They were crystal clear and white, exuding an ancient aura. It has merged the aura of two worlds. What a good body. The white-robed old man's eyes turned slowly. There was a bloody color in his eyes. He looked at the unconscious Tuoba Xiaoyao at his feet and seemed to be muttering to himself. But the next moment, he frowned and his expression changed. The void in front of him suddenly collapsed. A big hand reached out. It was surrounded by chaotic gas and colorful divine light. There were stars condensing in the palm. It seemed to be attacking him from a distant space. How did you find this place? The white-robed old man's eyes suddenly deepened. He saw the burly figure disappear in the void. Only then did he understand that he was being followed. However, he did not have time to attack the burly figure because the owner of the figure was extremely difficult to deal with. 2. Chapter 636. In the boundless celestial valley, the white-robed elder looked cold and emotionless. As he slapped out, he lifted the unconscious Taba Xiaoyao and retreated quickly. However, as the space in front of him collapsed, a blurry white-robed figure appeared and charged toward him from an unknown dimension. It was as if there were 3,000 chaotic worlds floating around him. Strands of silver true flames blazed brilliantly, and they seemed capable of incinerating everything. They contained a supreme and terrifying aura. The palm contained the stars in the sky and struck toward his face. It was extremely powerful, as if the world was suddenly falling down. Even the white-robed elder's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to face it head-on and could only choose to retreat. Boom! At that moment, the unparalleled aura filled the air. Every inch of the surrounding void was collapsing and becoming fragmented. The fog around the boundless celestial valley dispersed, revealing a dry riverbed and cracked land. There seemed to have been a huge collision that could never be resolved. Chaotic chi rushed into the sky, black astral winds raged, and endless rules and order lingered, rushing toward the wasteland of the universe. He's so difficult to deal with. What's his origin? The white-robed elder's figure flew backward and became much fainter. His face, which was originally filled with indifference, now had an ugly expression. He stared at the void in front of him. The violent aura gradually calmed down. A white-robed figure slowly walked out. A faint smile hung on his incomparably handsome face, and the entire world suddenly quieted down. All the rules and order were suppressed and filled with a vast will. A terrifying aura that could be seen with the naked eye swept out like a heavenly river bursting a dam. It even caused the world to dim. The stars in the outer space trembled and were about to fall. This made the white-robed elder's expression even more ugly. He knew that this was the other party's will trying to control the world. Because the other party had sensed something. Who are you? Why are you ruining my plan? The white-robed elder said coldly with indifference and hostility. He stared at Gu Changa who appeared here. Looks like this is a part of your incarnation. That didn't go to the wrong place that day. Gu Changa didn't pay attention to the white-robed elder's words. Instead, he glanced at the celestial valley casually. He nodded in understanding the uniqueness of this place. To be precise, this place wasn't located within the sword profound world, but an independent small space opened up by some sort of secret technique. It could be understood as a cultivator's sea of consciousness or soul palace. The white-robed old man in front of him was clearly the embodiment of the will of the heavenly Tao that had manifested that day. However, judging from its aura, it should not be the complete will of the heavenly Tao. Tell me where the source of the heavenly axiom is and I can keep your consciousness, Gu Changa said calmly, choosing to get straight to the point. You're here for the heavenly Tao origin. The person who destroyed my eye of the heavenly Tao that day was also you. The white-robed old man's expression grew colder and colder, revealing killing intent. Gu Changa chuckled, if it weren't for the heavenly Tao origin, why would I have come to this world? Although it's not easy for you to have your own consciousness as the will of the heavenly Tao, if you dare to stop me, I don't mind making you vanish into thin air. As he spoke, he glanced at Tuoba Xiaoyao who was being carried by the white-robed elder. This son of destiny still hadn't woken up. It seemed that the white-robed elder had done something to him. However, Gu Changa wasn't interested in this. As long as he could get rid of Tuoba Xiaoyao, he didn't care whether he was unconscious or awake. The heavenly Tao origin is related to my transcendence. How can I casually tell you? The white-robed elder's eyes were filled with coldness, and a vast will of the world appeared on his body. However, the surrounding void was clearly filled with an even more terrifying aura, constantly suppressing his aura. Transcendence. It seems that after you've given birth to your will, you don't want to just be the will of a world. You want to transform into a living creature. Gu Changa smiled with some interest. He somewhat understood the intentions of the will of the sword profound world. Not only was it hiding somewhere, it also wanted to use the source of the world to achieve transcendence and transformation. After all, the level of this world was high enough. It was innately filled with all kinds of divine chains of laws. It was already extremely difficult for it to give birth to a consciousness, let alone transform into a living creature. However, once it transformed into a living creature, its strength would definitely be unimaginable. In Gu Changa's opinion, even if it wasn't at the immortal state, it was close. You know a lot of things. The white-robed elder's eyes seemed a little cold, a change from his previous cold appearance. Clearly, Gu Changa's words had touched his inner thoughts. As the will of the heavenly Tao, it was born to maintain the operation of the heavenly Tao. However, it had given birth to its own will. Naturally, it was unwilling to be a chess piece and bring blessings to the world. Therefore, it had been looking for an opportunity to use the source and fate that this world had gathered for countless years as the source to achieve transcendence. However, due to an accident, a spatial crack appeared outside the world, causing the orthodoxy of the upper realm to discover this world. It had no choice but to hide in a deeper place, trying to buy time and wait for the opportunity to transcend. A few days ago, if it wasn't for the fact that Gu Changa's attack was too shocking, it had no choice but to appear and eliminate such a potential threat. However, it never thought that Gu Changa's strength was unfathomable. He easily tore apart its incarnation and found this place. This was already far beyond its expectations. Since you won't tell me where the world's origin is, I'll have to search for it myself. Gu Changa shook his head gently. He wasn't afraid even if it was the complete will of the heavenly Tao, let alone a part of it. He didn't want to waste any more time. Since he found this place, the so-called world's origin should be soon. At that moment, he didn't waste any more words and chose to attack directly. A terrifying gray fog swept over in an instant, covering the sky and the sun. It was like a huge wave breaking through a heavenly dam, completely enveloping the world. Terrifying black divine chains seemed to extend from the deepest part of the darkness, trying to devour the white-robed elder. "What is this?" The white-robed elder, who had been staring at Gu Changa warily, suddenly changed his expression when he saw this scene. His originally faint figure trembled slightly. It was as if he had encountered some natural enemy in an instant, and he couldn't suppress his fear. The secrets of heaven here had become extremely strange. This black fog contained the divine might of devouring all divine laws and immortal techniques. Even as the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, he had no way of resisting at this moment. "Who are you?" His voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't expect Gu Changa to use such a method. There was probably no one in this world who didn't fear this kind of power. However, Gu Changa didn't plan to answer him. The terrifying black fog contained an extreme devouring power, and it instantly drowned the white-robed elder. After a few screams, the sound of bones being chewed and broken could be heard. Then, it gradually returned to silence. Gu Changa closed his eyes and digested the memories related to the will of the heavenly Tao. Then, he smiled softly and said, "Interesting, there was actually such a scheme." Although the memories of the will of the heavenly Tao were not complete, it allowed him to understand an extremely interesting thing. It turned out that a long time ago, the will of the heavenly Tao of the Sword Profound World had given birth to a consciousness and wanted to transcend further. Therefore, it tried its best to carry out a world-destroying sacrifice. It planned to sacrifice all living beings to break free from its shackles. Unfortunately, its intentions were discovered by the strongest person in the world. After that, it joined forces with the other experts and schemed against it. In the end, there was the war of destruction that disappeared in the long river of history. That terrifying battle had almost exhausted all the luck accumulated by the Sword Profound World, and it had almost destroyed this world. After that tragic victory, the will of the heavenly Tao was sealed in the depths of the Mirror Lake. Moreover, the strongest person searched for all kinds of divine materials and finally forged a divine sword. He sank it to the bottom of the Mirror Lake and specially suppressed its consciousness. However, it also suffered a huge backlash and disappeared not long after. The key to open the Mirror Lake also fell into the hands of its descendants. Only the descendants had a way to use that key. However, because this matter was too far away, and because a portion of the will of the heavenly Tao had broken free from the seal, it had manifested a miracle in the world and destroyed the records of the war of destruction. Therefore, almost no one in the Sword Profound World knew about this matter. If Gu Changa had not flipped through the memories of this portion of the will of the heavenly Tao, he would not have known about this matter. The water in the Sword Profound World was even more turbid than he had imagined. No wonder only a portion of the will of the heavenly Tao has manifested. Most of it is sealed at the bottom of the Mirror Lake. Gu Changa was somewhat interested. That key is not the key to unseal the heavenly Tao sword, but the key to open the Mirror Lake. From the looks of it, Lin En should be the descendant of the one who sealed the will of the heavenly Tao. He has long entered the sight of the will of the heavenly Tao. He had found out about Lin En's arrival at the boundless immortal valley when he flipped through the memories. However, Gu Changa still did not know where the source of the world was. The will of the heavenly Tao was very vigilant and did not leave any memories in this incarnation. Therefore, the key to finding the source of the world was still in the Mirror Lake. "Master, do we still want this person to stay?" Just as Gu Changa was pondering, Ada returned with the unconscious Tuoba Xiaoyao. When the white-robed old man tried to escape earlier, Tuoba Xiaoyao had been left behind. In Gu Changa's opinion, if the will of the heavenly Tao wanted to transcend, it had to transform. Tuoba Xiaoyao, who had fused the aura of the two worlds, was obviously the most suitable physical body. When the time came, the will of the heavenly Tao of this world would successfully integrate into the upper realm. There would not be any barriers or obstructions. Chapter 637. There's no need to keep him alive. Gu Chang'e shook his head. He raised his hand and a light fell on the unconscious Tuoba Xiaoyao. He suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. His mind was still in a mess. He didn't know what was going on and looked around in confusion. But in the next moment, when Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyes fell on Gu Chang'e, his whole body trembled. There was some unconcealable fear and hatred. Gu Chang'e, why are you here? Tuoba Xiaoyao asked fiercely. His eyes were bloodshot. He only remembered that he fainted when Gu Chang'e fought with the red eye. He seemed to have been taken away by a mysterious force. He couldn't remember what happened after that. You don't need to know. Gu Chang'e shook his head. There was no change in his eyes. Tuoba Xiaoyao felt Gu Chang'e's murderous intent. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. You plan to kill me? Gu Chang'e smiled. You're not stupid. I've done my best to keep you alive until today. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get the heaven-wielding sword so easily. If you have a next life, remember not to be my enemy. Don't even think about it. He spoke casually, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao widened his eyes in disbelief. It was as if his biggest secret was exposed to the public. A terrifying chill swept through his body. His entire soul and throat seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible, ice-cold hand. He understood what Gu Chang'e meant. Gu Chang'e knew the biggest secret of his rebirth. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e wouldn't have said that he still had 17 children in the younger generation. So you already knew. Tuoba Xiaoyao's face was pale and filled with despair. If Gu Chang'e hadn't said it today, he wouldn't have believed that the biggest secret of his rebirth was known by Gu Chang'e a long time ago. This meant that all his schemes that he thought were perfect were as laughable as a clown in Gu Chang'e's eyes. Only he didn't know that he was being played by Gu Chang'e. Actually, it's not too early. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Do you have any last words? If not, I'll kill you. You. Tuoba Xiaoyao was deathly pale. Even his soul was trembling. The shadow of death loomed over him as a terrifying aura enveloped him. He couldn't move at all. He still wanted to say something, but when Gu Chang'e finished speaking, she obviously didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Boom! He raised his hand and slammed it down. A cluster of silver divine fire burned and instantly enveloped Tuoba Xiaoyao. In just an instant, he turned into a pile of ashes, and he didn't even have time to scream. Then, a golden heavenly Tao treasure chest jumped out. Gu Chang'e rolled up his sleeve and put it away. Let's go and see where the so-called mirror lake is. Gu Chang'e didn't plan to open the heavenly Tao treasure chest now. He looked into the distance and said to Ada behind him. He stepped out and left the boundless immortal valley. After the Shu sect was destroyed, he stayed in the Nanming dynasty. Many sword immortals trusted him. They sent people to look for the heavenly Tao's will. However, now that he knew the secret, Gu Chang'e felt that he didn't need to search everywhere like a headless fly. The mirror lake was obviously where the heavenly Tao's will was sealed. If he wanted to know where the world's origin was, he had to find the mirror lake first. However, according to the memories of the heavenly Tao's will, the mirror lake's real existence was only a rumor. Even it wasn't sure of its exact location. That was because the mirror lake wasn't fixed in a certain area. Instead, it would move with time. Looks like I have to spread the news and tell them that the mirror lake is where their hope lies. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e had a rough plan in his heart. Then, he ordered someone to forge a tattered ancient book and imprint the rules of reincarnation on it, making it look real. Soon, 2 days later, a piece of news spread in the Nanming dynasty. Through the mouth of royal Lord Nanming, an old eunuch beside him accidentally spread the news, which directly shook the 13 prefectures. The Mirror Lake, which was rumored to contain a supreme material for forging swords, might very well contain the last chance of survival in the sword mystic great world. That was recorded in a broken ancient book that Princess Xian Dai of the Nanming dynasty had read in the library by chance. Although the ancient book was extremely broken, it recorded some things about the Mirror Lake in a few words. The moment the news spread, the entire sword mystic great world was in an uproar. Countless cultivators and living beings began to search for the lost Mirror Lake. Even sword immortal Lu couldn't help but start flipping through various ancient books in an attempt to find clues related to the Mirror Lake. Many cultivators and living beings in the many ancient warships of the upper realm that were hovering in the sky of the sword mystic great world also heard the news. Some Dao attainments of the ancient clans also ordered to send an army to search for the Mirror Lake. Their goal had always been the sword mystic great world's world origin. Some time ago, the sword mystic great world's will of the heavenly path had manifested, causing many Dao attainments to be wary. They had no choice but to stop thinking about descending to the lower realm. However, they didn't expect that the will of the heavenly path would be torn apart by Gu Changa's palm and vanish into thin air. This made them tremble in fear. They didn't have the terrifying strength of Gu Changa, so until now, they could only hide here and wait for the right opportunity. How did Xiaoyao's life jade break? What happened? On the ancient worship of the great Yu celestial dynasty, eldest Princess Yufia's face was slightly pale. She clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white as she looked at the broken life jade in front of her in disbelief. The life jade here were left behind by many young supremes of the great Yu celestial dynasty, and a strand of their divine soul was stored in it. If an accident happened in the sword mystic great world, the experts in charge of guarding here would be able to sense it immediately. She rushed back from the sword mystic great world as soon as she knew that Tuoba Xiaoyao's life jade had broken, wanting to confirm the truth of the matter. However, she didn't expect it to be true. Tuoba Xiaoyao had actually died in the sword mystic great world. What exactly did he encounter in there? Even with his strength, he couldn't survive. Yufia couldn't hide the sadness on her face. She had a good relationship with Tuoba Xiaoyao and even had some inexplicable feelings for him. Now that she knew that he had died in the sword mystic great world, she found it hard to accept. In the next few days, the sword mystic great world was extremely restless. Many ruins were uncovered every day. Large groups of cultivators rushed over, but in the end, they were met with a nose full of dust. Not to mention the Mirror Lake, they didn't even see a trace of the lake. This made many people doubt the authenticity of the rumor, and whether the Mirror Lake really existed. From the ancient records, the existence of the Mirror Lake should be real. Moreover, the Sword City once appeared beside the Mirror Lake. Many of the divine swords of the Shu sect actually came from the Sword City. Although the Shu sect was destroyed, the sect master of the Shu sect, Graceful Sword Fairy, and the others were still there. They had lived for far longer than the other cultivators, so they had a deep understanding of the Mirror Lake. When the Shu sect was established, the few divine swords of the sect were actually related to the Sword City. Therefore, they firmly believed that the Mirror Lake existed, but they hadn't found its exact location. If the Mirror Lake is real, then the Sword City should have also existed. Maybe we can use the remnant aura of the Sword City to deduce the location of the Mirror Lake. Snow Sword Fairy pondered. As the master of the Sword Cliff, she naturally knew some secrets. In fact, the divine swords of the Sword Cliff were also related to the Sword City. Back then, they were even forged in the Sword City. Because of this relationship, they could use these divine swords to see if they could determine the location of the Sword City that sank into the Mirror Lake. This is a feasible method. The eyes of the Shu sect master and the others lit up when they heard this, and they suddenly realized something. A few days later, after taking out the divine swords of the major forces and using the divination method to search for the aura, the Shu sect master and the others finally gained something and were extremely excited. All the signs of divination are pointing to the ancient Xian ruins. The once incomparably huge ancient Xian holy dynasty is actually related to the Mirror Lake. While they were excited, they were also extremely confused. The ancient Xian holy dynasty was the largest holy dynasty in the history of the Sword Profound world. It had even unified 8 of the 13 states. Its vast territory was far from what the current Nanming dynasty could compare to. Even if it was the ancient Xian ruins, the area was quite large. Strictly speaking, the former 8 states had been included in their territory. Moreover, at that time, there were no holy dynasties like the Nanming dynasty, Shu sect, Kongshan, and other forces. Its territory was boundless. The mysterious ancient Xian ancestral temple was located at the heart of the Sword Profound world's dragon vein. It occupied all the creation of heaven and earth and seized all the mysteries. This was originally a heaven-defying secret place. However, tens of millions of years ago, for some unknown reason, this incomparably prosperous and powerful ancient Xian holy dynasty collapsed overnight. Even the last emperor went crazy. Later on, it was said that he touched a forbidden area that he should not have touched and was punished by heaven. Ancient Xian ruins. Gu Changge was a little thoughtful. Then, without much hesitation, he took Ada and directly set off for the place. He was originally using the Shu sect master and the others to find this place. Now, all the signs pointed to the ancient Xian ruins being related to the Mirror Lake. Naturally, he had to go and take a look. As for his intentions being discovered, Gu Changge did not mind at all. On the other side, Sword Immortal Z Sword, Sword Immortal Snow, and other land Sword Immortals also brought their men and rushed to the ancient Xian ruins without stopping. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, they had to get there before the whole world knew. The ancient Xian ancestral temple was once the most prosperous place in the Sword Profound world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered there. But now, it was in ruins. It was shrouded in black fog all day long. There were many broken mountains and terrifying cracks. If one was not careful, he would be torn apart by the astral wind that rushed out from the cracks. There was an ominous aura lingering there. Crows and vultures often looked around. There were many of them. Their blood-red eyes were filled with viciousness. They stood on the withered treetops and looked at the many cultivators who were rushing there. Chapter 638. The sky was dark, and the surroundings were filled with thin black fog. As far as the eye could see, the world was a reddish-brown color. There were broken mountains and cracks everywhere, and some places even seemed to have been wiped out by an invisible and terrifying hand, leveling them to the ground. The world here was filled with an ominous aura that made people uneasy, as if countless wronged souls had been buried here. Even those with high cultivation would tremble uncontrollably after coming here. They would feel a chill in their souls, as if there was a chilly wind blowing past their ears. No one knew how the powerful ancient Xian God dynasty was destroyed tens of millions of years ago. It was so silent. According to the signs shown by the key, Mirror Lake should be here. However, there are only broken walls and ruins within a few thousand miles. There is not even a lake. How can I find this so-called Mirror Lake? At this moment, at the edge of the ruins, a figure riding a divine sword slowly landed. He had handsome features and a tall figure, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was Lin En, who had found this place according to the request of the mysterious white-robed elder after leaving the boundless immortal valley. He frowned as he sized up the wilderness in front of him. Strands of golden light flashed in his eyes. Even with his heavenly eye of the sword, he did not see anything unusual about this place. This was what he was puzzled about. However, the key in his arms showed that there would be traces of the heavenly sword here, which was where Mirror Lake was. That was why he did not give up and continued to search for the entrance. In Lin En's opinion, there might be some mysterious formation pattern hidden here that was hiding the aura and waves here. Otherwise, he would have found Mirror Lake long ago. On the other side, the snow sword deity, the graceful sword deity, and the others who had sent many people to this place were also searching for the entrance to Mirror Lake. They had been here for quite some time, but like Lin En, they had found nothing. Instead, they had encountered many strange beasts that lived here and lost many people. I never thought that such a powerful ancient Xian god dynasty, which almost unified the entire sword mystery great world, would end up like this in the end. Other than ruins, there is nothing left here. Standing on a broken mountain, the graceful sword deity could not help but shake his head in pity. I wonder how the power behind Mr. Gu from the upper world compares to the ancient Xian holy dynasty. A land sword immortal sighed as well. He could not help but compare the faction behind Gu Chang'e with the strongest faction in the history of the sword mystic great world. Hearing this, the snow sword immortal wore an indifferent expression under his mask as he said in a soft tone, "The legendary upper realm has countless factions that are comparable to the ancient Xian god dynasty. On the other hand, the power behind young Master Gu stands at the peak of the upper realm. There's no point in comparing the two." Hearing her words, many of the land sword immortals present were shocked. They knew that the snow sword immortal possessed an innate mystic technique that made her consciousness extraordinarily powerful. Therefore, even the souls of upper realm cultivators could be searched at will. Sword immortal Snow's words were very close to the truth. It seems that we are still frogs in a well. Graceful sword immortal revealed a bitter smile, and then said, "Did you mention the matter of the ancient Xian ancestral temple to that young Master Gu?" The land sword immortals shook their heads when they heard this, indicating that they had not. After all, this matter was of great importance. Although they trusted Gu Chang'e very much. Gu Chang'e was from the upper realm after all, so it was inevitable that the people around him would not leak this matter out. Then, many land sword immortals turned into divine light and rushed towards the depths of this place. The ancient Xian ancestral temple is in front of us. Legend has it that there were too many divine treasures displayed in it back then, including the method to prove the Tao and transcend. There are also various divine swords, each of which is priceless and needs to be offered as a divine artifact. That's right, there are also various insights of ancient sword cultivators. Everything in that temple is collected by them, and there are pieces of wall carvings that are the crystallization of the wisdom of the past generations. It's a pity that it's all destroyed now, and nothing remains. Everyone was discussing animatedly, but they did not notice that in the void behind them, a faintly discernible figure that seemed to be standing in another world was slowly following them. This level of influence is far from enough. Spread the news of this place. Gu Chang'e shook his head gently, and his eyes were filled with thoughts as he scanned the land that was surrounded by black fog. He could see that this so-called ancient Xian ancestral temple was a place that was abandoned by the heavens. All kinds of auras were chaotic, filled with hatred, ominous and many other strange things. Even the son of fate that was born in this world was greatly affected when he came here, and it was difficult for him to find the correct location of Mirror Lake, let alone the rest of the people. So he had to think of a way to attract more people here, so that he could increase the chances of finding Mirror Lake. "Yes, Master." Ada received the order and quickly stepped into the void and left. 2 days later, a piece of news came, and it caused a huge commotion in the 13 states of the sword profound world. Countless cultivators were shocked and could not believe it. The ancient Xian ancestral temple was built by the descendants of the ancient Xian god dynasty's great ancestor after he passed away. The emperors of the ancient Xian god dynasty were worshipped here. Every emperor was a famous figure. Their cultivation was so strong that it was difficult to describe them. In the history of the profound sword great world, they had left behind a thick and colorful stroke. Until now, there were still many cultivators and living beings who would go to the ancient Xian ruins to pay their respects. But no one would have thought that the legendary Mirror Lake was hidden here. Chapter 639. The moment this news spread, it immediately caused a huge wave in the 13 provinces of the sword-profound world. Countless cultivators and living beings were shocked. They swarmed towards the ancient mystic ruins like bees. Even the ancient warships of the upper realm that were hovering in the sky had many cultivators who received the news and immediately went to report it. As for how this news spread, no one cared about it anymore. All eyes were focused on the ancient mystic ruins. If the ancient mystic ruins really had a mirror lake, then no matter if it was the cultivators of the sword-profound world or the army of the upper realm, they would send their strongest forces to snatch it. To the sword-profound world, the mirror lake contained everyone's last hope. In the eyes of the cultivators of the upper realm, the mirror lake might very well contain the source of the world, and was an opportunity for many who had achieved the Tao to advance further. For a time, the sword-profound world was in turmoil. Many ancient warships broke through the momentum and rushed towards the ancient mystic ruins. Many forces in the 13 provinces also sent their armies to rush over. They were determined to protect this place as soon as possible. The flames of war in various places burned even more fiercely. Too many cultivators and creatures were destroyed. The war between the two realms had already reached the most critical step. Who leaked the news of this place? This is great. The entire 13 provinces have been alarmed. When the time comes, everyone will rush here. Who knows what accidents will happen? When they found out about this, the first batch of people to arrive at the ancient mystic ruins had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not know what had happened that caused the news of this place to spread and cause such a huge reaction. Originally, they planned to secretly find the mirror lake and awaken the will of the heavenly path that was sleeping within, using this to force the army of the upper realm to retreat. However, after the news of this place spread, the army of the upper realm would definitely not sit still and wait for death. As a result, many accidents would occur, and things would become much more troublesome. Perhaps someone else has deduced something. However, after searching for several days, we still haven't found any traces of the mirror lake. If there were more people, we might have found something unexpected. Snow Sword Immortal said softly. Her words received the approval of many people. If not for the fact that the divination indicated this place, they would have suspected that the mirror lake was not there at all. After searching for several days, there was no result at all. If it were anyone else, they would have given up long ago. What I'm worried about now is that if that young Master Gu finds out about this, will he feel that we're not treating him with sincerity? A sword immortal named 503 Lu Di said with some worry. To them, Gu Chang'e was an absolute benefactor. Not only did he tell them how to fight against the outer world, but he also never made things difficult for them. In the end, they were still on guard against Gu Chang'e. They secretly hid this matter from him and came here to look for Mirror Lake. With his status, he shouldn't care about this kind of thing. The Snow Sword Immortal shook his head lightly, but there was still a hint of concern on his face. It was foreseeable that they would definitely fight with the cultivators of those forces from the upper worlds in this place. Previously, those supreme cultivators had not come here in person because they were afraid of the power of this world. However, on that day in the Shu sect, the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao that suddenly appeared was torn apart by Gu Chang'e. The resistance of this world was obviously much weaker. If those supreme cultivators took the risk, they would definitely be able to come here. When the time comes, I'm afraid a fierce battle is inevitable. Who knows, all of us might die here. The graceful Sword Immortal also knew the Snow Sword Immortal's worry and could not help but sigh. In the next few days, the entire sword mystic world was in a state of excitement. Countless cultivators rushed to the place where the ancient mystic ancestral temple was located. On every mountain range, one could see figures appearing on divine swords. In the beginning, those who came were itinerant cultivators from all over the 13 states. However, towards the end, almost every force brought their most powerful foundation. They knew that an unimaginable battle would break out here. No egg would remain intact and the nest was overturned. Therefore, they were all doing their best, wanting to do something in this battle. The graceful sword immortal, the snow sword immortal, and the others also gave up on the idea of continuing to look for Mirror Lake. They specifically waited here for the cultivators from the 13 states. Some veteran sword immortals of the land who had been in seclusion for a long time finally showed up. They were no longer hiding behind. The final battle is about to break out here. If we are swept in, I'm afraid we will be crushed to pieces. The people of the Nanming dynasty also rushed over. The second beauty of the southern barren state, Princess Xian Dai, was among them. She was wearing a light-colored long dress. Her figure was tall, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her skin was snow-white and delicate. Her eyes were focused like the autumn water. When her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, it could make one enchanted and want to smooth them out. This was a face that could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of a country. It was extremely moving. Beside her were Ah Qing and many others of the younger generation. They were all the leading figures of this generation of the sword mystic world. The strongest person had already reached the 7th realm and was very likely to enter the realm of sword immortals of the land in the future. They could be said to have a promising future. The one who spoke was one of the young men. He was dressed in purple and had a handsome face. His manner of speech was extraordinary. Many young women around him faintly looked at him with admiration. This person was the leader of the sword mystics for heroes, Chen Li. His grandfather was an extremely powerful veteran sword immortal of the land. It's unavoidable to fight to the death. For the future of the sword mystic world, we have to come here. Princess Xian Dai sighed softly. If there is any danger later, I will protect you. I have many life-saving items given to me by my grandfather. Hearing this, Chen Li smiled and comforted her. His grandfather was a sword immortal of the land. This was not a secret. How could the life-saving items given by his grandfather be simple? Therefore, when they heard this, everyone was extremely envious of him. Especially many young women, they wanted nothing more than to replace Princess Xian Dai. Many people knew that Chen Li had always been pursuing Princess Xian Dai, but the falling flowers were heartless. Now that the sword mystic world was facing a great disaster, as a leader of the younger generation, he had many opportunities to get close to Princess Xian Dai. There's no need. When we encounter danger, Brother Chen should prioritize your own life. Xian Dai is not worth your protection. Princess Xian Dai shook her head gently and politely rejected Chen Li's good intentions. The smile on Chen Li's face froze, but he quickly recovered. He continued, once a great battle breaks out here, even a sword immortal of the land is not confident that he can protect his life. Xian Dai, you have to be careful. I understand. There's no need for Brother Chen to worry. Princess Xian Dai nodded. Her attitude was very cold. Even though Chen Li was shrewd and did not show his emotions, after being rejected by Princess Xian Dai, he still looked a little ugly. Fortunately, when the people beside him saw this, they hurriedly spoke and changed the topic. Young Master Chen's strength is extremely strong. If you are given another few hundred years, you will definitely be able to enter the ranks of the sword immortals of the land. After dealing with this extraterrestrial demon, it won't be long before young Master Chen becomes the #1 person in our sword mystic world. The few of them kept talking, their words were full of flattery, which made Chen Li's expression look much better. Although Princess Xian Dai had an indifferent attitude towards him now. He believed that when the final battle arrived, the Nanming dynasty would be destroyed sooner or later without a sword immortal of the land. Princess Xian Dai would come to beg him. And just as the younger generation of the sword mystic world gathered here. In the distant sky, several shocking sword chis swept over. The person in the lead was an extremely tall and sturdy old man. He was dressed in purple and carried a long sword on his back. Wisps of sword intent lingered around him. His strength was terrifying. Grandfather, you're here. The moment Chen Li saw this person, his eyes were filled with joy and he could not help but shout. This person was his grandfather, Chen Bailey, who was known as the Northly Divine Sword. He had once fought enemies from all directions with the Northly Divine Sword and could not find a worthy opponent. Even his eldest disciple was half a step into the sword immortal of the land. Princess Xian Dai, Qing, and the others also looked at the old man with a solemn expression. Even the current Shu Sect's sect master, graceful sword immortal, had been taught by this old man. This is sword immortal Bailey. The old man has come out of seclusion. There was a huge commotion. Many people were excited as they looked at this once legendary figure. In the distance, graceful sword immortal, snow sword immortal, and the others had no choice but to come and welcome him personally. They were extremely respectful to this old man. However, after sword immortal Bailey arrived, he did not greet the many sword immortals of the land. Instead, he looked at his favorite grandson. I told you this place is very dangerous, but you insisted on coming. If anything happens, who will my inheritance be passed on to? Although he spoke in a reprimanding tone, his concern and worry were evident. Hearing this, Chen Li's expression turned solemn. Grandfather, as the current leader of the younger generation in the sword profound world, how can I retreat in such a dangerous situation and humiliate you? He said this with a strong sense of righteousness. His expression was extremely solemn, causing many people around him to admire him. Graceful sword immortal, snow sword immortal, and the others who had rushed over also praised him in their hearts. They thought that he was indeed the leader of the four heroes of the sword profound world. Sigh, the child has grown up. You don't listen to me anymore. Sword immortal Bailey seemed to shake his head helplessly, but his tone was satisfied. Then, he suddenly changed his tone and looked at Princess Xian Dai on the other side. He said lightly, in such a chaotic world, it's good for young people to spend more time together and get closer. It's better to let go of your usual arrogance. Chen Bailey knew his grandson well. He knew that he had a good impression of Princess Xian Dai. However, seeing Princess Xian Dai's attitude just now really made him unhappy. Her family background was not as good as Chen Li's, and her talent was even worse. What right did she have to be so arrogant? Princess Xian Dai did not expect sword immortal Bailey to say this to her at this time. Her face turned slightly pale. The people of the Nanming dynasty behind her also turned pale. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they did not dare to say anything. A veteran sword immortal of the land was right in front of them. Even graceful sword immortal, snow sword immortal, and the others were his juniors. The small Nanming dynasty did not have a sword immortal of the land. How could they have the courage to talk to him? Senior, you're right. Xian Dai will remember. Princess Xian Dai's face turned pale as she said softly. She originally wanted to ask her master, Snow Sword Immortal, for help. However, when she remembered that Snow Sword Immortal had also received guidance from this person when he took the final step, she was afraid that it would not be good for her to do so. She could only lower her head and reply softly. Her identity as a princess was completely useless in this place. She felt wronged. She did not have any feelings for Chenli, but he kept pestering her. Was it wrong for her to reject him? Just because his grandfather was a veteran sword immortal of the land. For some reason, Princess Xian Dai suddenly thought of a white-robed figure at this moment. Even though his strength had reached an invincible level in this world, he was still gentle and approachable. Xian Dai doesn't like Chenli. Moreover, she already has a sweetheart. Qing, who had been watching everything coldly from the side, suddenly said. Her words made the expressions of the people present change. Chen Li's expression also turned ugly. Princess Xian Dai widened her beautiful eyes in shock. Sword Immortal Bailey clearly did not expect that someone would dare to stand out and disobey him at this moment. His expression darkened slightly. He looked at Qing who spoke and said, "Oh, I'd like to know who's more outstanding than my grandson." Ah, Qin frowned when she heard that. She opened her mouth. At this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly trembled. All the cultivators here felt as if their souls were being suppressed. They could not move at all, and they were shivering all over. The extraterrestrial demons are coming here. Someone's voice trembled with fear when he saw the scene in the distance. Rumble. That was a boundless expanse of demonic clouds that continuously surged over, covering everything. The ancient warships that were hovering in the sky rumbled and crushed down. They were like majestic ancient continents with monstrous auras. All kinds of law pools and chaotic auras lingered on them. They shone brilliantly, causing people's hearts to tremble in fear. The terrifying army of the extraterrestrial demons finally arrived at this place. They covered the void of thousands of miles around the ancient Xian ruins, casting black shadows on the ground. On these ancient warships, many terrifying demonic shadows stood. They were surrounded by fog, and their figures were tall. They did not speak much and were incomparably cold. They swept their eyes over the broken walls below without making a sound. However, the deterrence that this brought was terrifying and huge, causing everyone in the Sword Mystic Great World to tremble in fear. Even Graceful Sword Saint and the others were terrified, and their scalps went numb. Although these terrifying demonic shadows were not at the Earth Sword Immortal realm, they were definitely at the 9th realm. They could fight against them. However, the most frightening thing was that there were simply too many of them. Just by standing in the sky, they brought great fear to the people around them. They had no idea whether there were other even more terrifying existences standing behind these figures. Today, the final battle with this group of extraterrestrial demons is unavoidable. A Earth Sword Immortal without a white beard said with a solemn expression. At this moment, too many people had come to the ancient mystic ruins. They were all looking at this scene with extreme fear. They were trembling to the extreme, and their faces were pale. There was a faint sense of despair. Chapter 640. Rumble. The sky was crushed. Above the sky of the ancient Xian ruins, many ancient warships were hovering. Every single one of them was like a terrifying continent, surrounded by a thick fog that obscured everything. A large number of knights rode on ferocious beasts, holding weapons like heavenly swords and heavenly halberds. They were cold as they rushed out. They were murderous, like a group of bloody cavalry from the depths of hell, harvesting all lives. Are these extraterrestrial demons planning to kill all of us? Around the ancient Xian ruins, many cultivators from the mysterious Sword 13 prefectures were pale and fearful. For many young people, it was their first time seeing the true appearance of these so-called extraterrestrial demons. They had never been to the front lines and fought with them before. They felt that their souls were about to be frozen. Under that cold murderous aura, their bodies trembled, and they couldn't summon up the courage to fight back. This was an enormous gap that was like a natural moat, making every single one of them feel despair, not daring to speak too much. These people are so strong, the weakest is probably at the 8th realm, there are probably 9th realm beings hiding among them, beings of even higher realms. The Graceful Sword Saint and the others looked solemn as they looked at those terrifying ancient warships. Their gazes landed on the demonic mountain-like figures, and they were extremely fearful. Clearly, the other party's aura was only at the 9th realm, and hadn't stepped into the realm of Earth Sword Immortal. But the aura and pressure were like an invisible demonic mountain that suppressed their hearts, making their hands and feet feel cold. This was the result of the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth. If not for the suppression, they probably wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning or surviving against this group of terrifying beings. So-called ants, can't you recognize the situation now? The supreme beings of my world haven't made a move yet, or else they would have destroyed your world long ago. A blurry figure appeared on the ancient warship. He was extremely tall, had a pair of red horns on his head, and a pair of wings on his back. His body was surrounded by cyan divine light, and his eyes were scarlet red. He spoke coldly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and disdain. It's just a desperate struggle. Soon, this world will be filled with the color of blood. Within the thick black fog, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. Another demonic figure appeared, its voice filled with contempt. Their voices resounded in the sky, not bothering to hide their intentions at all, causing the faces of everyone in the sword-profound world below to turn ashen. They clenched their fists tightly and endured with all their might. Although it was such a humiliating moment, no one dared to stand out. Even Graceful Sword Immortal and the others remained silent. As expected of a natural-born slave. At this point, you don't even dare to resist. The terrifying figure who spoke earlier mocked him once again, and laughed impudently. Forget it, there's nothing to say to this group of ants. Once we find that item, they can only be destroyed. It's not worth our attention. The other voice was very calm and cold. It was still high and mighty, and its words had already decided the life and death of all the living beings in this world. Damn it! You've gone too far. I'll fight it out with you. However, right at this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the ancient mystic ruins, resounding in all directions. An old man wearing a green Taoist robe and carrying a sword on his back finally could not hold it in anymore. His eyes revealed anger and killing intent as he took a step forward and rushed into the sky. It was obvious that this was an existence at the level of a Earth Sword Immortal. The moment he appeared, he displayed such a great pressure and strength. Seeing this scene, many of the cultivators of the sword-profound world could not help but feel excited. The depression from before was completely swept away. They weren't people without guts. Brother Zhao, Graceful Sword Immortal's expression changed slightly. He knew this Taoist-robed elder, but he did not expect him to actually rush over and fight with this group of sky demons. In the end, he could only sigh softly. Don't be impulsive. The expression on Snow Sword Immortal's face under the mask changed drastically. He also wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Kill! The Taoist-robed elder roared angrily. His entire body was surrounded by a green sword light, transforming into a peerless divine sword. Immediately, strange phenomena appeared in the world. An unimaginable fluctuation was triggered, instantly rushing towards the terrifying figure shrouded in fog. It was him who had opened his mouth and mocked the sword-profound world to his heart's content. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Seeing this scene, the terrifying figure sneered. With an attitude of not caring at all, he raised his palm and pressed down. What a laughable ant. Even now, you still can't see the situation clearly. However, in the next moment, a soft sigh sounded indifferently from the depths of the ancient purple bronze warship. It was very soft and did not contain much emotion. However, it was like the sound of the heavens, exploding in everyone's ears. Even Graceful Sword Immortal and the others felt their blood and chi churning, almost unable to stand steadily. The others only felt their souls tremble, and their bodies were about to collapse. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and they were incomparably terrified. Sir! The expression of the terrifying figure who had just attacked also changed. He became incomparably respectful as he turned around and bowed towards the depths of the ancient warship. He only had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme, but the one who spoke now was a true Taoist. His cultivation was unparalleled, and he suppressed the world. The expressions of the many figures standing on the ancient warship also became respectful. They were no longer as cold and aloof as before. They came from a certain supreme Taoist orthodoxy of the upper world, the divine spiritual mountain. Their appearance was very different from the human race. The one who spoke now was one of their ancient ancestors. As the voice fell, a withered hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the ancient purple bronze warship that was shrouded in chaotic fog, breaking through everything. This hand was surrounded by gray fog. Its bones and fingers were distinct, like an eagle's claw. However, the surrounding void collapsed because of its aura, turning into nothingness inch by inch. Poof! Just by reaching forward, it contained endless rules and order, and the space here collapsed and exploded. What? The void was stagnant, and time was frozen. The Taoist-robed elder's angry face suddenly turned into horror, and his eyes were filled with despair. In just an instant, that Taoist sword of his shattered with a crack. Immediately after, his entire body was cut open from the middle. Blood flowed out, and his soul was shattered. He died on the spot. A land sword immortal fell just like that. He was like a little chick without any power to resist. This horrifying scene happened in the eyes of countless cultivators. It caused everyone to tremble endlessly, and they felt incomparable despair. Brother Zhao, the graceful sword immortal's eyes were filled with grief. He wanted to stand out and avenge him, but his feet were like lead, and he couldn't move at all. The other land sword immortals were also pale, and they were a little frightened. Their strength was actually not much different from this person. It could even be said that they stood at the peak of this world, and it was difficult to find a match. However, facing an extraterrestrial demon whose face couldn't even be seen clearly, they were as small and insignificant as ants. They didn't even know how many of such existences there were in those ancient warships. Too strong. Is this the transcendent realm? The snow sword immortal's jade face was also a little pale. She clenched her white hands tightly, and felt a surge of pressure. She almost couldn't breathe. For a moment, there was a dead silence below the ancient mystic ruins. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, and they couldn't stop trembling. Too weak. Is this the strongest person in this world? It seems that without the suppression of the heavenly axiom's will, he could destroy all of them with just one palm. In the ancient purple bronze worship of the divine spiritual mountain, the ancient figure who attacked softly muttered to himself. His words were very emotionless. In another direction, in the ancient warships of the other orthodoxies hovering in the sky, there were also waves of divine telekinesis that were incomparably blazing and vast. The aura that was revived was much stronger than the one who attacked just now. Such a scene caused everyone in the dark sword world below to fall into despair. They couldn't see any signs of life or hope at all. Previously, due to the suppression of the heavenly axiom's will, these existences dared not simply descend here. However, in the ancient mystic ruins, the heavenly axiom was extremely chaotic, and the rules were even more vague and broken. They took advantage of the loophole and descended here, displaying their invincible and terrifying strength that was enough to wipe out everything here. Soon, the vast waves in the sky calmed down. The orthodoxies of the upper realm did not immediately send knights to clear everything. Instead, they communicated through divine telekinesis, and had other plans. Sooner or later, you will all be destroyed in my world. Evil will never prevail over good, this is the natural order of things. Seeing this, the sword immortal of Northley, who had been silent all this while, snorted coldly. Murderous intent surged from the depths of his eyes. But at this time, he forced himself to hold back. He did not dare to act rashly as he was worried that he would suffer a lightning strike from the other party. Many land sword immortals could see that these extraterrestrial demons had no intention of fighting with them for the time being. It seemed that they were also looking for the Mirror Lake and were unwilling to destroy everything here. Or rather, they were afraid of something. Little girl, what did you just say? The sword immortal of Northley did not dare to vent his anger on the extraterrestrial demon. He glanced around with his slightly gloomy eyes and looked at Ah Ching. He naturally knew the origins of this young girl. Like his grandson, she was also one of the 4 heroes of the Sword Profound sect. However, his father went missing when he went to the crack in space. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. If her father was still alive, he would naturally be a little apprehensive. But now, there was nothing to be afraid of. Ah Ching did not expect that Sword Immortal Bailey would not let go of this matter at this juncture. Begging for fresh flowers, she furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Then, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, she said calmly, Xian Dai's sweetheart is Mr. Gu. Sword Immortal Bailey, do you think that your grandson is better than Mr. Gu? Princess Xian Dai was a little stunned when she heard this. A blush appeared on her beautiful face. She obviously did not expect Ah Qin to say such words in front of everyone at this juncture. She did have some admiration for Gu Chang'e, but that was it. The sword profound great world had encountered a great calamity, so how could she have the mood to consider the matters of love? Moreover, she was clear that with Gu Chang'e's background and identity, how could he not have any talented girls by his side? Princess Xian Dai didn't dare to have too much hope as she reckoned that she wasn't good enough to catch his eye. What? Mr. Gu? Ah Qin's words caused quite a commotion. Many cultivators had never seen Gu Chang'e's true appearance before. But they knew that such a person existed. Outside the mountain gate of Shu sect, he tore apart the incarnation of the will of the heavenly path with his bare hands. Outside Gu Sang city, he also killed several land sword immortals with a casual slap. His strength had long since reached an unimaginable level. Are you talking about that guy with the surname Gu? Great shock and disbelief appeared on Chen Li's face. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. He didn't expect Ah Qin to say this at all, and actually involve Gu Chang'e. In terms of standpoint, the person with the surname Gu was from the upper realm and was in cahoots with the group of extraterrestrial demons. 0. Sword Immortal Snow, Sword Immortal E, and the others were also extremely shocked, but then they fell silent. Not to mention standpoint and identity, in terms of appearance and temperament, Gu Chang'e was indeed very attractive to women. Hearing this, Sword Immortal Bailey's expression froze. He naturally knew what kind of person Gu Chang'e was. However, he was humiliated in front of everyone. How could he accept this? He couldn't afford to lose face like this. The young Master Gu you're talking about is in cahoots with the extraterrestrial demons. How do you know what his intentions are for coming to this realm? Sword Immortal Bailey said calmly, with a tone of a senior teaching, young man, don't be fooled by appearances. Although his words were said very calmly, they were extremely rude. He was just short of directly saying that Gu Chang'e had ulterior motives. Sword Immortal E, Sword Immortal Snow, and the others frowned. However, due to Sword Immortal Bailey's seniority, they couldn't say much. Young Master Gu is a good person. He has no ill intentions towards our realm. Ah Qin frowned and explained. However, Sword Immortal Bailey laughed coldly and interrupted her, I've experienced far more than all of you. Are you doubting my eyes? Don't forget, how many land sword immortals died tragically in his hands outside Gu Sang city. They are the mainstays of our realm. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators and living beings had a slight change in expression. They were sorrowful as they thought of the land sword immortals who were killed. Just as Sword Immortal Bailey said, the land sword immortals were the mainstays of the sword arcane great world. Every loss of one was a great loss. Those people asked for it. If they didn't provoke young Master Gu, they wouldn't have been killed. However, after hearing this, Princess Xian Dai, who had been silent all this while, could not hold it in anymore. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she glared at Sword Immortal Bailey. Although she was afraid of Sword Immortal Bailey's power, she would not allow Gu Chang'e to be framed like this. Then are you questioning this old man? Sword Immortal Bailey's eyes suddenly turned cold. There was a glaring sword will circulating, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Princess Xian Dai's face turned pale. She was injured by the sword qi and could not help but take a few steps back. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. If it were not for the protection of the secret treasure, she would have been seriously injured. Princess, the people of the Nanming dynasty had a drastic change in expression. They quickly stood in front of Princess Xian Dai to protect her. They looked at Sword Immortal Bailey with uneasiness and fear, worried that he would kill them. Senior Bailey, please have mercy, Sword Immortal Yi and Sword Immortal Shui quickly stood up and tried to stop him. However, before they could finish speaking, a soft voice suddenly came from the sky not far away. So what if I doubt you? The voice was not loud, but it spread in the huge ancient mystic ruins. Almost all the cultivators and living beings heard it. Their hearts tightened and their expressions changed drastically. Dong! In the next moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. Layers of ripples appeared in the void. Then, a door seemed to appear there. A slender figure walked out of it slowly. 2. Chapter 641. So what if I'm doubting you? Gu Changa was wearing a long white robe with wide sleeves. His black hair was sparkling with a sparkling luster. Faintly, there was a celestial aura flowing around him, making him look otherworldly. Strands of chaotic fog surrounded him, as if he had walked out from another ancient world. He was whispering as he walked down from the void. His eyes were shining brightly like a young deity, with a pressure and aura that made one's heart palpitate and soul tremble. At that moment, the sky above the ancient Xian ruins seemed to be suppressed. Time and space became still. Mr. Gu, why are you here? Ah Qing and Princess Xian Dai couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes in shock. They didn't expect Gu Changa, who had been resting in the Nanming kingdom, to appear here. This was really too sudden, and no one had expected it. The expressions of the Sword Fairy Yi, the Sword Fairy Snow, and the other sword fairies from the land changed abruptly. They felt guilty. After all, they were hiding this from Gu Changa. Now that they saw him here, they were naturally uneasy and worried that he would blame them. Gu Changa's expression didn't change much. He glanced at Princess Xian Dai and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Princess Xian Dai didn't expect Gu Changa to take the initiative to ask about her injuries. She was stunned for a moment. Especially when he handed over a clean handkerchief to wipe the blood at the corner of her mouth. Her head was buzzing, and her heart was beating very fast. "I'm fine. I'm fine." When she came back to her senses, she took the handkerchief and blushed. She quickly shook her head and said, but she couldn't help but daydream. Could it be that Gu Changa appeared on purpose to stand up for her? Princess Xian Dai had a strange feeling in her heart, and her ears were almost completely red. However, when this expression entered the eyes of the others, it was an extremely bashful expression. Especially Chen Li, who had always admired her. His eyes were about to pop out, and he was so jealous that he was going crazy. Gu Changa. At that very moment, Sword Immortal Bailey felt somewhat dumbfounded. A look of fear appeared on his old face. He did not expect Gu Changa to appear here. As a veteran land sword immortal, although he was very powerful, he knew how big the gap between him and Gu Changa was. That was an insurmountable and unimaginable chasm. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and regret. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch it. Gu Changa glanced at him casually. There was no majesty in his eyes, but it made the Sword Immortal of Northernly take a few steps back. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and even his voice was trembling. I didn't say anything. I hope young Master Gu doesn't mind if I offended you earlier." After he finished speaking, he began to slap himself. He lowered his head to hide the resentment in his eyes. His face was full of regret and fear, and he was no longer as resolute as before. Such a scene caused all the cultivators in the surroundings to sigh with emotion in their hearts, and they were extremely astounded while their expressions were extremely complicated. They did not expect the Sword Immortal of Northernly, who was once an invincible legend, to be so fearful in front of Gu Changa. Grandfather. Seeing his grandfather slap himself, Chen-Li felt extremely humiliated. He felt the same way, and he hated Gu Changa to the core. Boom! Just as Gu Changa appeared here, in the billowing black fog not far away, many ancient battleships made a commotion. Many vast divine consciousnesses were colliding with each other, and the voices were clearly shocked. Greetings, young Master Changa. The black fog that shrouded the sky dispersed, revealing the vast scene on the ancient battleships. Demonic shadows that stood there revealed their true forms, and they respectfully greeted this place. Almost every ancient battleship made such a sound. The black fog that was originally cold and silent suddenly seemed to be boiling. There were even a few blurry figures that were surrounded by chaotic aura walking towards this place. They brought with them a monstrous pressure that suppressed the sky. That majestic and terrifying aura made the sword immortal of Earth's expression change drastically. His scalp went numb, and he felt an uncontrollable fear. Footsteps sounded again between heaven and earth. On the ancient battleship of the Divine Spirit Mountain, the cold figure that killed the Taoist-robed old man with one claw also revealed his true appearance. It was a burly man with an eagle head and a human body. He was surrounded by divine chains of rules, and his skin was gray and covered with scales. He was extremely powerful. He personally showed up and bowed respectfully to Gu Changa. Greetings, young Master Changa. In another direction, the Tao attainments of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Black Devil Peak, Ancient Supreme Temple, and many other orthodoxies also showed up. In front of Gu Changa, they did not dare to be arrogant and hide behind him. They did not come to greet him. Today, in the eyes of many, Gu Changa's strength had reached the level where he was invincible below the remnant immortal realm. Ordinary Tao attainment cultivators were far from enough in front of him. Everyone has to come and greet him. Who exactly is he? Such a scene made the hearts of everyone in the sword mystic great world tremble in shock. They never thought that these supreme experts on the ancient battleships would actually show up together and come here to greet Gu Changa. This was too unbelievable and surreal. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would never dare to believe it. Before this, the other ancient battleships were extremely quiet. It was a kind of indifference. They were high and mighty and did not care about those below them at all. Because they were not on the same level, there would not be any equal opportunity. I still underestimated his identity by far, even though the Snow Sword Immortal had some understanding of Gu Changa's identity and status. He was extremely shocked at this moment and could not calm down. With so many supreme experts, each of them could easily destroy all of them if they attacked with their full strength. However, in front of that young man, they were so careful and respectful. This, young Master Gu's origin, Princess Xian Dai and the others were so shocked that they could not calm down. This was the first time they faced a supreme expert among the extraterrestrial demons. The other party was standing just a few steps away from them. Before this, they did not even dare to imagine such a thing. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Glancing at the many Tao attainments in front of him, Gu Changa nodded slightly. His expression did not change much. He took the initiative to show up so that these people would show up. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to find Jing Hu. It was naturally not Gu Changa's style to not use so many tools. We did not know that young Master Changa would come here. Otherwise, we would have shown up to welcome you. We hope young Master Changa will not blame us. An emperor ancestor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty said. He wore a purple gold crown and his aura was as majestic and unfathomable as a mountain. The Tao attainments of the other orthodoxies also nodded. Before this, they really did not know that Gu Changa would come here. After all, their goal was the world's origin. As for Gu Changa's goal, no one knew. Although they had not descended to the lower realm before, they knew many things that happened in the sword arcane world. They knew that Gu Changa did not need to fear the will of the heavenly path like they did. He could appear and walk around as he pleased. As for whether Gu Changa would protect the people of this realm, none of them had ever thought about it in that direction. However, many people looked at Princess Xian Dai strangely. They could not understand. Did Gu Chang'e just show up for her? Or did he have other intentions? They did not think that Gu Chang'e would be interested in this girl. Although she was indeed very beautiful, in the upper realm, which of the maidservants by Gu Chang'e's side were not beautiful and could cause the downfall of a country? Just now, this person actually dared to question young Master Chang'e. He truly deserves to die. The Taoist from the Divine Spirit Mountain had the intention of currying favor with Gu Chang'e. As he spoke, his eyes were cold. He stared at the immortal of North Separation, whose face had turned pale from fear. He did not waste any time and reached out with his claw. It was as if his claw had pierced through time and nothingness. With a poof, his skull was opened. Ah, the Northly Sword Immortal was extremely terrified. He did not even have the chance to dodge. He could only let out a cry of despair as his spirit was annihilated in an instant. The Taoist sword that he had cultivated for thousands of years collapsed with a cracking sound. In the face of a true person who had attained the Tao, the so-called sword immortal of the land was no different from an ant. When they saw this scene, a wave of panic and terror swept through this place. Everyone trembled without end, and their faces were deathly pale without any trace of blood. Even the Snow Sword Immortal and the others paled slightly, their bodies unnatural, worried that they would be targeted by these terrifying figures. Grandpa, Chenli and many others of the younger generation were frightened to the point they almost fainted. Some even lost control of their bowels and trembled. This was a hair-raising scene, and it was happening right in front of them at such a close distance. Did I ask you to kill him? However, when he saw this scene, Gu Chang'e frowned and said calmly. When he heard this, the hideous smile on the face of the godly spiritual mountain froze, and his body trembled. He thought that he had angered Gu Chang'e. Immediately, he explained with some fear, I wouldn't dare. I was thinking that this person dared to question young Master Chang'e, so Gu Chang'e shook his head gently and interrupted him. Forget it, just this once. Yes. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was just casually saying it and did not mean to blame him, the existence of the godly spiritual mountain could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with joy. He had almost screwed up the matter. Fortunately, he was right to guess Gu Chang'e's intentions. The rest of the godly spiritual mountain immortals' eyes flickered. They were guessing Gu Chang'e's intentions. What did he want to do with this group of natives? Why did he have to show such an attitude in front of them? Sword Immortal Bei Li died just like that. Initially, the graceful Sword Immortal and the others wanted to plead for mercy for Sword Immortal Bei Li. However, when they saw this scene, they suddenly understood that in the eyes of the people from the upper realm, their lives were not important. They were nothing more than ants. Their hearts were filled with sorrow and helplessness. They could only stand where they were and did not dare to move at all. Young Master Chang'e, I heard that the Mirror Lake is hidden here. Perhaps the thing we're looking for this time is in it. I wonder if you've heard. After that, the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's elder imperial ancestor spoke again, sweeping his gaze across the ruins that were shrouded in fog and ominous signs. Chapter 642. According to the investigation, the Sword City is buried in the Mirror Lake. That's the origin of all the sects in the Sword Mysterious World, another Tao Attainment Realm cultivator said softly. His eyes slowly swept across the ruins that were shrouded in silk-like fog. Even at their level, it was difficult to see through the many restrictions at a glance. This showed how mysterious and strange this place was. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that the heavenly secrets here were extremely chaotic and filled with many unknown auras. Gu Chang'e's gaze was inexplicable. He shook his head and said, I've just heard about this place, so I don't know much about it. The reason why he appeared in the form of helping Princess Xian Dai was that he wanted everyone to help him find the entrance to the Mirror Lake. This way, he would have a chance to sneak in secretly. After all, no matter what, if the world's origin fell into his hands, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble when he returned to the upper realm. Although Gu Chang'e was not afraid of trouble, he adhered to the principle of less trouble and still planned to secretly obtain the world's origin. For those who were already in the Tao attainment realm, the temptation of the world's origin was self-evident. It was enough to make them go crazy and risk their lives. If that's the case, why don't we attack together, young Lord Chang'e? Let's see if we can find the entrance to the Mirror Lake. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial ancestors' eyes moved slightly and asked. As they spoke, Princess Wuxia and the others followed behind the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial ancestor. They all came down from the ancient ship and came here. Wuxia bowed slightly to Gu Chang'e as a greeting. Although she was familiar with Gu Chang'e, it was not appropriate to go up and greet him under such circumstances. In fact, Wuxia also had many doubts in her heart. She wanted to ask Gu Chang'e if he knew the whereabouts of Tuoba Xiaoyao. After learning about Tuoba Xiaoyao's death, she sent people to investigate, but they did not find anything. Although she did not know why, she had a strange intuition in her heart, she felt that Gu Chang'e might know about this matter. I won't participate in this matter. I'm just here to join in the fun. Gu Chang'e waved his hand and smiled faintly, rejecting the request of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's grand imperial ancestor. Upon hearing this, the Tao enlightened beings from the other orthodoxies looked disappointed on the surface, but deep down, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were actually very worried that Gu Chang'e would come and get involved. With his strength and background, no one here dared to provoke him. At that time, if they really found the world's origin, they might not be able to resist the temptation and make a move on it. In this way, he would inevitably offend Gu Chang'e. With young Master Chang'e's strength, it's really a pity. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor shook his head regretfully, but he was actually relieved like everyone else. Gu Chang'e smiled but didn't say anything. Ada stood beside him like a terrifying demonic mountain. They stood at the periphery and didn't choose to enter the ruins. The ancient mystic ruins were very large, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. Other than the many broken mountains, there were some collapsed ruins. One could see the former palaces and many murals and pillars. With the arrival of the so-called extraterrestrial demons, the powerhouses of the various forces and sects that rushed here didn't dare to act recklessly. They didn't dare to send their disciples to search for the whereabouts of the Mirror Lake. At the outermost area of the ancient mystic ruins, almost everyone from the Sword Profound world who rushed here had gathered. Graceful Sword Deity, Snow Sword Deity, and many other sword immortals of the land also stood there silently. They looked at the powerhouses of the upper realm not far away and used various secret techniques to search for the unknown strangeness of this place. The Mirror Lake is there. If they get there first, the consequences will be unimaginable. Graceful Sword Deity said softly, his eyes filled with worry. Snow Sword Deity looked at Gu Chang'e, who was not far away and talking with many upper realm enlightened beings. Her heart was not calm. If young Master Gu speaks up and wants to stop all of this, what do you think the chances of success are? She asked Graceful Sword Deity. Graceful Sword Deity didn't expect her to suddenly say that and was stunned for a moment. Although young Master Gu doesn't have any ill intentions towards our world, how could he possibly save our world? Then, he shook his head and felt that the possibility was basically zero. Snow Sword Deity also laughed bitterly, feeling that she was dreaming. What made them worthy of Gu Chang'e saving them like this? Before this, they had kept it a secret from Gu Chang'e and had not told him about the Mirror Lake. Just as the people around the ancient mystic ruins were beginning to explore this place, in the depths of the ancient mystic ruins, Lin En's entire body was glowing, and even his hair was golden. He was like the son of a god, standing in front of a collapsed ancient temple with a dazzling key floating in his hand. He could clearly feel that there were ancient sword intents interweaving here, and from his perception, there was definitely more than one sword intent. Perhaps there were many divine swords of the ancient mystic god dynasty that were enshrined in this ancient temple, and as time passed, the aura of those divine swords remained in this place. The key that the white-robed elder gave him in the boundless immortal valley also emitted a misty light when he arrived here. It was obvious that there was something attracting it in the depths of this collapsed ancient temple. Lin En felt that it was the Sword City that was buried in the Mirror Lake. There was definitely a hidden universe here. Outside the ancient mystic ruins, there are too many experts gathered. Even the supreme experts of the extraterrestrial demons have arrived. I have to be careful. Thinking of this, Lin En took out the key, and his heart gradually calmed down. He began to walk towards the collapsed ancient temple in front of him. Buzz! Soon, ripples of light were emitted in front of him, as if there was an invisible door in the void. There is indeed a hidden space here. Lin En walked in, and his expression was somewhat pleasantly surprised as he saw the scene in the ancient temple. This was a small world. There was a vast forest, tall mountain range, and a vast sky. There was a surging sea of clouds. And now, he was standing at the entrance, surrounded by many mountains that were so tall that one couldn't see the top. Along the mountain peak, one could see a staircase that was incomparably sacred. It led to the bottom, as if it was a pilgrimage. In the deepest part of this space, Lin En saw a tower that reached the sky. It was golden and magnificent. It was so tall that one couldn't see the bottom. It towered into the clouds. In addition, there were many birds and beasts in this space. They were incomparably holy. Even their feathers were shining brightly. They were like beasts from the divine realm. They were not surprised when they met people. Could it be that the Mirror Lake is beside that tower? Lin En looked at the scene in the distance. His figure moved, and he walked along the mountain peak and down the stairs. Soon, he disappeared into the deep forest. Near the tower, there was a silver light. It was as if there was an ancient and blazing lake. It reflected the brilliance of the sky, and it was gorgeous to the extreme. Lin En felt that the environment here was very different from the environment of the outside world. There was a rich divine and holy aura flowing, which made people feel at ease. One had to know that in the outside world, there was an astonishing ominous aura lingering, and there were even strange occurrences. But in this space, it was a completely different and peaceful scene. It was truly inconceivable. However, Lin En didn't have time to think about this right now. Instead, he made the best use of his time to go deeper. He planned to reach the tower as soon as possible. Just as Lin En stepped into this place, there was a huge change in the ancient mystic ruins. A terrifying whistling sound came from an unknown place. Accompanied by the shrill whistling sound that filled the sky, many vengeful spirits appeared, walking out from every corner of the ruins like ghosts. At the same time, the black fog here also surged crazily, covering the sky and covering the earth as it flooded towards the area where the cultivators from all over were gathered. What happened? Why did this place suddenly become like this? Why are there so many vengeful spirits? This sudden scene caused the faces of everyone in the sword profound world to change drastically. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. They were very fearful and uneasy about all of this as they retreated towards the edge of the area. However, the speed of the black fog was too fast. There was even a strange aura interweaving within it that could cover the divine soul of a cultivator, making it difficult for them to sense their surroundings. Their eyes fell into darkness. The moment many people were engulfed by the black fog, they let out miserable cries. Then, the cries abruptly stopped. Immediately after, the sound of bones shattering and chewing rang out, as if there was some terrifying ferocious beast hidden within, waiting for an opportunity to devour people. What's in this black fog? Graceful Sword Immortal and the others took out their natal divine swords and slashed out with overflowing sword chi, trying to split the black fog apart. However, the result that followed caused them to be shocked and somewhat in disbelief. The strange thing hidden in the black fog could even devour their sword chi. It was like a clay ox entering the sea, suddenly disappearing without a trace. Even the ice seal doesn't work. On the other side, Snow Sword Immortal frowned. She was also trying, shooting out a misty ice and snow with her bare hands. It contained the absolute rule of ice, but when it came into contact with the black fog, it also collapsed with a cracking sound, turning into dust that filled the sky. Rumble. At the same time, the entire ancient ruins seemed to have suddenly come to life. Trembling sounds could be heard everywhere. Mountain rocks cracked, and ghosts appeared within the collapsed halls. A strange aura continued to spread out, causing everyone to feel fear and their skin to turn cold. There are corpses that came to life. Ah Qing and Princess Xian Dai's complexions were somewhat pale. They couldn't help but back off, feeling that everything in front of them was too illusory, not too real. Right in front of them, a few tombs cracked open. Dense black fog pervaded out from within, and then it continued to crack open to both sides. This was a very strange scene. Old tombs were cracking open one after another, snow-white and even decaying skeletal hands extended out, slowly climbing up. Such a scene was truly unbelievable. It was extremely horrifying. Even the bones that had long decayed beyond recognition were still forming a skeleton, and they were quickly growing flesh and blood. After that, the heavenly armors that had long turned into dust in the tombs also reversed time, and with a clanging sound, they turned into battle clothes, covering their bodies. Those heavenly armors' complexions were pale, expressionless. They allowed the armor to cover their bodies, and then they walked out step by step with weapons in hand, forming a square formation, advancing forward. Resurrection of the dead? How heaven-defying is this method? This made everyone who witnessed this scene almost unable to believe it. Their scalps were about to explode, and their pores were filled with cold air. They couldn't understand, could there really be people who could live forever? Or could it be that these heavenly armors had never died, and had always been sleeping in the ancient Xian ruins? Could it be that they were the heavenly armors and heavenly generals of the ancient Xian god dynasty? This place is indeed strange. These corpses are in a half-dead state, and they seem to have some consciousness left. An enlightened being from the upper realm who had descended here narrowed his eyes, and threads of golden light were emitted from them. Then, he said so. The other enlightened beings also nodded. They didn't make a move, but still stood at the outermost periphery of the ruins, and didn't plan to act rashly. This place was extremely strange, and even they didn't have much confidence. These heavenly armors should be under an extremely terrifying curse, and they can't leave this place no matter what. They can only guard here in the state of the living dead. I've only seen it in some ruins in the upper realm, and the number of living dead back then was far less than here. The Grand Emperor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty said with a slightly solemn expression. He tried to slap with his palm, and suddenly, lightning roared, and a world-shaking power appeared. The vast power crushed down, destroying heaven and earth, and directly smashing the heavenly armors in front of him into powder. But in the next moment, the soldiers that had turned into powder started to reorganize due to the strange power, and they returned to their original state. Such a scene not only changed the expressions of the enlightened beings, but also made the graceful sword deity and the others, who were not far away, feel terrified, and their hands and feet turned cold. They didn't expect that the ancient Xian ruins would contain such a terrifying danger. Looks like normal methods won't work, and we can't walk over. Someone must have entered the depths of the ruins in advance and touched something. A strange look flashed past Gu Chang's eyes, and then he shook his head as if he was guessing. He felt that it should be this world's son of destiny, Lin En, who found the entrance to the Mirror Lake, which led to such a huge change in the outside world. Connecting to the memory of the will of the heavenly path that he had devoured, Gu Chang'e understood that the ancient Xian god dynasty had touched the taboo of the Battle of Annihilation, and tried to build an ancestral temple to communicate with the ancient heroic spirits. That was why they were destroyed by the awakened part of the will of the heavenly path. All the living dead here, as well as the many strange auras, could be said to be the work of the will of the heavenly path. But these things had nothing to do with him. Since the entrance to the mirror lake has been opened, then things are much simpler. Gu Changa didn't plan to move. He was still waiting, and the time wasn't right yet. Don't let others beat us to it. Hearing Gu Changa's words, the Grand Emperor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and the other enlightened beings were all shocked. They were a little worried that someone would beat them to it and take away their fruit in advance. At that moment, their eyes were cold, and they reached out with their hands, covering the sky, and grabbed a few Earth Sword Immortals, intending to let them explore the way first. If you can't walk in, then don't think of leaving alive today. Everyone will be buried with you. Their words were incomparably cold, containing an unquestionable will. The terrifying pressure caused the bodies of everyone in the sword profound great world to crack, and they were about to explode into a bloody mist. Facing these so-called ants, they did not have the slightest bit of fear like when they were in front of Gu Changa. Even Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal and the others were captured and ordered to explore the way ahead, deep into the black fog. They had no other choice. If they resisted, they would only be smashed into a bloody mist, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. At this time, they finally understood the difference between Gu Changa and these supreme experts, and their hearts became even more bitter. Gu Changa's attitude was 1,000,000 times better than this group of supreme experts. At this time, they were the true ants, perhaps even worse. If you want to live, don't try to resist. Gu Changa seemed to shake his head in pity as he spoke to Graceful Sword Immortal and the others. The rest of the people in the sword profound great world were all trembling in fear. They did not dare to move, and stayed where they were like a group of prisoners. Chapter 643. The black fog was as heavy as lead clouds. Wisps of it seeped out from the depths of the ancient mystic ruins and covered the entire area. A large number of Walking Dead soldiers rushed out from the tombs. They held all kinds of heavenly swords, heavenly halberds, and other weapons as they charged toward the people who trespassed here. This was a terrifying scene. Even the Land Sword Immortals were terrified. After witnessing the process of these undead exploding into smithereens, they quickly returned to their original state. With their strength, they couldn't destroy these Walking Dead. The only thing they could do now was to open up a path to the depths while they were recovering. Chi, 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 streaks of dazzling sword chi intertwined as if peerless heavenly swords were gathering. They crossed the sky and slashed toward the deepest part of this space. One could faintly see a blurry shadow flashing past there. There was a rain of blood. There were gray hairs of unknown origin mixed in the blood. It was ominous and strange. The rest of the people leading the way were also terrified. They gripped their weapons tightly and moved forward carefully. Not only did they have to avoid the terrifying fog, but they also had to be wary of the strange monsters hidden in the darkness, as well as the army of Walking Dead. Looks like the fluctuation from before should be from the deepest part of this place. The graceful sword deity held a jade-green longsword. Luster flowed on the sword, and an extreme aura filled the air. It pressed forward and shook the thick black fog away. He was extremely powerful. As the sect master of the Shu sect, he was much stronger than the rest. That was why he took the lead and opened up a path at the very front. He helped the people behind him to find out the danger ahead. The snow sword deity followed closely behind. She held a crystal-clear ice snow Dao sword tightly in her hand. Her ice snow divine domain descended around her, which had a great resistance against the black fog. Buzz! Sword shadows lingered, and heaven and earth collapsed. The rest of the Land Sword Immortals also used their own methods to survive here. Behind them were a few upper realm cultivators who had attained the Tao. The divine rules around them were as vast as the sea. They surged with a terrifying and majestic aura, suppressing everything here. Facing such an unfamiliar environment, they were extremely careful and didn't dare to act rashly. That was why they let the people in front explore the path. And when many land sword immortals were captured to explore the way, at the outermost area of the ancient mystic ruins, Gu Changa pulled back his gaze and whispered something to Atida behind him. Then, Atida stepped into the void and disappeared in a blink. No one knew where he was. What did he arrange? Not far away, Euphia, the eldest princess of Great Yu, who had been observing Gu Changa's actions, had a slight change in her expression. She felt that Gu Changa seemed to be detached from the world, but also seemed to be in control of everything. This was an extremely contradictory feeling. She did not believe that Gu Changa would come to this world for no reason and come here to join in the fun without participating. Gu Changa definitely had some unknown secret. When young Master Changa was in this world, did you see Tuoba Xiaoyao? After thinking for a moment, Euphia's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She lightly walked over, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. She couldn't help but ask in a soft voice. Tuoba Xiaoyao? Gu Changa lightly raised his eyebrows, his gaze fell on her face, and then said with a smile, "Of course I saw him, but he's already dead." What? Euphia's face was filled with great astonishment. She did not expect Gu Changa to say it so bluntly. She originally thought that Gu Changa would say that he did not know and had never seen him before. But Gu Changa directly said that Tuoba Xiaoyao was dead, which really caught her off guard. She didn't even think about it. Then, young Master Changa, do you know where he died? Euphia felt that her mouth was a little dry, but she still could not help but ask. Hearing this, Gu Changa still had a faint smile on his face. He shook his head and said, "He died in the Sword Profound World's forbidden area, Limitless Immortal Valley, Limitless Immortal Valley." Euphia was in a daze for a moment. She had naturally heard of such a forbidden area. In the Sword Profound Great World, that place was known as the Land of No Return. It was shrouded in fog all year round, and even the Earth Sword Immortal would die if they stepped into it. Taba Xiaoyao had actually died in there. Then young Master Changa, do you know how he died? Euphia's expression suddenly became somewhat sorrowful, as she thought of some of the past with Tuoba Xiaoyao. Gu Changa's expression did not change much, he only smiled casually and said, "Of course I know, after all, I killed him with my own hands." What, are you planning to avenge him? What? Hearing Gu Changa's understated words, Euphia was stunned, and did not react in time. Then, when he heard Gu Changa's words clearly, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief and took a few steps back, almost suspecting that he had misheard. "Young Master Changa, you're not lying to me, right?" Her voice contained a trace of trembling and fear. This was rarely seen on the always dignified and elegant Euphia. In the past, no matter what she encountered, she always had a calm and indifferent appearance. Gu Changa's expression still did not change, he looked at her inexplicably and said, "Is such a small matter worth lying to you?" "No. I don't dare." Euphia's face was somewhat pale, her white hands clenched tightly, but fearful of Gu Changa's strength and power, she could only remain silent, not daring to say anything. Even if her imperial father was standing here right now, he would not dare to do anything to Gu Changa, let alone her. She only knew that there seemed to be enmity between Tuoba Xiaoyao and Gu Changa. But she did not know that it had reached the point where Gu Changa wanted to kill him. Euphia's heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. She should have figured out why Gu Changa would say those words in front of everyone in the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's palace. He had long wanted to make a move against Tuoba Xiaoyao, and now that he had come to this Sword Profound World, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if Tuoba Xiaoyao disappeared here, no one would care, no one would investigate. Just like just now, Gu Changa even said in front of her that he had personally killed Tuoba Xiaoyao. What could she do? Avenge him? That was just a fantasy. Such an unscrupulous attitude was the so-called Gu Changa just now, not the gentle and elegant appearance he showed on the outside. In the distance, Ah Qing and Princess Xian Dai had been paying attention to the situation when Euphia was walking towards Gu Changa just now. Originally, they thought that Princess Euphia was also one of Gu Changa's admirers. But they did not expect her expression to become so pale at this moment, revealing uneasiness and fear. It seems that young Master Gu is not so gentle to all women, then why did he appear to save me? Could it be that I am special to him? The scene of Gu Changa appearing to save her appeared in Princess Xian Dai's mind, and a rosy color appeared on her face, and she began to let her imagination run wild. Although she also knew that in front of a great enemy, when disaster was about to befall, it was very wrong to care about such things. But she could not help but think about it. In the next few days, the black fog in the ancient mystic ruins was even more terrifying. It swept in all directions, like a huge wave that covered the sky and earth, constantly rolling. Because of the terrifying battle fluctuations in the depths, a terrifying earthquake occurred here, the ground cracked, and the mountain gate collapsed. In some places, ancient altars were even revealed. They were very damaged and not complete, carved with many patterns. There were pictures of ancestors praying to the heavens around a bonfire, as if they were offering something. On some broken totems, a pair of cold and huge eyes could even be seen floating in the sky, watching all the ancestors praying below. There were too many such pictures, exuding a strange and cold feeling. There was not the slightest bit of holiness. Many ancient cultivators of the sword profound world were captured by the people of the upper realm, asking them to study and decipher the meaning of these stone inscriptions. Some people who studied the altars were captured to try to repair these altars. In the eyes of many powerhouses of the upper realm, these altars contained space fluctuations that had not dissipated. It was obvious that in the distant past, there was very likely a space portal here, connecting to a certain space or world. Perhaps the mirror lake that had not revealed its traces all this time was related to these altars. Looks like we've finally found the entrance. Gu Changa had been standing in the outermost ancient warship, looking down at the depths of the ruins where black fog was rolling. Although it was difficult for him to see the scene in the depths, he could feel the fluctuations in it. Judging from the magnitude of the fluctuations, it was easy to know which step the people who entered had reached. Of course, the most important thing was that Gu Changa ordered Ada to follow them secretly. Ada was born in the depths of the demon burial abyss. The ominous and strange aura here would not affect him at all. Therefore, the monstrous black fog that everyone was afraid of, to Ada, it was like walking on flat ground. It's about time. Gu Changa's eyes moved slightly, his vast spiritual sense swept out, instantly covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Boom! At this moment, all the cultivators in the ancient mystic ruins felt as if there was an inexplicable suppression spreading between heaven and earth, like an invisible hand that slowly descended from a distant latitude. What is this? Is there some kind of strange change in this place? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they could not breathe. Then, they saw in horror that the sky suddenly turned dark. A strange gray fog covered the sky and covered the sun. No one knew where it came from. It was even stranger than the black fog that pervaded the ancient mystic ruins, containing a monstrous aura that could devour everything in the world. This gray fog came very quickly, it was extremely turbulent, and one could not see where it ended. In an instant it drowned the entire ancient mystic ruins. Even the many ancient warships that were hovering around were instantly swallowed, and could not be seen. This was a hair-raising and chilling scene. At this moment, whether it was the cultivators of the sword mystic world or the army of powerhouses from the upper realm, all of them were terrified to the extreme. They felt that their cultivation base, magic power, and spirit were all being eliminated, and were about to be devoured. This gray fog was the representation of ominous, strange, cold, and chaotic. Being in it would not only cause one's mind to collapse, but it would also cause one's physical body to dissipate, and one's spirit to be destroyed. Chapter 644. Many people let out a miserable shriek as they discovered that their corporeal body was actually disappearing quickly. Their entire body became transparent, and soon after, even their bones and flesh became sparkling and translucent. After that, they turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Such a terrifying scene, as if their skulls were opened and a basin of cold water was poured down, causing everyone to tremble in fear. This gray fog, why does it seem so familiar? Euphia's expression also changed drastically. She brought the people of the great celestial dynasty behind her and quickly flew back to the ancient worship. She kept feeling that this terrifying and strange gray fog seemed to have appeared before. Although she had never seen it with her own eyes, she had heard about it from various news. Back then, when the reclusive Ji family was on their way to Mount Kun to rescue their ancestor, they seemed to have encountered such a terrifying fog. It almost caused the entire reclusive family to lose their lives, even those who had attained the Tao would lose their lives in it. It was hard to escape death. Euphia's face revealed an unconcealable fear. This kind of strange gray fog that only appeared in the forbidden zone of Mount Kun, why would it appear here as well? She didn't have time to think too much. She quickly ordered people to activate the defensive formation patterns on the ancient warship to prevent it from being swallowed by this gray fog. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through her mind, causing Euphia's body to tremble. Her expression was even more frightened and in disbelief. She turned her head with difficulty and looked towards the direction where Gu Changa was at before. However, there was no one there. It seemed that when the gray fog swept over, Gu Changa had already disappeared. At that time, Gu Changa was also on his way to Mount Kun. He just happened to be among the people who encountered that strange fog. This should be just a coincidence. For some reason, Euphia thought of an extremely terrifying guess. She couldn't help but shudder and didn't dare to think about it anymore. The entire ancient mystic ruins became alarmed and uneasy because of this terrifying fog that suddenly appeared. Almost everyone was thinking of a way to retreat to the outermost area. Compared to the black fog before, this gray fog was obviously more terrifying. What happened outside? What's going on? These undead Army 507 that were originally unconscious suddenly became fearful. In the depths of the ancient Xian ruins, there were corpses everywhere, as well as dilapidated ancient temples and palaces. They had all collapsed, and their original appearance could not be seen. A land sword immortal who was exploring the path turned around uneasily. He felt that the army chasing after them was retreating like a tide, as if they had sensed something even more terrifying. No matter what, this is where the ripples came from. The entrance to Mirror Lake must be right in front of us. Yi Jianxian said, his gaze landing in front of the area. There was a pile of collapsed ruins there, and an ancient temple was shrouded in a faint light. There were actually quite a few vines growing in the surroundings, looking somewhat lush and full of vitality. Such a scene was really out of tune with the environment here. This aura doesn't seem right. Could it be that something has happened in the outside world? This feeling makes me feel a little uneasy. Last time, when I was at Mount Kun, I also sensed this aura from afar. Why would it appear here again? An enlightened one frowned and said. He sensed that there seemed to be a majestic and terrifying aura pressing down from the outside world. Even an enlightened one could feel his heart palpitating, and he could not calm down. Last time, when the reclusive Ji family attacked Mount Kun and tried to rescue their ancestor, he was also there, but he was not with the people of Ji family. We can't care too much about the outside world. There is indeed a spatial ripple there, and there's another world inside. The great celestial dynasty's old emperor shook his head, his gaze was like a heavenly blade as it landed, and the void trembled, making clanking sounds as he said with certainty. There is indeed a spatial ripple hidden there. The other enlightened one were also sizing it up, and then they couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. They didn't waste any effort at all, and finally found the location of Mirror Lake. We don't know if there is any danger inside, let them explore first. The enlightened one from Divine Spirit Mountain glanced at Snow Sword Immortal and the others with a cold gaze, planning to let them enter that door first. His words were approved by the others, and they all looked at Yi Jianxian and the others coldly, not giving them a chance to choose. You all said that you would let us go after opening the path. Hearing this, a Land Sword Immortal's expression became ugly, his heart was full of humiliation and unwillingness. In this world, he was the most powerful expert standing at the peak, but now, he was ordered around like a dog, and the other party even went back on their words, not honoring the promise they made at that time. You are courting death. However, just as this Land Sword Immortal finished speaking, a heavenly Emperor Mountain's enlightened one's gaze suddenly fell, as if millions of terrifying demonic mountains were pressing down, covering and crushing that person's body. In an instant, a bloody mist filled the air, accompanied by a miserable cry. This place exploded into a sky full of corpses, and directly extinguished in body and soul. A Land Sword Immortal, the most powerful expert standing in this world, died just like that. This scene made Yi Jianxian and the others' expression change abruptly. Many of them were furious, and wanted to fight with their lives on the line, but they were firmly held back by the people beside them, not daring to act rashly. Facing an enlightened one, which was also the transcendent realm, they didn't have the slightest chance of resisting. It was no different from ants trying to shake a big tree. Let's go. Yi Jianxian laughed bitterly in his heart. Without a choice, he directly took the lead and stepped into that door. After that, Snow Sword Immortal and the others also silently followed behind. After the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor and the others glanced at each other, only when they didn't feel any undulations coming from the other side, did they relax. After passing through that door, the scene in front of them suddenly opened up, and they were even a bit shocked. This is the aura of the Tao of the Heavenly Tao. The will of the Heavenly Tao is definitely hiding here. A enlightened one's pleasantly surprised voice sounded, and it was slightly trembling. At their realm, they were naturally able to clearly feel the holy aura that pervaded this place. It was left behind after the Tao of the Heavenly Tao transformed. As for why the Tao of the Heavenly Tao transformed, they weren't interested. There was what they needed here, it was enough. Is this the legendary realm of the gods? It's so holy. That tower should be the Tong Tian Tower in the ancient records. In the past, the ancient profound god dynasty specially built this tower to worship the heavens. It said that praying at the top of the tower can let the heavens hear your voice. Because of this, the ancient profound god dynasty became the strongest dynasty in the history of the sword profound world. Yi Jianxian's voice was also filled with shock. The first thing he saw was the bright silver tower in the distance. They were currently standing on the peak of a mountain, the faintly discernible clouds surging around them, as if they were in the realm of the gods. This world was too peaceful and auspicious. There wasn't the slightest bit of murderous aura. Everything was so peaceful, it was as if they could let go of all hatred. There's a silver lake there. No, as expected, someone has already beaten us to it. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor's eyesight was astonishing. Even though this place had a great suppression on cultivation, he still saw the silver lake beside the Tong Tian Tower with a glance. It was incomparably blazing. The border couldn't be seen. There was an illusory fog surging on the surface, like a silver mirror. The whereabouts of the world's origin is inside. The other Tao attainment expert also revealed greed at this moment. His movements were very fast, directly transforming into a ray of divine light, striding towards that silver lake. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps when a silver lightning suddenly descended between heaven and earth, as if it was transformed from a vast and mighty silver true dragon, directly smashing down on his head, wanting to strike him down from the sky. This sound was truly too vast. It was continuous and endless, as if it had angered the heavens. The expressions of Graceful Sword Immortal and the others all changed, recalling a rumor. One had to be devout in ancient Xian ancestral temple, otherwise, they would attract the heavenly lightning and suffer the wrath of the heavens. Flying over here was even more disrespectful to the heavenly Tao. This is the punishment of the heavens. They were shocked, their entire bodies trembling endlessly. Under this kind of lightning, they felt like ants. What can mere heavenly lightning do to me? This old man has attained the Tao for 30 million years, why would I be afraid of this? However, facing these silver true lightning, this Tao attainment expert who stepped forward was extremely disdainful, raising his hand to descend towards the sky, directly shattering these lightning bolts. He could feel that the aura of these lightning bolts were only at the level of a quasi-emperor, far from a Tao attainment expert. Seeing this, the other Tao attainments experts also did not hesitate, all transforming into divine lights, striding forward, welcoming the heavenly lightning, and entering the mirror lake. Snow Sword Immortal and the others did not dare to directly fly over like them, they could only obediently walk over as if on a pilgrimage. Many people planned to take the opportunity to leave, but suddenly discovered that the door to leave this space seemed to have been destroyed from the outside by someone from the outside. There was a brilliance pouring down in torrents, shattering everything, the void turned into fine powder. What's going on? The door was destroyed by someone. A few Earth Sword Immortals who tried to leave this place paled, somewhat in despair. Snow Sword Immortal and the others also stopped in their tracks, frowning as they looked back, they could not understand who would destroy the entrance here at this time. Could it be that they planned to trap everyone here? Why do I feel that this place is somewhat fearful? Snow Sword Immortal frowned, raising his head, looking at the vast sea of lightning in front of him. And just as they were puzzled, two figures suddenly walked out from the door behind them that had already collapsed into nothingness. The person in the lead was dressed in white, his hair was wreathed in divine light, he was extraordinary, handsome, and elegant, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. Behind him followed a tall and sturdy figure, dressed in nethersteel divine robes. Young Master Gu. Seeing this person, Snow Sword Immortal, Graceful Sword Immortal, and the others instantly widened their eyes, somewhat in disbelief, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Didn't Gu Changa say that he planned to return to the upper realm, and was only here to join in the fun? Why would he appear here, and even destroy the door to leave? Oh, looks like you're still alive. Gu Changa seemed to be a little surprised that they were still alive, and smiled slightly. However, this smile made Snow Sword Immortal and the others shiver all over, they could not help but tremble, they felt that the Gu Changa in front of them was completely different from the person they knew before. This was a kind of fear that came from the deepest part of their souls. Young Master Gu, you, Snow Sword Immortal forced himself to calm down, he wanted to open his mouth to greet him. However, Gu Changa only smiled slightly, he had no intention of continuing to talk to them, he took a step forward with Ada, and disappeared from the foot of the mountain. He was very fast, almost disappearing into thin air in an instant, then reappearing several thousand miles away. However, what made Snow Sword Immortal and the others even more terrified was that there was actually no lightning that struck down to punish Gu Changa. This place is afraid of him. Graceful Sword Immortal's mouth was dry, he felt his scalp go numb. Chapter 645. This world is fearful of him. The graceful sword deity's voice was trembling as he thought of many things in an instant. Gu Changa was definitely not as gentle as what they saw on the surface, and he was definitely not a kind person. Perhaps this is his true motive. He destroyed the entrance. Is he planning to annihilate everyone here? The Snow Sword deity could not help but shudder slightly. Her bright eyes under the mask were somewhat unconcealable shock. She had investigated the souls of the powerhouses in the upper realm and understood how terrifying Gu Changa's background was in the upper realm. It was also evident from the fearful attitude of those who had achieved the Tao before. Even if those who had achieved the Tao died here, it would probably not affect Gu Changa in any way. Since he dared to destroy the entrance and appear here, he must have been fully prepared. Could those strange fluctuations in the outside world be his doing as well? The Snow Sword deity thought of another possibility, and her heart trembled slightly. Suddenly, she felt that Gu Changa was far more terrifying than she had thought. She could not guess his motive and thoughts at all. Under the sky, Gu Chang'e stepped forward, ignoring the shocked and fearful expressions of the graceful sword deity and the others. He was not interested in this group of land sword deities to begin with. Even if he killed them and absorbed their origins, it would be a waste of time. From the beginning, he had been using this group of land sword deities to find this place for him. Now, their final value was gone. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with Gu Chang'e. Rumble. In front of him, there was a majestic and heavy aura surging, enough to make any living being standing under the sky tremble in fear. It was the wrath of the heavenly axiom, containing an aura and pressure that could destroy the world. In this small world, endless silver light filled the sky. It was a vast sea of lightning that struck from the depths of the sky, pressing down toward the bottom. The vast expanse spread over, and there was no end in sight. It was as if there was a pool of lightning hidden at the end of the world. Boom! Numerous lightning dragons the size of mountains sped through it, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were incomparably ferocious and contained a terrifying aura of destruction. Countless sparks flew from the bodies of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor and the others. They were all quickly crossing the sky and landing beside the Mirror Lake. Although these thunderbolts couldn't cause any substantial harm to them, they could sense that there was an inexplicable law spreading across the sky. Clearly, the Tower of Babel was not far away from them, as if they could reach it in one step. However, no matter how far they traveled, the distance between them did not change in the slightest. They would always be separated by the same distance. They knew that this was a type of supreme spatial rule. If they wanted to cross over, they had to break the rules of this place. It seems that the laws of the world here are not simple. What was left behind after the heavenly Tao transformed into the heavenly Tao could actually contend against us. The eyes of one who achieved the Tao were cold. Scarlet multicolored light swirled around his body, numbering millions and millions of strands. He raised his palm and slapped down, evaporating all of the lightning. He tried to break the rules of this place, but in the next moment, he discovered that the originally broken void was actually being reconstructed. Soon, it was restored to its original state. One had to know that he was a genuine Taoist with unparalleled cultivation. If he was in the upper realm, it would be extremely easy for him to destroy a galaxy with a raise of his palm. However, in this place, even the space barrier could not be broken. He couldn't completely break through the laws of the world here. This caused his expression to be a little ugly. He was in disbelief. Immediately after, he slapped out again. A matchless aura pressed down, and there were even billions of starlight gathering. Divine laws surged like the sea, piercing through the void. However, this scene didn't last for long. The broken void in front of him was once again reconstructed. Moreover, it was even more sturdy than before, faintly suffused with the aura of the immortal path. Don't attack anymore. This place is indeed strange. As expected of the place where the heavenly Tao transformed into the heavenly Tao. Even space is tainted by its aura and can be continuously reconstructed. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor shook his head and stopped this person. His expression gradually became solemn, and he was not as contemptuous as before. That is, at this moment, a Taoist suddenly noticed the scene behind him. He widened his eyes in surprise. When he looked carefully, he found that the figure walking over was extremely familiar, and he couldn't believe it. Gu Chang'e. Why is he here too? Another Taoist was also surprised. Divine light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the scene behind him. The heavenly thunder there seemed to have been cleared, leaving only a vacuum-like area. Gu Chang'e was strolling in it with his quasi-emperor subordinate. He really has other intentions. He's definitely not here to join in the fun. We have to be careful of him. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor's eyes flickered. He made all kinds of guesses in his heart and became incomparably wary and vigilant. The other Taoists' expressions also became solemn. However, they didn't notice that the entrance here had been destroyed. They all guessed that Gu Changa's intention was the same as theirs, which was to come for the world's origin. The heavenly thunder here actually avoided him. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor noticed this and became even more vigilant. Judging from Gu Changa's behavior, he was definitely not a kind person. He also didn't believe that Gu Changa wouldn't kill them if there was a conflict later. One had to know that along the way, Gu Changa had killed countless people who had attained the Tao. The situation is not good. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor's eyes flickered. He began to think of a way to retreat. Perhaps the only way was to unite everyone here to fight against Gu Changa. He was unwilling to give up the world's origin that was very likely to be hidden here. At that moment, his divine thought surged and transmitted a message to the other Taoists here, telling them to be careful of Gu Changa. He wouldn't be so bold as to attack all of us, right? Hearing this, the few Taoists were shocked and couldn't believe it. After all, they represented a supreme sect and an imperishable sage orthodoxy. If Gu Changa attacked them, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the forces behind them. Although they weren't Gu Changa's match, they were definitely more than enough to escape unless Gu Changa was confident that he could bury all of them here. Let's be careful. Gu Changa is definitely not a merciful person. Those forces who dared to stop him have all been destroyed. An enlightened Taoist from the Sky Emperor Mountain whispered. He had the same idea as the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor. Seniors, are you waiting for me here? Just as the enlightened Taoists were having different thoughts, a chuckle suddenly sounded behind them. Gu Changa quickly approached and appeared behind them. Hearing this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but narrow. They were a little shocked. With their strength, they couldn't see how Gu Changa got there. The rules of heaven and earth here didn't have any effect on him. Young Lord Changa, why are you here all of a sudden? An enlightened Taoist asked with a slightly unnatural expression. He stood very close to Gu Changa. For some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. His hands and feet were slightly cold. I heard that this place might contain news of the world's origin, so I came to take a look. I think everyone's goal is the same as mine, right? Gu Changa smiled faintly. His expression was a little casual. I didn't expect young Lord Changa to be interested in this item. The enlightened Taoist from the Divine Spirit Mountain laughed dryly to hide the vigilance and uneasiness in his heart. The others fell silent. They didn't expect Gu Changa to not hide his goal and directly say that he was here for the world's origin. This is a small world that was born after the heaven path of this world transformed into Tao. It might indeed contain the whereabouts of the world's origin. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor shook his head softly as if he didn't see Gu Changa's goal. If that's the case, how about we split the world's origin equally when we find it? What do you think, young Lord Changa? The few enlightened Taoists were slightly moved when they heard that. They thought of a solution. Since Gu Changa intended to interfere, they could only give up a portion of the world's origin and share it equally with everyone. Share equally. Gu Changa seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard that. A smile even appeared on his handsome face. He shook his head and said, "Do you have some misunderstanding about your own strength?" What? Hearing that, the enlightened Taoist who suggested that earlier had a stiff expression on his face. He didn't expect Gu Changa to reject and humiliate them so straightforwardly. The rest of the enlightened Taoists also frowned. The vigilance in their hearts was extremely strong. Share equally with me? Are you worthy? Gu Changa was still smiling faintly. Young Lord Changa, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you intend to monopolize this world's world origin? At this point, the expressions of many Tao attainments turned cold. Looks like you guys aren't stupid. Gu Changa said casually as his gaze slowly swept past the few Tao achievers before him. Apart from the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor, who was relatively strong, the rest were at most at the early stage of Tao attainment. To him, there was nothing to worry about. He wants to kill us. We can't just sit around and wait for death. The expression of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor changed drastically. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He roared in rage and forcefully resisted the sea of lightning as he attacked Gu Chang'e. Begging for fresh flowers, he wore a violet gold crown on his head, looking mighty and domineering. He activated a violet gold divine sword, hacking out sword radiance that filled the sky. Divine laws were like chains, shattering the sea of lightning, releasing clanging noises. Boom! The rest didn't hesitate to use the terrifying means of Tao attainment. Endless light rain poured down, dazzling and dazzling, as if the world had been turned upside down. They didn't dare to be careless at all, because the person in front of them was Gu Chang'e. Many Tao attainments had died in his hands during the battle in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Now, Gu Chang'e's strength was even more unfathomable and unimaginable. You really dare to attack me? Gu Chang'e's expression was still unchanged. His body was filled with dense 5-colored chaotic light, with terrifying waves intertwining. He raised his hand and activated the immortal slaying gourd. A ray of red light flashed out like an unsheathed immortal sword. It was so fast that it pierced through everything and rushed over quickly. Along with a puff, blood gushed up into the sky. A large head suddenly fell down. Its eyes were wide open, filled with fear, despair, and disbelief. Oh no, this is the gourd from back then. It can easily kill Tao attainments. Someone was terrified. He recognized this murderous weapon that shone brilliantly in the battle in the 8 Desolation 10 regions and killed many Tao attainments. The rest hurriedly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. They knew how terrifying this gourd was. The sword chi that slashed out could be said to be impossible to guard against. It could instantly kill the divine soul. After Gu Chang'e activated the immortal slaying gourd, a ray of black light appeared in his hand. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd swept across, and all the rules and order in front of him exploded, shattering into pieces. 0. This is, many Tao attainments' expressions changed drastically again. Although they didn't recognize this murderous weapon, they could feel the aura of slaughter and tearing through the ages from it. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts. They could only use all their means to resist. Even the aftermath of a battle between Tao attainments was an unimaginably terrifying catastrophe for any living beings or cultivators in the surroundings. Fortunately, this was only a small world with special rules. There were no other living beings here. Otherwise, it would definitely be a terrifying catastrophe. In the distance, Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others trembled in fear when they saw this scene. That was a feeling that came from their souls. Even though they were far away, their bodies were about to collapse. They really didn't expect that Gu Chang'e really planned to destroy everyone here. He wanted to kill this group of Tao attainments. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, Gu Chang'e had always been calm and unhurried. He didn't seem to have used his full strength at all. The other people joined forces and struggled to resist, and some of them even died. His strength is too terrifying. A land sword immortal's voice trembled. He was terrified to the extreme. The Tao attainments who killed them like ants couldn't even withstand a single palm from Gu Chang'e. This was too inconceivable and unbelievable. Boom! Soon, endless brilliance erupted again. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd swept across and split everything. It was unstoppable. One after another, huge hands that crossed the heaven and earth were cut off by the halberd light. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. Someone roared angrily. His entire body was burning. The law and order that he struck out seemed to want to pierce through the entire sky. That was an incomparably powerful technique that could cut through heaven and earth. Even the Dharma body was far beyond 10,000 feet. They all attacked with all their strength and displayed the strongest techniques in their lives. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed by Gu Chang'e. Here, a rain of blood splashed. Some people's bodies exploded, and their heads cracked. White bone fragments mixed with blood splashed in all directions. And just as a terrifying battle broke out here, in the Silver Lake beside Tong Tian Tower, there was a huge whirlpool rotating. Endless fog was swallowed in, as if it was leading to another world. The entire lake seemed to be boiling and began to tremble violently. The lake water rolled back and poured into the whirlpool. In just an instant, the water level here began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a corner of the ghost town buried at the bottom of the lake. In the depths of the ghost town's plaza, Lin En's expression was slightly excited. He stood there, the key in his hand emitting a rich light. At the four corners of the plaza, there were four bronze pillars made of unknown materials. A hazy brilliance was emitted from them. White bones of unknown era were bound by chains and worshipped towards the altar in the center of the plaza. The heavenly path sword is here. Lin En's gaze fell on the bronze divine sword stained with some blood in the center of the altar. It was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. He slowly walked over. He could feel the key in his hand resonating with the bronze divine sword there. 2. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.